bitch, I'm the bomb like tick, tick, 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 bitch, I'm the bomb, 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 like oh my god, no. Oh my god, this is how this motherfucker is here. This shit fucking hey yo, this shit tell me I'm fucking nuts. What is this shit? What is that?
Just like it's I fold that shit, cause bitch I'm the bomb. Like woo. How is everybody doing? I just put the link in the room because I know there might be some people who might be brave enough to come in this evening. But we're going to talk about, you know what I'm saying, some of these resolved but unresolved beefs. Yes, we are. And before I get started, let me just say this. I'm not even referring to the men, right? I'm not referring to Reg the bad guy. So in case y'all think I'm referring to him, I'm not. One thing I've learned that usually when a man say, "Hey, I apologize," he's usually mean it. You know what I mean? He really just don't want the beef going on. So I apologized as well. And as far as I'm concerned, that shit is over. I'm talking about these thug ass bitches. Okay, the thug ass bitches who decided to get up there and do all this lying. And I'm not even talking about all of them. I'm not even talking about every single one of them, but I am going to talk about the thug bitches. The ones who right after there was an apology and supposed to be some resolved issues, they decided to hop on their area and, you know, and do what they do best. Talk shit. That I didn't even know about it. I was like, damn, that really took place. I was like, oh my God, like, you mean to tell me some of us was like, okay, because y'all know this has happened many times. Hi, Charlie Angel and Shelly and Rick's. Lloyd Gaelic, how you doing, my brother? The link, I'm going to email that to you because I know you need it in the email. Hooded One, what's up, my brother? And how's everybody doing? So y'all know that we've had beef resolved before with the women. But it never works out. Why? Because we have some people who do not want to be honest. And the reason why they can't be honest is because they go by hearsay. See, they don't listen for the words themselves with their own two ears. They don't see the shit with their own two eyes. But somebody comes along, toot-toot-doo, you know what I mean? Toot-toot-doo. And they tell them everything that took place. And they be like, oh, that bitch bomb said this. That bitch bomb said that. And I'm thinking to myself, where? Where did I say that? You know, oh, that bitch, the Nene said this. And that bitch, the Nene did that. And the Nene keeps saying, show me, where did I say that? And then they can't show it. And then so they'll be like, well, you know, junk pop video. Oh, junk pop video. Listen, I'm not here to defend junk pop video. Last night, I didn't mention anything about junk pop video because he wasn't there. And I'm not here to defend nobody else. You know, we all are grown, and I'm sure Junk Power Video could defend himself. You know what I'm saying? I think that was kind of foul where it seemed like everybody was against the one man who wasn't even there. Y'all don't think that was foul? Because I think that was fucked up. That's why I kind of hushed on some of that shit. You know, I agree with some of the things Egypt Ann said. You know, I get it what she said about where it looks like somebody stalking her, I guess, with her son, right? With the photo. I get that. You know, being a parent and saying, well, you know what? How would I feel if someone just went in and you know, even though the face was covered, she explained her feelings, and we cannot ignore how she felt. We can't say that her feelings aren't valid. So based on that, I understood that. Okay, so any problem she has with you know, with junk power video, that's between them, has nothing to do with me. I'm out of that. But that doesn't mean that I'm not going to deal with junk power video. It just means that when y'all listen, this is all I'm asking. If y'all got an issue with him, make that issue with him. You see, I think that's fair. I think it's fair because I'm not actually, you know, putting some of you ratchet ass, fucked up bitches. Y'all know who I'm talking about too, right? I mean, I don't even know why she say that subliminal shit. Because I say what I need to say and I speak names. Okay, so I'm actually talking about, first of all, we're going to talk about pure butterfly spirit, that ratchet ass hoe. We're talking about you. You're older than I am, and yet, you know, first of all, you thought that setup shit was going to be cool. You even admitted the other side even blocked your punk ass for that foul ass shit you did. You mean to tell me white nationalists actually, you know what I'm saying? White nationalists actually blocked you, bitch? Yes. Because they realized they probably didn't even know I was a black woman. And you set us in the room. Hi, Sarah. Yes, you know Hooded One. You know, Egypt Man has done that multiple times. She tried to be the victim. But I'ma just say, based on the kids, I think if we all agree that we're gonna leave the kids out of it, I agree with that. I agree to that. Yeah, you know that bitch had me. She really told me we was gonna be talking about this, that. You know, made it seem like it was gonna be a woman's empowerment type of thing. I'm all for that. You know what I mean? And then I get there, we had a little conversation. It seemed like she was trying to set some things off, but she let me speak. I spoke. And then the next thing I know, she was like, Bomb, do you mind if so and so and so and so? It was two men in the chat room, right? She's like, do you mind if they're coming to hang out? And I was like, no, I mean, why would I mind? It's your hangout, right? So I didn't mind at all. And then they get in there and she informs me that they're white nationalists. Right? The guys didn't even know I was black for a while. And then the chat started. The chat started. Hi, jump out video. It is strange you keep inviting black women to those. I'm telling you, I didn't know anything about it, and it looked weird. You know what I mean? I didn't even know what white nationalists actually were. They defined it, where the guys was like, well, we just believe in separation, you know, of the races. So, and we had a long conversation. Nobody argued. The conversation actually came out, I think, better than she thought it would. Where those men sit there and talked and chatted it out. You know what I mean? And that says a lot for them. It doesn't say nothing for that punk ass bitch. Okay? You said I'm ready. Well, yeah, I think Shelly, you know that first picture I had up, if you just see it from, you know, I think they thought I was a white woman. I don't think they knew. Matter of fact, I know they didn't know because they actually said, what are you? They asked me, what are you? Like I'm a black woman. Okay, so we had a conversation. They weren't disrespectful, but that bitch, I've been had a side eye on her the whole time. Okay, she supports women who like to be ratchet, as you can tell, right? She was over there on Sasa Ray's hangout talking about, yeah, his wife is this and his wife is that, and I'm looking at this bitch. Are you a wife? You know what I mean? Like she had a lot to say. So that's the first person. That two of the other ladies wasn't even there. So I'm gonna leave that name out of it, right? But if but it seemed like they were kind of alluded to by the fourth person I'm talking about, that Angela person, the one y'all thought was cool, the one who kind of throw out there that, yeah, I used to drag bitches. I'm thinking to myself, girl, when are you gonna fucking grow up? Like, we know you ain't dragged no fucking body. You a hood bitch, but what type of hood bitch is you? See, we know there's several type of hood bitches, right? Hood bitches. So there's the hood bitch who will go out there and throw them hands if she needs to, right? There's the hood bitch who might be even on the corner with the fella selling drugs, right? Might even find that type of hood bitch. And then there's that one hood bitch who all she does is open her fucking legs for all the hood niggas and end up with all the hood babies. She actually create the hood, her own basketball team, her own motherfucker. See, that's what type of hood bitch you is. Cause a real bitch who is hood and will throw them hands, bitch, she's not pregnant 99% of her motherfucking childhood, bitch. And you welcome to come in here. See, but I know you not. Yesterday, that bullshit, that bullshit. Why I didn't talk that yesterday? Because yesterday I wasn't in my area and we wasn't being honest. Everybody in yesterday, what they was talking about was junk power video and squashing the beefs right then and there. But you didn't hear me say anything to Angela. That's why. And everybody who knows this whole situation knows that we've tried to actually solve issues before. Now you answer this, B Mac. Why, when it seemed like everything was cool, why did they go into a hangout and say what the fuck they had to say? See, because I would have left this shit alone. I wouldn't be talking about this shit right now if it wasn't for the fact right after they decided to pop that shit. That's what they do. They see they're not gonna. They don't have no content except to pop that shit. They can't talk about being a woman, being a lady, being a wife, being a mother. They can't talk about doing none of that. That bitch will talk about how she real. I'm real with it. I'm real with it. Throwing up her deuces like I'm real with it. That bitch is 40 years old. Talking about she real with it. Now you go ask that bitch. That's what you do. We know that shit was between the women. We knew that shit wasn't real. That's why I shut the fuck up. Now with Ejaban, to me that's a different story. I've never really had no problem with Ejaban. Ejaban told me months ago during a hangout, when we asked her why you go after the men, she said, "Bomb, you know what? The men talk negatively about the women, and so we decided to talk negatively about the men." Hey, she gave her answer. I accepted. Who am I to accept it or not? And I don't have no. That's what she does. That's what she do. And I've been saying the same thing from all over. Japan, I don't have no problem with her. She's a beautiful sister. You know what I'm saying? We might have some disagreements on the outlook of life and shit like that. But so what? Most of us do. I think everybody here right now, we all have difference of opinions on life and shit like that. Right? So I don't have no motherfucking problem with none of these bitches except the bitches who keep snapping and lying. You keep fucking lying, opening your mouth saying shit that's not true, and then they find out that they start stabbing each other in the back. Okay? Right now, they realize, she said, Angela said something yesterday. Y'all should have heard her. When she said, well, you know, I didn't want to talk about it, but I tried because I didn't really try to stop her. But when she said she was going to do this, like they over there, these are the bitches who dox people. These are the motherfucking bitches who go, you know, and call police, child protective service. See, they try to blame that shit on one person over here. They try to say it's junk pop video. He can speak for himself. But those are they probably calling the motherfucking child protective service on each other. Because that's what those bitches do. Right. Shelly, and I agree with what you're saying. Two wrongs don't make a right. But that's how she feel, and so that's what she want to do. And you know what? Sometimes you got to even the playing field. Some of these men go in, and I'm not even talking about the men who come over here. I'm not talking about Razorback. I'm talking about some of these black men really go deep and dig in on black women. You see what I'm saying? And and she just pointing out that, hey, they got some black men who are just as trifling. So I can't speak for her. Okay, Jack Spade, how you doing, baby? You say pop that shit. Hey, I'm up. Listen, but they be over there talking that bullshit in amongst themselves, and they claim that we got Junk Power video. The white man, right? The white man is so evil. The white man, Junk Power. Oh, he's evil. Oh, he's evil. See, I can't speak for Junk Power video. How you doing? I know he's in the room. He can speak for himself. I'm gonna put the hangout in here. He can speak for him, motherfucker self. That's what I felt yesterday. I started feeling like, okay, right now it seems like they out to get Junk Power. So what I'm gonna do is I'm not even gonna speak on that. I can't speak on Junk Power. He's a grown man. Let him speak for himself. As I know he can do, he's very well spoken. Okay, and him and A Japan and whoever else have issues. Hey, he could tell you exactly why he did what he did, and most of us already know, right? He's gonna say the truth, and that is that they were doing it to him or to other people, and he did it. And see, that's that thing like Shelley just said, two wrongs don't make it right. It could come back to that. It can even come back to that when somebody decided to roast me and I roasted them fucking back. So people could say, well, two wrongs don't make it right, Bomb. You should have chilled. So it just is what it is. Now let me tell you something. Yesterday was the first time I've been in a hangout with Angela. Okay? Because she won't speak to me. That's why I say nothing. And the way the order went, remember, I got the gold, then she said she had something to say. I didn't say nothing about her. And then, she kind of tried to throw some shots in my name. And I didn't want to take that shit to another level. We know that would have went. And you men, don't act like you don't know. You sitting back saying, look at this shit here. Look at this shit. That's what y'all was saying. Y'all was saying, look at this shit. The women always fucking shit up. Hey, full circle.
The women
Y'all
always
know,
fucking that shit
I
up,
was
man.
watching y'all in the comments. You men was like, the women always fucking shit up. Look at them.
Yeah, y'all
I
women
was
always
thinking to
fucking shit
myself,
up.
you just don't even fucking know. Okay? Who that is in the room? Let me see who that is. Hey, Jack.
Y'all women always fucking shit up, man.
I was quiet. I did have a little conversation, with each band. She knows I never really go after her. And when she said, Bomb, you did say I was a skank bitch. And I said, well, you did mention my dad who just passed away. And we laughed it off. And that was it. Because I've never really attacked each band. You know what I mean? And I think we need to get out of that. Well, when one person who in our group, like if you in this room right now, they'll consider you in our group. And if you any one of you say something, even in text, then it'll be my fault, Denini's fault, Junk Power Video's fault, Stupidity X's fault. That's how it's gonna be. And that's and anybody in our group who make videos, they gonna blame us. Right? That's how it works. So what you have to say about what happened yesterday, Jack? Be honest about everything that you saw and heard.
All the righteous brothers like myself, we need to round up all y'all women, take y'all down to the river, dip y'all in the water, and purify y'all damn souls. Now the ones that we dip and they start sizzling like Alka-Seltzer, we just move y'all to the side and keep the dipping going.
You want to baptize our asses, huh? Ain't that some?
I was more talking about like witchcraft. Hey, we can talk about the baptizing too. Y'all need to be damn purified.
You're looking for the witches. There you go. You're looking to see which one of us had the powers. But see, I have the powers, baby. Okay? But I ain't gonna let you know I had the powers. I'm gonna drown and make sure you kill me before I, let
Oh
you
no
know
no
that
no
I
no no.
got
We ain't gonna let nobody drown now. We ain't got time for no damn charges.
powers. Anyway, yesterday I like when I went in there because they was like invite bombing and and people would say we resolving beefs. The only person I was really concerned with and thought we were gonna be talking was Reg. And when Reg said bomb, hey, you good for letting this shit go? I'm good for letting it go. And so, as far as I'm concerned, I even taken down the videos. You see what I'm saying? I've taken down videos. But
Yeah,
you
I watched the like maybe the last 20-25 minutes of it. It was expected. All that was expected.
yeah. Well, and but I've taken down the videos because I'm a woman of my motherfucking word. That's why some people I didn't even fucking address. I didn't address it because we don't have enough time. But we got enough time tonight though, bitches. Yes, we do. Full circle with Jetta said, Lucy, now we need to round up all these sisters and have a talk at Red Light. Oh, you trying to take us out to eat. But full circle, don't dish and dash on us. So you gonna get us all at the table like you gonna pay. And then right when it's time to pay, you gonna sneak out the back door on our asses.
He didn't say anything about taking y'all to eat. He's talking about taking y'all back there to the kitchen. Y'all could work while y'all talk. Wash them damn dishes
Oh
and pots.
man.
Keep
Nah, not full
keep y'all
circle.
keep y'all sweating and keep y'all talking. Hey, work and talk. Work and talk.
Everybody in the chat saying that you missed the whole drama. Anybody? So what part y'all think? Let me see. Shelly said, I mean, why has she been pulling out videos after video after video after video of comments? Yet she says he's stalking her. Seems she's stalking. Yeah. So yeah, you talking about Ejavan, right? So he John Paul, is you coming in? You need to come in, baby, because I don't want to talk for you. I can't talk for you. But I understand, we all know what we see, but I think like you have to actually come in yourself and speak for yourself. Because I think
My
that's where, what I mean? I think it's getting difficult because I don't know. We know what we see.
my only beef with all of that was, and I mentioned it in the chat. If folks don't want to have stuff thrown back at them, then they shouldn't put out there in the open air. If you don't want people to know certain aspects of your life, especially thrown back at you, and it may be misconstrued, then you just don't put it out there, because once you say something and people hear it, be prepared for them to throw it back at you and use it against you. And that's how I always stood.
Right.
But you get folks, they start yapping off the mouth and they start putting all their business out, and then as soon as it gets thrown back at them, they're like, well, that person wasn't fair for saying this about me. I didn't say that. That's not what I meant. Blah, 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 blah. Just leave that stuff out, and then you don't have to worry about it being thrown back at you. I mean,
Oh,
I think there's people, they have enough interesting things about themselves that can keep up a conversation than bringing in a lot of the personal stuff that they really don't want people to know.
right. I agree to that. And I also, let me say, Angela said one thing that I thought was truthful, right? Because she'll make it seem like I did this, that, and third. She can't point it out, but she said that she accused me of coming after her. She accused me of coming after her, and I had to point out, no, y'all came in my area. They were trying to bully me in the text. And so when I got fed up with that shit, she had thought I was a lame, just gonna make some videos and keep it pushing. But fuck that. If you're gonna come in my text area and you got some shit to pop in text, don't be shocked if I make a fucking video about your ass. So that's what happened. They came over bum rushing. It was Sasa Ray's crew. Sasa Ray, with her 100 different names, and it was that girl Rice and Angela. It was a whole fucking group of them. And then I started making videos. So she's right on that, but then she starts claiming that I make videos about her all the time, subliminal videos, and that's not true. Now, if you think I'm talking about you, then that's on you. If I talk about how we could better ourselves and how, if you want to start doing this and how you should be a better parent and how you should consider not having all them kids, If I make a video about that and you take that shit to mean you, then that's your issue with yourself. That has nothing to do with me. Now, if I say your name, then I'm talking about you. But if I don't say your name, then I'm not even talking about anyone in particular. Right? Danini asked her something, and it's a lot of them. They're not gonna answer questions because they go in circles. We already know that. Y'all know, like, some of them been in my hangout. Some of them ain't gonna never come to a hangout. Right now they over there talking about, well, I did mess with old girl. Like, old girl was the one fucking doing all the dots and all that nasty shit. Y'all know this bitch is nasty and trifling. And then when y'all get child protective called on you, you don't think it was her? None of us over here I ain't got time to be calling no fucking body on nobody. Once I shut this YouTube shit off, I'm going to do whatever the hell I want to do. Even if that means being on, what the name of that site is? Ghetto Gaggers, like it was claimed, right? If I
Oh,
want to do that, that's me. I'm a fucking adult.
that ghetto gagging thing, that's a totally different episode, man.
That shit was funny, dude.
I
In
had
the beginning, it did start out being, so okay, so a lot of people don't know, but there are roasters, right? Angry Man is a roaster. I know this. Like, I know that. We did that roasting session. So when he put that picture up and he's like, this is Bomb Cherry, he know that that's not me. It was funny, right? It was funny to those of us who knew that's not me, and it was just his joke, you know. But some people, they don't understand the roasting. Roasting don't mean you don't have to be truthful in roasting. You just have to be funny, right? That's it. That's all that's really fucking required in roasting, is that it's funny.
Yeah, but even in roasting, there's a line that you don't cross, and that one right there. Now you can say it,
Mhm.
or you can describe something, but once you start putting pictures up, that's taking it too far, and then you end up with all the other people that jumps
Yep.
right on in. I forgot the young man name, but oh man, he did a whole 2 hour segment of you in that photo. I'm like, bruh, that don't look like her. So how you gonna spend damn 2 hours saying, yeah, that's Bomb Cherry, I got ghetto gagger, blah 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 blah, and chat after damn chat. I'm the only person in there that's like, look, that's not her. The eyes are different, the facial structure is different. They just going on and on and on and on. Like, Jesus Christ, brothers.
Right.
They need to
Full
be
circle.
they need to be checking their bitch, make sure their bitch ain't on damn ghetto gaggers.
There you go. Full circle said his favorite was Angela because she don't give a fuck. You're right. She don't give a fuck. In
I
other
got a, I got
words,
a, I got a
she don't give
question
a
now.
fuck about her life decisions. Yep, that's roasting. Somebody say, "Bomb." Explain roasting. The roasting is when they wanna make up lies. It's cool. Then I'll roast they fucking asses, right? I tried to come here with some real information on, if you look, I can help you clean up your credit if you got bad credit, because I'm good at that, right? Give you some information about getting credit. I came over here trying to give some information, and I ended up fighting with Sasa Ray. She's the first person who started making up lies, but we all know that bitch is a liar, right? She's a straight liar. Um, it just is what it is with her. And these are the women that followed her. Y'all got to understand. These group of women that we're talking about right now, they followed her. Even through the bullshit, when she made that video telling men to come to my house and rape me, they stood by her on that shit. Then even when she stabbed them all in the motherfucking back and kicked their asses out after she had that baby, see, when she knew she wasn't gonna need them no more, she got rid of their dirty asses. You best believe that. Okay, Sasha Ray don't fuck with none of them. Then they ganged up together, and then they had another fucking leader doing the same shit. This is what these women stand for. So they're not gonna tell me that they are women who are, sophisticated. Even if they're hood, then they're ratchet ass hood bitch. Because even hood bitches don't stoop so fucking low. Okay, and what's a hood bitch? I don't even fucking know. I don't even know. I don't even know what a hood bitch is, but that's what they call it. So she over there talking about she hood and she a drag a bitch. God, get the fuck out of here. You ain't dragging no motherfucking body. Unless, it depends on where she lived. There might be some women who might allow a bitch who pregnant most of her life to drag them.
But I have to agree with Shelly when she said they crossed the line and they crossed the line when standing on a line. Wait, they crossed the line when standing on a line live throw. Oh shit, my English all jacked up today. Let's try it one more time. They crossed the line when standing on a lie though, which I agree with. They're smoking and joking, but then when you stand on your smoking and joking and try to make it come out to appear to be real, yeah, that's when you've gone too far.
Right. Yeah, they could be over there having fun. Nothing wrong with having fun, right? They're over there having fun, joking with each other, talking about each other. But if we do that same thing, they're angry. They get angry and now they're talking about, oh, they over there talking about us. You was over there. You was over there talking about us. You know what I mean? What's the problem? What's the fucking problem? Then are you too old to be doing this, bitch? You is 5 years, 5 years younger than me. Well, 6 years younger than me. You 6 years younger than me. You are in your 40s, bitch. You like stop acting like you are so much younger. That's the thing that tripped me. You 20-year-olds when y'all come on here and say, "Bomb, you too old for that." I might even be like, "Yeah, you right," because you're 20. You're 20, and I should be showing you something different, right? And it kind of I feel that. But we ain't not gonna have no 40-year-old bitch telling me that I'm too old to be doing the same shit that this bitch doing. What I could tell her, she's too old to be having a fucking baby. When you have so many fucking babies by different baby daddies, bitch, do not come for me. You're not gonna come for me on no bullshit when your situation is all fucked up. See, I never judge people. I'm not here to judge nobody. But when you come for me, bitch, have your life in order. You see what I'm saying? Y'all see what I'm saying? All I'm saying is you're not going to talk about me and then think I'm going to leave your situation. I'm going to be above doing the same bullshit you doing. That's all. That's all I'm saying. And and so she'll pop that I'm real shit. If you like that type of woman, nothing wrong with that. I'm saying apparently a lot of men like that. I'm saying, what I'm saying? She got a few baby daddies. And the thing is, she'll never admit that what she did might not have been the best thing. That's what's fucked up about the shit. They act like, nah, bitch, I did what I wanted to do, and it's real. And I'm out here, I'm just real. Yeah, you got a lot of fucking kids by different men. Yeah, that's real. That's
Oh,
real.
I got a question to address with Charlie Angel. If you have a collection on your credit report from Sprint, what you're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to try to contact Sprint, and they'll have their credit department or some finance department or something of that nature. What you want them to do is you want them to send you a copy of the bill that you owe them. So they have to verify what you owe. And then once you do that,
Wait a minute. What? Wait,
oh,
no. Wait, no. Okay, I'm gonna tell you how to get that shit off your credit, girl. How old is it? First of all, you don't contact Sprint. Contact Equifax, TransUnion, and isn't there another one? Experian. You contact them. This is the perfect time of the year. Listen, everybody out there, if you got something on your credit, this right now is the perfect time to get that shit taken off because the holidays is about to pop up. They about to be real busy. So you contact all the credit unions. You get your credit report. Then you're going to write a letter disputing anything that's on there. Now you have to write a letter for each and every account that you're disputing. The company, wait and give it another month, around November, December. That's when you do this shit, right? They have 30 days to prove to the credit union Yeah, not the credit union. You know, the credit bureau. That those are legit charges, and if they don't do it in 30 days, they have to take it off. That's the first step. So you might be able to get rid of a lot of shit that way. Now, if it's a new bill, though, on the other hand, then now you're talking about you like if it just happened, yeah, you're gonna have some issues. But if it's old, if it's maybe 3 years or older, this is the best way to take it out. Then, if it's new, though, you're gonna have to do it his way. In other words, what he was about to tell you, you got to pay that shit.
No, no, no. What I was on the assumption that the report was new, not years old.
Oh yeah, if it's new, then yeah, he gonna have to do it like he just told you. Gonna have to deal with it. But if it's old, if it's a couple of years old, you can get it taken off. Around the holidays is the best time because they are busy, right? People applying for credit cards, credit reports being pulled, all kinds of things. So they're real busy. So they have 30 days to respond. If that don't work, then there's other ways to get it taken off as well. For some of you who parents messed up your credit, you can get that taken off. Most black people don't even have credit at all because the things that you think may be reporting on your credit report isn't. Like rent-a-sitter don't report to no credit report, you know? If your apartment don't really go on your credit report. The apartments, if you got evicted, that usually go in a like a little thing in the area, right? Where when they could pull and see that you had an apartment somewhere, they could look somewhere and see that you had an apartment, didn't pay for it. It usually don't go on a credit report unless they've taken you to court and kind of got a judgment against you. Then it'll go on your credit.
Well,
So,
my question is, yeah, going back, if it was if it was with Sprint, how old is the credit claim? Because didn't Sprint got bought out by somebody a couple of years ago?
not uh no, I've been with Sprint for 20 years. I don't, as far as I know, they still Sprint.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I used to deal with AT&T.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it with Sprint though, I've been with them 20 years. Um, so but when it comes to your credit report, you can get things taken off. It's a lot of things that might be on your credit report you can get taken off. Did y'all know that they got hacked? All the credit bureaus got hacked, and everybody in this room who's in the U.S., you should ask for a credit report to make sure people aren't doing things to your credit. Okay, because y'all, a lot of people who I've been telling for years, look, you need to secure your computers, secure your computers, secure your computers. They wouldn't listen. There would be black people who say, well, I ain't got nothing for them to take. I ain't got nothing. Okay. One of my good friends, even after I told him years ago, and he was one of those ones who say, I ain't got nothing to lose. The people obtained his information by hacking his computer. They purchased cars, homes, and all kinds of shit with his credit. He didn't even know about it until he went to go get a remortgage his home and found out he can't. His credit fucked up. He been fighting this shit for like 6 years, trying to get that shit taken care of.
All
And
I
then
got
on
to
top,
say, all I
then on
got to
top of
say,
that, a bank. Did y'all know that? What's the name of that bank? Wells Fargo took a lot of our credit, a lot of our social security numbers and made fake accounts. They made real accounts, but they fake because you didn't set it up yourself. And they ripped off millions of dollars using our social security numbers. That shit might be on your credit report.
all I want to know from Charlie Angel, as of right now, how many damn red bottom shoes and Coach handbags you got in your house right now? Pay your damn bill. Stop trying to look cute. I say that jokingly.
Full Circle say if there was a Black Panther sequel and what his name, Killmonger, came back from the dead, I would fly in a ship with Angela on my right and Egypt and on my left with a pitchfork going in on white supremacy. You're right. They like Well, I don't know. You know, they wouldn't have you that full circle. They're against black men. You know that, right? That's the only time I've ever had a disagreement with them. I made a video just saying, "Hey, black men aren't that way." You know what I mean? So they don't like black men.
They
Well,
don't like any fucking men.
you right.
No men whatsoever. Whether it's black men or JPV, they just don't like any men. Fucking hell.
I think all us men need to go on dick revolt.
Oh, now because I'm about to say, you know, it's funny when a woman who has many kids tell me they don't like men. You know, I get when they say they're angry at the men,
Oh,
and y'all.
my mother's a fucking man hater. She's the biggest man hater I have ever fucking met in my life. And she got 5 kids with 3 different fucking dads, and she hates men. So I can understand. I can see what type of women these are.
Oh, that makes sense, right? You hate them, but you. So, what? Since you know this firsthand from your mother, what do you think when you say you know that she hates men? Like, how do
Yeah,
she bring them in?
like she just hates men because they leave her because she's just too much of a horrible bitch. Because she's just too horrible, yeah. The men leave her, and then she just hates men. Do you know what I mean? But she'll still simp for a man as soon as one comes along straight away. Do you know what I mean? But as soon as there's one not there, she'll be the most horrible fucking prick towards men.
Yeah, that.
Really, she wants one. Really, she wants one. But that's what stems from her hate.
Okay, yeah, I guess I could see that. I could see that. But you know, I remember making one video where I used a clip from Angela, where they were in a hangout. It was her and Pure Butterfly Spirit. And Angela was talking about how these men are this and there's no good black men out there. And Pure Butterfly corrected her by saying, well, Angela, no, there are some good black men out there. And she was like, but you know, it's about the woman getting where she need to be in her space, you know, when she is really wanting a man and does what she need to do to be a woman, then there will be men there for her. That's what she said. And
Yeah.
I agreed with Pure Butterfly Spirit. But apparently, you know, me using that clip is what pissed her off. And I didn't even say nothing nasty. I was just saying, like, I agree with Pure Butterfly Spirit 100%. When a woman, you know, when we become women and we understand ourselves, we understand our roles, whatever the role is, right? Whatever the role you decide to be, once you are confident in yourself and you're doing right by yourself, men fall in place. You start seeing the good men.
Yeah,
You
that's
know
what I'm
what I mean?
saying. That's what I'm saying. You're right. It is mostly the woman's fault. No, I'm
No, I ain't
fucking
say
joking.
that.
Yeah, I'm fucking joking. But yeah,
No,
like
I
literally,
know.
yeah. Fucking if a woman falls in place, yeah, that make a man happy, innit? Do you know what I mean? Fucking as if there's food on the table when he goes in, yeah. Fucking that's classic. That's classic straight to a man's heart through his stomach, innit? That's old school. And if a fucking woman, yeah, is gonna be making your dinner, that makes a man feel good when he comes home. Do you know what I mean? Going in the house and dinner's already cooked. Fucking hell, that's just convenience, innit? That's the least a woman can do. Fuck's sake. But some women are just like dead against that type of stuff. And it's being dead against that type of stuff that fucks up relationships when it comes to women.
Well, you know, there's some women, I guess, who never will cook, and you know, they don't feel that's their role. I guess I get that, but it's not even about just her cooking and stuff. Once once a woman figure out what it is she want in life, what it is, what's her goals.
Yeah, I've seen like loads of fucking women from school, yeah, that are sluts, and then all of a sudden they meet this one guy and they're not sluts anymore.
Right, you know, and you got to understand. Maybe they were younger at the time, and they were just what you men call sowing your oats. Maybe they was trying to figure it out too, and that's what I guess what I'm saying. You know, once we know what it is that we want, we become confident. We know what it is. Then, yeah, men appear. We start looking at the man that help us get to where we want to be in life. Whether you want to have kids, whether you want to start a business, whatever. And then you'll start seeing those type of men. Now, if all you about is having sex and shit, and all you looking for is a penis, then you end up just with a bunch of babies. And that's just what it is. You end up with a bunch of babies, and you was looking for penis, you ended up with penis and some kids. Nothing wrong with looking for penis, but I'm just saying, protect yourself. That's I guess.
Some women just get pregnant easier than other women as well, isn't it?
Yeah, but they got some women who just can't have kids at all, right? And then they got some who just look at them and just sneeze on her, and she just pregnant. But it wouldn't be that way if she had protection, though. See?
Yeah.
So even those of us who was real fertile, like myself, real fertile. See, I knew, and I was a married woman, knowing that I couldn't afford no more goddamn kids. We want to do things in our life, and so you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
10-day dick strike. That's all we need. Get y'all women straight. 10 days. Cut it off. 0. None. No licky, no kissy, nothing.
For 10 days?
10 days.
They'll go fuck someone else, man.
Yeah, you talking about 10. I don't know if we'll go mess with nobody else in 10 days, but we will be grouchy as fuck.
Not 10 business days, 10 straight days. 0. Absolutely, positively nothing.
Some women can do that. I 10 days, nah. I can't go 10 days. Maybe 5.5 days.
The ones that can't hang for the 10 days, they'll probably get the ones who can straight. Like, girl, y'all fucking up the game. Y'all start acting right.
I was with a single mother once. She didn't want to fuck. It's like she used it as a weapon against me or something. Just kept me all highly strung and shit.
Did it work?
Angel said she's debt free.
Fucking punch the head in.
Yeah. You said the room started attacking JPV and he can defend himself. Well, why is he wrong for not defending you? When did I say JPV was wrong? I didn't say he was wrong. I spoke on how I felt about what was going on. So I have no idea what you're talking about right now, dude, Crackerjack. Maybe you heard it that way. Did you hear me say, well, JPV was wrong because he was so wrong? What I said was how I felt about the situation. Okay? So I'm not, and I didn't, what room, I didn't say a whole room started attacking JPV. I said I noticed that the conversation was about attacking JPV, not the whole entire room.
Okay? It was pretty much it was like 90% of the room was attacking JPV. Yeah,
right. Because it started looking like everybody was wanting to say, well, JPV is the problem. You know what I mean? And I backed up because now I'm not gonna be fighting everybody talking about no, he's not the problem. You know what I'm saying?
You had some very fucking like heinous trolls chatting shit as well. Yeah, fucking it wouldn't be worth it. Yeah, fucking it just wouldn't be.
Yeah, so I said, JPV wasn't even there. Like he wasn't even there to defend himself. See, so look, suppose I would have been like, well, that's not what I saw. I didn't see JPV do it that way. And if I would have said, well, JPV did that because they did that, then it would look like I'm, he's not even there. It looked like I'm fighting. Then they would have been like, see, you're always fighting for JPV. Oh, Lord, you're always just. So I'm like, look, JPV know how to speak. He knows how to, he know how to tell everybody how he feel and why he did whatever he did for whatever reason. And that's what I left it at that. Because it was no win situation. You know what I mean? It's no win situation because there's some people who know how to go around the issue. You ask them a question and they always circle it around to JPV.
Well, so you went in that chat as well, yeah? You went in that hangout too, yeah?
Yeah.
Because I went after about like 45 minutes of looking at people hate JPV. I got a bit tired, man, and I just went to sleep in it.
Oh, so probably when I was there, you probably wasn't there, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't go. I don't know what was going on before that. I had just walked in myself. I think someone had said, "Oh, they're in the room," you know, talking about this and that. Plus, I was blocked, which I didn't even know I was blocked. And then, so I went over there. But based on what and remember, I'm only speaking by what I saw with my own two eyes, what I was paying attention to. And then I also said, I mentioned, I said, if y'all gonna go in on the white person staying out of it, well, what about Pure Butterfly Spirit? That bitch over there talking about she ain't, well, I ain't white. Well, what are you? I ain't white. Well, what the fuck are you? Oh, I'm Irish.
She's dozel. Okay, what the fuck?
That bitch would type Irish real fucking quick. I'm Irish. Okay.
She's Irish, like fucking Red off the Shawshank Redemption.
Oh my god. I don't even know. And then something is wrong with her. Something's wrong with her. But anyway, and to me, I don't care about a person's color, right? I don't care what color you are. It's about you as a person, and just you as a person. That's it.
Yeah, if you're a prick, you're a prick. Fucking hell.
Right.
I feel offended for my redneck brothers by her saying that she was Irish.
Then that bitch had the nerve to say some racial shit, talking about bomb, go and cook some grits somewhere. Remember she said that go and cook some grits. Like as if what the fuck that mean, bitch?
What the fuck is it?
Hey, that's what that bitch was. Bomb, just go and cook some grits somewhere. I'm like, oh, grits and watermelon, bitch, you racist ass bitch. I know she's listening right now.
Now she might be Irish, but she might not be from Ireland. They serve grits in damn Ireland.
you know that when them racist ass bitches, they always slip up. Hi, Al Boogie, how you doing, girlfriend?
Yeah, I was in Ireland for like 24 hours, and I went somewhere to go eat. And the only thing I felt safe eating was fish and grits, and I ate fish and grits in Ireland.
What are grits? Chips?
No, it was actually grits.
What is grits?
Oh, grits is like it's like a oatmeal almost.
Oh yeah, like porridge or something.
Yeah, like porridge. Yeah. I love me some grits, but I don't even know. Like, why would that bitch tell me to go cook some motherfucking grits? Bitch, you can watch me. She watched my cooking channel. You know what I'm saying? She the one over there now. She used to love it and shit. Tell me, she used to say things like, "Oh, I didn't know that you could clean a pan with that and that and this," and I'm gonna try. Now she on that bullshit, thumbing shit down. Girl, nobody gives a fuck. You know what I'm saying? She's older than me. You would think she already know how to cook and clean. But when you Irish, I guess you don't know how to do some of them things. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know what the fuck wrong with her. I have no idea. And we would Pure Spirit, whatever her name is, Pure Butterfly Spirit, and we will never, she don't even have to try to say, "Bomb, coming and hang out, let's settle this." We never gonna settle this shit because of that shit she did when she put me in that hangout with them white nationalists. Unless she can explain why that happened. If she can explain that fucking setup, then we can move on. But that's a clear motherfucker setup.
Fucking setting people up and that. That's what the fuck, like trying to fucking lure you to some fucking chat and that with white nationalists. What the fuck is that about?
Right. Stupidity. I saw that where she mentioned that in her DNA she got some of that. Now when we was with them white nationalists, I don't remember her quite saying none of that fucking shit. Right? She started claiming that she was a Native American then. Right? And I even questioned that. But when she does mention that she got the African in her, she talks about her DNA, and she don't know that every single person has that African DNA, that little speck of African in the DNA. That's because we all come from Africa.
Everyone has got every race on the planet in their DNA. Do you know what I mean? Like literally, I'm part Chinese too.
Yeah. Well, Africa is definitely in everybody's DNA. You know.
Yeah, literally every race is in all DNA. It's not just Africa. It's every race is mixed in with the DNA. So fucking anyone can walk up to anyone and say, "Oh, I'm fucking part Cambodian or something."
I got a bit of I don't give a fuck in my DNA.
Wait, Big J had a question. What was the question? He said something. Yeah. Wait. Oh, he retracted it. It was something I didn't understand it. But hi, Big J, Triple X. Apparently, someone asked me about something you said about me. I didn't see it, so I just left it alone. But anyway, how you doing?
Well, I just want to know why this guy's on here talking about no sex or some shit. Like, what the fuck?
Wait, say it again.
Why is this dude on here talking about no sex? I know I'm maybe jumping in the middle of a conversation, but your boy Jack on here talking about he gonna hold out sex or some shit. I'm trying to figure out what he talking about.
One day Jack is gonna be funny. Jack knows it in his heart he gonna be funny one day, just not today.
Yes, Lord.
What now? This is a joke
But
in the
no,
future? What he said? What?
no, he's gonna be funny one day. He knows it.
Oh.
But no, what Bob, what you were saying was about the lady trying to talk about she 3%, whatever the fuck. White folks love to do that shit. When they get that little DNA shit while she was saying I'm not black and I'm not white, right? But then when you look in the room and they asked her what was she, what's the first thing she said? I'm Scottish and Irish. Well, how come you didn't put Africa first? That she put first what she identifies with. They all do that shit.
Mm.
Yeah, I said, well, my granddaddy was a slave. She mean your great granddaddy raped somebody. Tell the truth.
And even when
But
she
the
said her
first,
granddaddy was a slave, Irish, there used to be Irish slaves, and you know what I mean?
right, but you gotta listen to how people say shit. How people will they call that Freudian slip. They will let slip what they really mean, what they really identify with. So she was in the room saying when you called out, when you told everybody she was white, and it's like, oh, my color's been blown. And then she was like, well, I'm not black, I'm not white. And then they asked, well, what are you? Scotch, Irish, Dutch. Well, she didn't mention Africa in there. She didn't say Senegal, South Africa, Ivory Coast, then Scottish. She didn't say that shit. She said what she really identifies with first. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Stop lying to everybody. We get it.
And the books. I don't even. She claims she wanted to have a conversation, but it is what it is. Let's see what they saying in the chat room. So tell me, what was your serious? What did you think about that chat yesterday, Lord Gale?
I already told you what I think. That was the best group of play acting I've seen. Reg, you my buddy, but that was his way of getting that shit off of him. He was so glad that shit was off of his ass, and y'all was fighting with each other. Y'all wasn't fighting with him. But it wasn't like he brought the masses together. No, he just had a hangout and everybody just jumped on that shit. It just worked out in his favor, which is
Yeah,
okay. But don't try to make it like you Dr. Doolittle and everybody just kumbaya. No, nigga, they just happened to come in, and you saw that as your chance to stop the midgets from shooting at you.
yeah. Why has that fucking rude kid guy got beef with JPV now as well?
I
Because
have
I'm
no
white.
idea.
I don't care.
I don't care, but it's because I'm white.
Oh, yes, JPV.
No, my thing is, and this is my thing. Keith, you do some fucked up shit, but this is my thing. Everything that they're accusing you of doing, that other ratchet crew has done the exact same shit. They accuse you of calling CPS. If they knew somebody's information, hell yeah, they'll call CPS on somebody. They say you post
And
people's pictures.
and
If
just
they had people's pictures, hell yeah, they would do that shit. Or at least one of them in particular would. They got the main two doctors over there. It's just
and
easy
just
to blame you because you white.
and just
If you
like I
was a
said
black
many
woman
times in
and
the
over there, it
past,
would be the same shit.
many times I said in the past, I admitted that I am the one, so no one's confused, who called CPS on Sansaray in December of 2016. But on EA, when she was trying to claim it was me and she had her final interview or whatsoever, she broke down and said, well, something like, it's not who I thought it was. It's somebody that she knew. So therefore, she can't say that anymore. But
Well, whether it
a
was
lot
you
of
or not is
people,
irrelevant. Y'all
well,
always
yeah,
gonna be
because a
going
lot
with
of
this shit.
people are saying, yeah, you can see it in the chat. Oh, he called CPS on Sansere and EA. No, only called on Sansere. And
But
I
who
made a statement.
cares?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, a lot of people don't know. So I'm speaking for myself.
Okay, but like I told Bob, I mean you thought earlier. What I say earlier? I said I look at motherfuckers in 3 dimensions. I look right through a motherfucker, and everything that they're accusing you of, they do the exact same shit, or they would do the exact same shit.
Wait a minute. Wait a
Hell
minute.
yeah, they would goddamn call the police
Wait,
on somebody if they had the information.
wait a
Hell
minute.
yeah, they would
Wait a
call your
minute.
job.
Wait a minute. I need to say something because something going on in the chat area. First of
Already?
all,
Already?
yeah. So big, what his name is? Wait, I don't want to get his name wrong. What is it? What is it? Big Jake Triple X. How you doing? Okay, so this is what it is, right? When you in your area, do what it is you fucking do. I came in your area many months ago, and I haven't been back since. See, you claim that we're about drama, then what the fuck are you doing over here? Cause you want to be about the drama. And if you had a question, post your question. We'll answer your question, and then you can move the fuck on. That's what it is, and that coming from me, a black woman. How about that? Because I've seen you fight many men, right? You have issues with many people in drama, and I ain't never had no issue with you. But see, I remember you from a while back, so don't come in my area trying to dictate what the fuck goes on here. Go be a man in your motherfucking area, and let the men and women let us chat it out. However we want to do that. How that be? Okay. Now, and you ain't got to come after a stupidity exodus and try to correct nobody, calling nobody no boys. You ain't got to do that.
Shit, in the South, you call somebody boy, you get your goddamn throat cut.
Yeah, he'll be,
But
you know what I'm saying? I think it's foul because he could have came over here a little better, talking about get your boy. They want to go in JPV. If you got something to say to JPV, then he's here. He'll answer your question if he want to, or you can invite him over there.
But I was gonna
JPV.
respond to what Remington Steele was stupidity said. Remington Steele, you're right about her being in black women's business, but she tells people that she's not white. That's what she said, she white. But then if you notice when they asked her what was she, she was saying, oh, I had my DNA done and I got Saharan and shit. But when they asked her, well, what do you mix with? The first three things she said was the three whitest goddamn shit she could have said. If you're not white, you would have threw that African shit out there first, but she didn't. Because that's what she identified with. Which is nothing wrong with that, but goddamn it, come on now. Come on now. Don't try to tell me rain ain't wet.
Okay, so Big J got a question for JPV, and he gonna type it in, and then, but that's
Why is he
only if you want
typing?
to answer. JPV,
Why is he
that's only.
typing when the link is in the fucking room?
Yeah, let me put the link. Yeah, that's right. Because I
It's in the
think
room. You can scroll up and get it.
if you got a question, you could come in and hang out and go there. I think.
But we can clarify it is drama, just like all this summer the drama has been about LeBron James, and we had the drama with Sierra and Russell Wilson. So it is
Don't nobody care
drama.
about them niggas.
It is drama, but the question is what's going to come out of all of this at the end.
Like I said, don't nobody care about them niggas. Don't nobody care.
Yeah, it is
Last
drama.
night, that was the worst group of play acting I've seen in my life.
Everybody knows that.
Because
So
if you always gonna have beef with somebody, you say, look, I'm never gonna be cool with this person. Say that shit. If it's fuck you today, it's
At the
fuck
end
you
of the day,
forever.
nothing's going to come of it.
I mean, yeah, we all know it was what 3 hours of just
Almost 3.5 hours.
three and a
I was
half
trying
hours.
to
Almost
see.
3.5. Yeah.
I was trying to see who wasn't bringing the goddamn potato salad. That's the only thing I wanted to fucking know about. That's it.
So it was just nothing but 3.5 hours of deflection. One person deflecting this off of them, they pushing it on this person, this other person's pushing it back on them. So
It
it was
was
just
like, remember you was a kid when they had recess, and the teacher would see you fight, and they go, "All right, Timmy, tell Bobby you're sorry." Sorry. All right, now hold Bobby. Okay. Give him the ball. Okay. As soon as that bitch leave, you gonna threaten his ass. Bobby, get your ass up that goddamn bus. I'm fucking you up. That's all it was. But if you're never gonna be cool with somebody, there's nothing wrong with saying that. If like, nah, fuck that bitch. Okay. It would have been fine. That's how everybody really felt.
So I'll go ahead and address Big J's first question that he's telling Stupidity Access basically to let your boy be the man and answer the question. How come I never target white females? Well, actually I did. You're just not paying attention. So the white females that I was filming in downtown Portland, who were grabbing each other, fondling each other for a photo shoot right in front of cars passing by, a couple with their kid was probably 2 or 3 in a stroller. I don't know how old kids are when they're in strollers and all that shit. Those were 3 white women, and the photographer was a white woman. So you missed that one. The other one was what's her name? The transformer, Rachel Dolezal. I addressed her too. I also addressed the 500 females I seen on a 6 or 7 day work assignment I had in Canby, Oregon, who all had camel toes. So, and I had.
What's wrong with camel? Wait. What's wrong with camel toe? What the fuck is wrong with camel toe? Goddamn it! Come on, man. Come on. Hey, they say we don't call you out on your bullshit. I'll call you out on bullshit. What's wrong? First of all, that bullshit you just said about the kid being 2 years old, that motherfucker don't know no better. If he do, he can't talk any goddamn way. Let them bitches kiss.
No. They weren't kissing. They were.
So let him do that shit. He can't talk no goddamn way. He's 2.
Well, when I looked at the photo closer,
you should have taken them pictures and sent them to yourself.
It was a little girl, but it doesn't matter if it was a girl or a boy. The parents looked ashamed. They weren't prepared for that.
The kid can't talk to save shit.
Okay, but one of them was bending over and the other one was giving it as if she was wearing a strap.
And you're going
to tell me.
You should have been taking pictures. You said the kid was 2, right?
She probably was about 2. She was in a stroller.
Okay. And she's in a stroller ass right on, kept fucking rolling. I can't help you on that one.
As far as the camel toes, there's this thing that started in Japan where females started over there making it a style, and it started spreading around the world. And
it's a style over here too. I can't help you with that one, man. It's a style over here.
Yeah,
too.
Women are, instead of being it like a mistake or a woman cannot cover it up, which is very rare.
Some can't.
There's women yeah, I know, but there's women, and there's certain types of shorts you can buy. There's also certain types of inserts you could buy. When I was researching this shit,
why was you researching? Them wanting to have
okay, wait a minute, because the people in the chat saying that they can't hear JPV because y'all talking over him. So
I can't help him with this one. He's losing this battle. Go
JPV, I think he was answering the question.
Well, I thought I was answering a question.
Yeah.
I didn't know I was debating.
Oh no, you're not debating. Just
okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, I answered the question a long time ago. By the way, Big J Triple X, you just weren't listening. And you weren't watching.
He's saying his computer on mute, so I guess he can't even hear nothing you're saying. I don't even know what the hell.
Well, you'll archive it, so he can play it back.
Oh, okay.
So anyway,
how's he even listening?
Right, that's what I'm asking.
So anyway, if anybody, whether if it's him or somebody else saying that, and they're living by that, then they're living a lie.
Right. No, I've seen videos that you've done of white women.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then, so I've seen.
And actually, and I believe it was the first one, the one I did with the live with that photo shoot. The female that came up to my face saying, "Don't take my photo," whatever. And she had on like 10-inch heels. She was almost as tall as I was.
May I retort the camel toe now?
Yeah.
No, but really,
everything you just said about the camel toe is bullshit.
You like camel toes?
Look, as long as I got a face, she got somewhere to sit. Fuck that. Fuck her insert. I'll be her goddamn insert. That's why they think you weird, man. You say shit like that, I can't
Okay,
help you.
okay, but check this out. Check this out. In
I
this
can't help you with that. Now you being a creepy old guy now.
in this town, it wasn't just grown women. It was like 14, 15, 16-year-old kids with their mother and fathers with them.
Where's the camel toe at?
It was at a fair. It was at a fair. It was at a fair where I was working with the crew that I was with.
And you saw a camel toe, and the first thing you thought was, "Damn, she needs some inserts."
No, she needs to change her shit so she don't be sporting a camel toe.
No, she don't.
But
You
that's
get her damn number.
okay.
I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you.
No, I don't need help, Gaelic. I'm married. I don't need help, and I don't like that. I don't like camel toes. They're sick to me.
Wait a minute.
Don't say that out loud. No more. In life.
Okay, but that's you.
And everybody else.
There y'all go. Okay, we're gonna get off the camel toe, God.
If they got a camel, I ain't never getting off a camel toe. Ever getting off a camel toe.
So that
but
question
in the
has been
camel toe,
answered.
just her pants,
question
just the
has
way
been
it
please
fit on her,
addressed.
right?
What's the next question, Big J?
Yeah.
I got a question.
Mm-hmm.
Bomb Cherry and El Boogie, have you ever like purposefully made a camel toe to try and turn a man on?
Stop! Let me get the fuck off. Let me get the fuck off. Let me get the fuck off. Because when you're over 40 something, it's not a camel toe anymore.
What is it?
What is it?
A seat.
Part of the lost Grand Canyon?
Well, it depends. It depends. Because sometimes 40 is the new 30, so it depends. It depends.
Isn't the camel toe just her pant, the way a print from her pants, right?
Well, sometimes after a certain age, it ain't even a pussy no more. It's just jaws.
It's a what?
It goes from being a pussy back to being a vagina after a certain age.
Oh, okay. It goes back to being a vagina.
When
It's
a vagina again, you don't have a camel toe no more.
Oh, okay. It becomes sophisticated.
You got the outer and inner shit, labia shit. You go back to that gynecologist talk.
El Boogie, I'm not sure if El Boogie want to answer that question, but I don't know nothing about
Please
no camel toes, okay?
Because I'm driving and I ain't trying to hit this old couple in front of me.
Well, apparently, Lord knows more about 50-year-old pussy than I do. So
no, I know. I said after a certain age, it ain't pussy no more. It's a vagina. I know all about pussy. I don't know shit about vagina.
And just to clarify, to end it off,
it's gonna be a pussy long as I'm living.
That's right.
Real disrespectful.
La 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 la.
Nigga.
How did we get camel toe on this panel anyway?
You forgot the question and the answer.
Would wreck, motherfucker.
Look, the speed limit is 55 and I'm speeding. Oh shit. They're selling bull peanuts.
But you know, we're not talking about saggy old balls right now, El Boogie.
Okay.
Can I come back in now?
Yeah, you ain't got a problem with them saggy old balls that's hitting them clit.
Oh my God!
Oh Lord, y'all
let me get back. Let me get back on. Let me get back. Let's get my ass back off.
Is this Thursday? Freaky Thursday?
You sure about that?
John Paul, come get me when it's safe to come back in.
I'm 100% sure about that. When I have a woman get up and fix me some damn cheese grits, I know I done laid that thing down right.
You say cheese.
Maybe she's just hungry. You thought them grits was for you, them for her.
Yup, she just scared.
So check this out. This whole camel toe thing, I don't care if you 30, 20, or 50. It's gonna depend on their pussy and whether.
Wow, AutoZone. Let me go in here and see what the fuck they got.
You don't like the word pussy? What the fuck is wrong with you?
No, but El Boogie, check this out. So, this was a small town. I never heard of
camel toe before the internet, so I don't know.
Okay, this was a small town, and it was deliberate.
Right, I know. This is a thing now. I get your point. I don't know what the question
and it started in Japan. I don't know how the hell it is spread over here, but that's where it got started from my research, from what I could tell.
Yeah, but the question was, did I ever? And I said no, because that was not a thing when I was that young.
Oh, I understand.
So now everything is a thing. Everything is a thing. It was back in my day, if you had a gap, that meant was sexually active. So now people are getting surgery to get the gap. I don't, hey, I don't know.
Yep,
Hey,
you're right.
I
Because
don't
the young girls with the gaps used to be thought of as like she must be a hoe. Just because she had a gap, and if she have a gap, then she have a camel toe because it's just the way her body's built.
feel right.
You know, these men they take it to mean something else. They take it sexual. Just
Well,
because
that's the thing. No, I think, don't I think we forget as a society of women that men are visual. So I understand his point. It doesn't bother me because I'm not a male and I'm not being drawn to look at little girls' vaginas. I get what he's saying.
Why is it little
Me,
girls'
I'm just
vaginas?
because
well
they
we
were little girls. He said they were teenagers.
Oh,
Walking with their
I must have
mothers
missed.
and
I
their
must have missed
fathers,
some of the story.
Yeah, you
and even
missed
some
what
of the
he was saying.
mothers with
Y'all
their
missed his
daughters was
point.
wearing these.
Right. I
But no,
heard.
the majority of who I seen were adult women, but there was quite a few teenagers doing it too.
Right. Because their parents allow it.
Right. And I could tell all the fathers there were simps, every single one of them. And every single one of them, this is a town that was mostly white, very few Hispanic, very few black, very few Asian. It was mostly white. Everybody that I saw wearing a camel toe was a white female.
Hmm.
And I was disgusted for the whole week.
Damn.
And I made a
okay.
video about it.
Shit, you was disgusted. I was tipping.
Okay, so
Well,
look like
it's just one of those.
there's some other people in the room who has something to say to JPD. I guess he could choose whatever comment if he want to answer, he can. If he don't, that's up to him.
Okay, well, I haven't been paying much attention to the chat. So if you can pull out some questions, because otherwise I might have got lost in the queue.
Um, let's see. Cash God. Um, okay. Cash
Okay,
God say I peeped JPV out last year. I don't trust JPV. He's way too much in black YouTubers' business. And he's also love going over after black female YouTubers for sport.
check this out. Check this out, Bomb. Cash
Mm.
God was in the chat yesterday in Reg's live, and verbatim, he must have this. He or she must have this on their computer or their phone because that's a copy and paste, word for word. Exact same thing was said over there. That's not even a question. That's a statement.
Yeah, that's a statement. Okay, I thought that was a question. Okay,
So that's a troll.
yeah, and you've already answered that you made videos about other races of people. Um, we've had I've seen you make videos of spoken about pure butterfly spirit, which we all know she
Oh
isn't
yeah, I
black.
forgot her too. Her too.
Yeah. So
Case, nothing you ever will do will ever be good enough because
Satisfy.
what I told you, you are white. You woke up white. That's your biggest crime. Everything they accuse you of doing, they are doing, have done, or would do the exact same shit. Hell yeah, they would call CPS or somebody if they didn't like them. Absolutely, they would.
I
Yeah,
think that
just like some
he called
people.
on her because she had that gun. So if it wasn't for the gun, like if he would have said, I don't like her and I'm gonna call, that would have been one thing. But honestly, from my point of view, if I would have saw that video, knowing that she had just put the, you know what I'm saying, and she said she wanted to hurt herself, and she had a gun, no, and her daughter was in the background, you know what I'm saying? We know that she had a daughter, I would have called somebody too.
Well,
I
check
don't know
this out.
about
Check this out.
CPS
Check this out. Check
because
this out. Check this
I
out.
don't like that
Hold on.
CPS
Hold on.
shit.
Hold on. Check this out. If she would have not pulled out the gun and verbatim said the exact same thing, I wouldn't have called CPS. It was the gun with the words that she spoke out of her mouth that brought me to the conclusion I need to do this because she has her daughter in there, and if she does pull that trigger on herself, that's going to devastate her daughter.
But this is where you fucked up with that because
I didn't fuck up on anything.
hold on. CPS might come out there 2 3 days later if you had called and said that. Police would have went out there ASAP. You should have called the police, not CPS.
Also, CPS don't go right away.
Depends on
The CPS went. No, CPS was there within 4 hours.
Yeah, they usually go the
within
same
4
day.
hours.
Because
That's what I'm saying.
over the phone,
Within
Lord,
4
I gave them
hours.
the link to the video she had made.
But that's what I'm saying. You say they were there within 4 hours. With
Right,
that
and you
gun,
want
let's
to
say
know how? Want to know how? Not only the next day did she say it, but she was doing a live stream that night, and
I know.
about an hour or so after the live stream, she was interviewing some guy that's a friend of hers, left him hanging because they were at the door.
I know, but listen to what I'm saying though. You said that CPS went there within 4 hours after knowing she had a gun.
Right.
You should have called the police. Police would have went there in 3.1 seconds and tackled her and that goddamn gun.
Well, see,
That's why I
in
said
my
you shouldn't
think,
have
when
called
my thinking,
CPS.
Lord, I didn't want it to be escalated because I have no idea how she reacts to the police. I don't know how the police would have reacted to her. I didn't want to take a chance calling them and having some type of escalation. So the proper thing to do, and even the interview I had on, I forget his last name, but the Chris show, he had a lawyer on there that specializes in child protection,
Okay.
fraud, as well as child protection. Period. And I went on there, told him what happened, and he said I did the right thing.
This is how wonderful CPS is. CPS is notorious for taking kids out of a home and then giving them back to an abusive parent. So that's why no
But what do you
CPS.
think about the gun? You know, okay, so
You should have called the police.
if I had my gun out, which I know I got a lot because y'all seen some of them, and I was talking about killing myself, that's a cry. You know, it could be a
That's
cry for
that.
help, but you don't
But
want the
that's
cops. Calling the cops could get me killed because now they gonna know that I got a gun and
Right,
I'm
and
true.
they're
But
ready to pull their gun.
right. So you know, I guess it depends on how we look at it from what point of view. And he's confident in what he did. He didn't come. He didn't lie about it. We would have never know he did it if he wouldn't have told.
Right,
So
no,
because
I know I
when you
get that.
call, they offer, you can be anonymous or not.
No, I get that. But I'm saying that you fucked up by calling CPS because, like you said, CPS that 4 hours later. Sometimes CPS don't go out there to the next week.
I understand that.
If you
I
call the
understand
police,
that.
they would have been out there ASAP with 10
I
cop cars.
But I didn't know they even reacted that fast within 4 hours. Okay, anybody in my neighborhood or I've heard stories that's always been like a whole day to a few days later, up to a week. Not no
Okay.
4 hours.
The
I
next
never heard
time,
of that before.
okay, the next time she cried for help, call the police
No,
because
no, no. I made a
CPS.
statement earlier this year, and in a live stream that I don't care who it is, especially Sansaray, if she does this again, if she takes her kid and starts shaking her baby, and then the little head's rattling around, and you all don't call because I'm not going to call. I already called once. You all call.
Call the police.
Now
I'm
listen.
telling.
I'm not calling anymore. I called once. All right. And if anybody really cares about that kid, like I did with their daughter, then you call.
I ain't calling
Okay.
shit. I'm a point. But
I
no,
I
if
ain't
the
talk about
shit
you directly, Lord. I'm talking about anybody and everybody that talks about, concern for that child. If you
right?
see her doing that, then you be the one. And then I'll go ahead and take all the flack of, well, why didn't JPD do it? Now that kid's got a broken neck. Now that kid's got a broken neck. Okay, JPD wasn't on the job.
Okay,
I
but I'm
already
telling
know some people would say some stupid.
CP.
okay, let's change this topic because this ain't going nowhere. Okay.
No, because I'm right.
Anybody?
But I'm saying, I mean,
No,
C,
I ain't. I mean,
e-
it's a moot point. Everyone, you can always say what you should have did after the fact. What difference did it make? What happened? Did anybody die or not? Like,
No,
no. So
he
why are
went
you
out there and
going
made
in
their
on this side?
assessment.
He just did what he thought he was
and now
supposed to do at the
sports.
time, right?
Yeah, but now that kid's got to live through some fucking trauma now as well because she's probably still got the kid.
Well, not yet because he's too young to crawl away from her. So that's why he's
But
valuable to
Rick,
her.
Yeah, but
Rick, I'm talking
in
about.
a family setting, yeah, it's a psychological boundary. It's like you can have the worst mother in the world, the kid is going to stay there because it's the mother.
Yeah.
A lot of
Even if
times,
she's on drugs, they're not going to take the kid away.
yep.
As long as she goes to rehab, they're not going to take the kid. They'll place the kid, but when she comes out of rehab, they'll give the kid right back to her.
For what?
That's what they do. Because
What do you
they'll
mean? That's
say
what they
in their
do.
mind, it's what they do. They'll say it's in the best interest of the child, which is crap, but that's what they do. They'll take the kid. That's what said that they'll take a child out of
They're
a
gonna do
home
rehab if she don't
from
have
an
no.
abusive parent and give the
But
child.
Lord,
What rehab are you talking about though? What drugs?
If
Lord,
no, he's saying that they won't take the kid away from the mother. And yes, well, even if she's on drugs, they won't take the kid away. As long as she says, "Well, I'm going to go to rehab. I have a problem,"
If she's
they'll place the
abusing the
child.
child, yes, they will take them.
Yeah,
If if if
If
if,
they
she, if
saw her
she's
they
taking
will
her
take
abusing,
him
baby
and give him right back.
to an
no, they
extreme
don't.
on
No, they
video,
don't.
I'm sure they're going to take him away, or I'm sure they will
Okay,
take him away if somebody called that in. But I'm not going to be the one to do it.
there have been plenty of cases where they've
no.
taken kids from abusive parents and given them right back.
Yeah, and there's plenty of cases where they don't give them right back.
Yeah.
Depends. I guess it depends on how bad it is. You know what kind
Yeah,
of
it
abuse.
depends. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, Lord, he comes on with these blanket statements like it's a
It's
rule
not a
for
blanket
all,
statement. It's a
and it's
fact.
not. It's
Well,
not. No,
KD
a blanket
says it's
statement
not
is
true.
not a
She works in
fact.
Would you feel
foster
better
care.
if
That's
I put
right.
a? Would you feel
No,
better
it
if I
ain't about
put it
feeling
sometimes
better.
in
Wait a
front
minute.
of
It's
her?
Wait a
about
minute. Let her
feeling
talk that
better.
one at a
You're
time. Let
lying.
Elle talk. Go ahead,
You're
Elle.
lying. It's not about
Sorry.
feeling better. You don't just get to say something and because that's your opinion, it's a fact. When someone tells you, no, that's not true because they're living something different. So I can either share with you, which I've shared with you before, it does no good. But when somebody
No.
tells you something, sometimes you need to take a back seat because you don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Okay.
Okay?
Sometimes
Yeah,
they will take the
sometimes.
child and they
Yeah,
will get a kid right
right.
back.
Sometimes, exactly. And
Feel
sometimes they
better?
don't.
Okay.
And sometimes they don't. And sometimes they take them when they don't even need to. Depends on who you are.
Yeah.
So I just want to point out, Katie says not true. I'm not sure what part of the conversation she said that, but she says she works in foster care.
You don't be giving them right back. Shit.
Yeah, most of the time they gotta work.
It
They might
happened.
have to show that they're on their medication. They gotta show that they got a
Depends on
housing.
the
They gotta show
circumstance.
parenting
Hmm.
classes, all kinds of things they make them do.
Yeah, depends on the
Most,
circumstance.
yeah, I heard that it's difficult to get some
And
kids back.
sometimes they take them and you don't get them back, and you be lucky if a family member
I'm trying to find what KD was talking about because she said she works with the system, so she knows more about this than we do. Hi, KD, by the way.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you got all them mothers as well, yeah, that know how to act when these people come to their house. Do you know what I mean? Like fucking, I've seen a million mothers do it around here. Yeah, when they're involved with social services, they gotta fucking start acting right. Yeah, they completely switch up and change in front of the social services people, and then as soon as they go, that's it. They're back to giving their kids fucking alcohol and shit. That type of stuff is like rife around here. I was on a train once in it, and there was some woman, and she had like some like about a 7-year-old kid, and she's like, "Come on, it was like 11:30 or something." She said, "Come on, drink the energy drink. You're gonna be up all night. You can have some wine when we get back to the house as well." But them type of women, yeah, know exactly how to fucking speak to social services and things.
Yeah. Okay, Stupidity Exodus typed this. He said, talk about Danielle. I don't know how to pronounce that last name, okay? I don't want to mess up people's name. She was 13 and out late at night by bars. She got grown men talking sexual to her and mother using her for money, but CPS does nothing.
I think that's
Cash
that
me
white
outside,
woman.
girl.
Oh,
Oh, that's who
that's
that is? Oh,
Cash me
that's,
outside. How about that's her?
yeah, and
oh,
they
okay.
won't give custody over to the father, and the father actually is a lot more stable than the mother.
That
And
mother is
actually,
as ghetto as the daughter.
the father had an interview with Jesse Lee Peterson, like I think like 8-9 months ago
Oh,
regarding
really?
it. Yep.
I need to check that out. I wouldn't go on Justin Lee
The
Peterson's.
system only as good as the people that work it.
Let me tell you, I called CPS on somebody in my family, okay? And there was other family members who protected her. Now, instead of protecting the baby, they decided to protect the mother who was beating the baby. I can only do so much, make that phone call, you know what I'm saying?
Damn.
Hmm.
Other people, it's almost like I love say I love my it's my niece, right? I love my niece, but I love Brittany, right? One of them is older. She's an adult, and the baby is a baby. We all should be trying to protect the baby, the child. But no, some people get confused and talk about, well, I don't want her to lose. What do you mean you don't want her to lose her? She whipping the child, she beating the child. What do you mean you don't want her to lose her?
Here's a question without a
Lose them
question
to the
mark.
system. That's
Bomb.
why they don't know
Hello.
where the kids
Uh-huh.
are.
Bomb, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear somebody oh, Ida Storm, how you doing, sis?
Girl, I had to change my picture because I don't want anybody to think I am, the moth.
Who?
Yeah, I mistook you once.
Spirit, the spirit world.
So, did you want to add on? What part you want to add on?
Well, I wanted to steer the conversation back to the live stream.
Okay.
But if you don't want to do that, that's all right.
Anything you want to say? Tell me what you thought about it, and any questions you have.
Okay. Well, here's what I thought. It is always very easy in any situation where it gets like there's a climax. There's lots of situations going on in the world, which is making people have a lot of aggressive energy.
Yeah, the city was scanning. So this is the last thing you scanned? I believe so.
You got to mute yourself.
Lord Gaelic, mute yourself, please.
There's lots of situations going on in the world right now that makes tensions be real high. That's a factual statement. Now, how people respond to that always falls down into four categories. They either, one, become extremely aggressive. Two, they just submit and let whatever happens. Three, they do a little kind of like, we're not going to deal with this. We're going to fight the man or whatever it is that they think. And when I say they, that is they for all the world. They means anybody, because again, y'all are in an area where race is the easiest thing to manipulate. Race is the easiest thing to cause a problem about because people look different. When you go to a country where everybody looks the same, it's the same problem, but they are finding the finer tuned details. How you speak, how you tie your clothes. It's crazy. Hair, all of these things makes people get real anxious and act ugly. Now, last night, I would classify as for a straight witch hunt. Everyone is unhappy. Everyone doesn't like what's going on. Everyone has said something that they don't like. I've said plenty of things that I don't like, which I wish I could take back.
I'm happy.
Same here.
I'm happy because I got to see who is who.
Have you always thought that you were trying to do what you thought in your heart was the best? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
So when someone else says, now we're done with you, I don't want you anymore, you got to go, you're like, what did they say? Vindicated? No, not vindicated. That means free. They said something where it was like, you are no longer in the group. Ostracized. That's what I said, but that wasn't the word they used. They ostracized and said, now you're out of this group. Okay. But when you ostracize someone out of the group, out of emotion, that's a straight witch hunt. And everybody, all these people that say, I'm so smart, I'm so logical, I believe, I feel. No, it's either it is or it isn't. Now, look, I'm going to be honest with you. when all that stuff started up with Bomb Cherry and I don't know about Patreon, I don't know about whatever that was called Discord or any of that stuff. Any of those things. I've never gone to any of that crap. I will never go to any of that crap. That's just straight hateful. But like to me, even though like me and Bomb Cherry have never talked face to face, I have enough respect for her as a woman that I will go and say, hey, hold on for a second. Does that logically make sense? That's why I asked you, when did that company create that whatever ghetto gaggers? Which I actually do that shit.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You were the one that asked me, and I looked it up. Sorry about that.
Right, because I'm trying to figure out, like, does this logically make sense? So these people are making horrible accusations about a woman that is basically saying you are less than a human because if someone did this, they are less than human. They deserve to be attacked, abused, whatever it is. Now, I don't know any of that crap. I don't want to know any of that crap. Just like when I said I don't want to know anything about anybody calling someone a succubi or whatever that shit is, because I don't play that game. I never ask questions I don't want to know the answer to. So if y'all believe in that, that's on you. But back to Bomb Cherry, she did not do anything. She never said, hey, that wasn't me. Hey, why are you all saying that shit? That wasn't me. Now, as me to you, I would say that because you have logic, reason, and information where you can say, hey, that doesn't even make sense because that company wasn't even created until I think when I looked it up, I think it was said 2010. Now, I know all that shit's shady because those are some shady motherfuckers. I looked up that Mind Geek, which owns like, I don't even know how many porn sites and all this other weird shit, which again, I told you, I said, hey, I'm asking you this because this is freaking my husband out because we don't play those kind of games. I don't want to know about that shit. If anybody started messing with any little girl or trying to do something, I will be the first person to go and to bend that little girl. All of that is, I didn't say anything. I wanted to know the information. Now, as a woman and you being Bomb Cherry's friend, and the fact that you know that wasn't her, and all those motherfuckers knew that shit wasn't her, why did you not just say,
why did I not? What?
Why didn't you just say, pull up her face? That's not her. It's like you said, I don't think it looks like her. I don't think it feels that, like you said, something about her facial features and all this stuff. Any jackass on the face of the earth, they're pulling up her eyebrows, her lips, whatever her hairstyle is, which is all stupid and circumstantial. I hope to God they never been fucking witnessing a crime because good Lord, they're fucking idiots. But
I didn't have to pull it up. I said that bitch ain't her. Period.
JPV, can you just tell me why you didn't say, I know that that is not that woman because of these three facts? And you could have just said those three facts.
Okay. Hold on, Idlestorm. I'll answer it. I answered it very clearly. I said, that's not Bomb Cherry. That don't look like Bomb Cherry to me. And maybe I should have put me in capitals or emphasized it in quotes because I wanted everybody to be clear that when it came from me, that does not look like her at all because I know that is not her. Now, first of all, that photo that they were using was a little blurry, but it was clear enough to know anybody with logic in the mind that that is not Bomb Cherry. And I even mentioned in the chat, because I was not in the Hangout, I was in the chat. Let's see, what was it? Oh, I said that anybody can see that that's not her. And that I have seen photos of Bomb, because Bomb has shown photos of when she was young, 18, 20s, 30s. Anybody could tell that that's not her. And then yesterday,
I understand what you're saying,
I mean,
But
how am I
there's
supposed to predict? Okay,
people on
you're
everything
upset because I
I
didn't
don't
use certain
believe, and
wording,
they say
or
that it's
I didn't
just
say it in
fact.
a certain way. So how am I supposed to predict just to make people happy when I'm defending? I
It's
was
not
defending
about
bomb.
predicting, JPV. It's not about predicting. And I'm not trying to get on you. I'm telling you, as a human being to another human being, there's some stuff that it is like, if someone told me, and I saw you today with this O'Shea guy, and they're talking about going to Brazil and going and finding whatever the shit, pussy, and all this other nasty ass shit.
Why O'Shea?
What? What's funny about that? That was what their conversation was.
Oh, is it? I just thought you pulled his name out of the hat.
Hell no, I didn't pull his name out of the hat because after all this shit's been going on, I've been trying to figure out what these motherfuckers are saying because it's either you are right in saying that all these women are saying nasty ass shit about people, or you are wrong in saying that you are doing shit that makes people act ugly. So which one are you choosing? Because everybody has a limit. So you're saying that they want to go to Brazil and fuck all these women and all these people treat them like femininity and all this other fucking shit. And JPV, if your ass has been in Africa, you know for a fact that all the horrible shit that goes on, and nobody wants any goddamn foreign ass babies. And that is the goddamn truth. So what is it that, like, why are you going over there and playing these games with these motherfuckers saying, I want to go to Brazil and they're whores and they're whatever, so they can fuck all these people and make bastard babies there where they treat them like shit? That happened in Vietnam. And
Okay,
then all US
so what am I doing? That's a game.
What the fuck do you mean?
What am I saying? That's a game. And then you're saying O'Shea. So O'Shea talks about going to Brazil. So O'Shea's in Kenya right now.
Be controlled. What did you mean exactly by that? Because look, I respect my husband and I will always show respect to him, but he respects me back. So when you say people need to submit, what do you mean by that? Because I can take a cow to slaughter and it will submit. Now, it can go willingly or you can fight it. But kosher law says you never kill an animal that is not going along willingly. So what do you mean? And that's Muslim law and any fucking humanitarian practice when you were dealing with something. So what exactly was that shit about? Because you don't believe that all these motherfuckers can find these women when they're on vacation in Florida and wherever else in the world where they can go and sleep with whoever they want. It's vacation. Of course they can. Mm-hmm. But you should know, JPV, if you've been in Africa, that's not how the real world works. Water is a scarcity. Food is a scarcity. People don't have fucking shit for their goddamn shoes. All kinds of horrible shit. So playing this game like, oh, go fuck whoever you want in Brazil, and it's all okay because all those women, it's all right. They're all dirty whores or whatever the fuck you believe in femininity. Anybody can rub your goddamn fucking, especially if you're paying for that shit.
Well, the stuff that you're talking about right now, you're talking about certain men that are into that. I'm not into that. I don't support that. And anytime, hold on. Anytime that I talk about any guy going overseas, find a woman overseas, I'm only really referring to the people who are actually willing to go, and for the few that are actually looking to find somebody that they want to grow with, basically help them build, like some of these men.
What does that mean exactly? Explain to me what you mean by grow and build.
Okay, well, I'm going to put it in the simplest terms. I'll just use my wife as the example, because you're very emotional, and you actually right now.
I'm not being emotional.
You're very emotional. You're very emotional right now. You're very emotional because you think by what you have said that I'm supporting a lot of the fuck shit that's being said on these places that you're talking about where you see me. No, I'm not over there playing games. All right. Now, I support O'Shea in a lot of stuff that he talks about. I don't agree with everything that he says. All right. But I do agree that men can find better outside of the U.S. That's my opinion. All right. And I have said in even O'Shea's stream when he's interviewed me that most people, most men don't deserve from here to go to Africa because they don't qualify for an African woman. It's for the few men who are serious, that don't want a divorce within 20 years or less. And if you want quality women where the culture encourages marriage and to stick in the marriage, and you have a ratio of less than 10% divorce rate throughout the entire continent, it's because of culture. It's not.
Okay, hold on a second, JP. Because when you tell me this and I hear you, I've been over there and I've been in other places. So when you tell me this, I'm going to tell you as a human being to a human being that your idea is very mythical. You are creating an idea of how it all works. And that is not necessarily true. And I don't know where you were in Kenya. I don't know what you guys were doing in Kenya. I don't know what city you were in Kenya. But I'm going to talk to you about just facts. Facts from the United Nations. Facts from the CDC. Facts from all these other people that are going into Africa and saying that is not a true statement. So when you tell me all these American men should go to Africa and get a wife, what do you mean by that? Because are they coming back to the U.S. to live with this man? Because those bitches become Americanized.
Did you even hear what I just said? I said it's going to be very okay, because basically you're asking the same thing over again after I just gave you the answer. It's for the very few who are actually.
It's not precise.
It's actually based on fact. It's actually based on fact. It's on the facts of me being on the ground, of my experience of being married for 12 and a half years. All right.
All right. Okay.
With friends that I have that have been married just as long as I have, or less, or longer. All right. Most of my friends are African, and a lot of them are married. A lot of them are married to American or people, husbands or wives.
Isn't that convenient?
I'm sorry?
Isn't that very convenient?
What do you mean?
Because all of the other people that you live around are not in that same boat as you. So do you believe that all those African men that where you're marrying some woman and you are doing whatever you're doing with that woman, they don't make judgments about you?
There's a few that do. I'm not saying that I'm saying that don't.
JPD. It's majority. I promise you.
Okay, that's your opinion.
It's not my opinion. It's fact. Go.
Okay, what's the fact? What's the fact? What is the fact that you can prove that most of these men have ill will against me marrying an African woman? Where is the facts? Where is the facts, and what do the facts say? Where are the stats? What do they say?
Okay, so let me tell you what the facts are. When Americans, and we're going to go with Vietnam, because that's where there's actually like
Africa.
Data about what?
That's not Africa. Vietnam is not Africa.
Well, talk about U.S. people going to foreign soil.
Okay.
Is that a fair assessment?
Okay. U.S. people going to foreign soil. Most U.S. people who go to foreign soil, what are they doing?
Okay, so we have data from U.S. people going to foreign soil, which would be any other country other than the United States or any province that the United States is in charge of, like Puerto Rico or Guam. Can we agree on that?
Okay, American territories, outside American territories, okay.
Okay, so when U.S. citizens, aka the Army, the Peace Corps, all of these other agencies that have gone to foreign soil, do you believe that they respect those people coming into foreign soil?
A lot of them don't, and I don't blame them. I don't blame them.
Why it is that they don't want them over there?
I know exactly why. I don't want most of them over there.
Okay, so if you don't want most
just
of
like
them
I
over
said,
there,
just because
why
like I said,
accepting
most people are not ready to go over there and don't deserve to be over there. I don't think you're really listening to me. I don't want most people over there.
Why would you ever go into a situation where people are talking about exploring and
Because
going
there's going to
into
be,
doing
because
all
out of
that shit
200 to
now
300 people,
to another woman.
there could be one person that
It wasn't
is
one
just like,
person. There were
listen,
468 women in
it,
the 468 people in the chat.
okay, you're not making any sense when you're talking like that. You're
Okay,
really not making any sense because
let me
you're
break it down.
interrupting me when I'm trying to tell you
Okay,
that there could
this
be
cool
one
thing. This
person
cool
out of
thing.
that 463 people that feels the same way I do, all right?
Let
And
me
they're
break it.
frustrated,
Let
and
me
they
break it.
want a different experience. And if going outside the U.S. and getting information from other people that have great experiences and have successful marriages, like I do and other people do, why not take their advice? Go over there, meet some people, go over there again, meet some people again, do some stuff online. And I'm talking about for only the serious people, because I know for a fact that most people that go over there are not going to go over there for one. But the ones that do, the majority that go over there, they go over there to play around. Okay, because they go over there with that play around attitude. They also go over there with that superiority attitude, saying stuff like, okay, well, Kenyans ain't that smart. Well, okay, the person serving you a Coke has a PhD. He just couldn't find a job to fulfill that PhD, so he had to deal with this job. That's what I see over there, and that's what I talk against. So when I talk about my experience, or I support the agenda of going over to another country so you can meet other people, when people want to ask for my input, I say leave your dirty laundry at the airport. I've said that many a times. If you got dirty laundry, you better leave it at the airport, because there's a code of conduct when you go over there that they're not going to put up with. And I've said numerous times as well, don't waste these women's time, because they're actually looking for husbands. Okay, so I'm talking about the very
why
few.
is that looking for American husbands? Can you answer that?
Okay, it's not about looking for American husbands.
Really?
Because yeah, really. Because O'Shea has people. O'Shea. Okay, we're going to take O'Shea's channel. He has people from all over Europe, North America, South America, you name it, that watches his channel. But the majority of the people that's on there, the majority of the people, or the supporters are from the United States, and the very few are going to think like me. All right. Now I'm gonna tell you. He's probably still in the chat. Full circle. Now he didn't go over to Kenya to look for a wife. He went over there to get a different experience with a vacation. And I interviewed him last year. Now last year in the summer, he interviewed me to ask about my input about Kenya before he went over there. And I also told him, I said, you should also get somebody else's input that's either been to Ghana, Kenya, doesn't matter. Ask the exact same questions to that person as you did me. And this had nothing to do with marriage. This just had to do with visiting there, taking in the culture, you name it. But he didn't do that with somebody else. He just took my input. And he went over there for a week, had a great time, was treated very well. He didn't have any dirty laundry. You know what I'm saying?
Wait,
he would be some, okay.
What? You said he went over there for a week.
That's week. Right.
Okay.
But did you hear what I said earlier? So, okay, for the guys who are looking for a different experience, looking for a wife, go over there once, meet some people, go over there again, meet more people, do some stuff online. Did I not say that? About 5-10 minutes ago. Did I not say that?
What you're saying, JPV. I want you to understand that your intelligence level is smart enough and you are capable enough to see that, do you understand that most people do not want Americans to come to their country? I'm not talking about the vacations and resorts. The people that live there do not want Americans there.
I do realize that, yes. And I am one of those people that don't want most of them there. But here's another fact. Here's another fact too. I'm going to take Kenya only as an example. The majority of Kenya's GDP is on two industries. One is tea farming. The other is tourism. Okay.
Have you ever gone to the tea farmers? Have you ever walked in their shoes? Wait. No, I'm asking you, JPV. Have you ever went and had to plant tea, gone in like, because we're not talking like they had tractors, because that's not a true statement. We're talking about digging that shit from hand and going and planting tea and picking it and having all of these things done for someone else to export it, and they do not get the money out of it. And that is a true statement. So when you say that these people want to do that, who do you think would want to do that? They have to do that. So
And
all
I
that
actually
shit, like,
know that more than you, because I have family members.
really, you
I have family members who are in-laws that have done that or are doing that. I got a big family over there now. So yes, I do
look,
know.
I can show you all these pictures. I can see all everybody I've been related to my whole entire life working. So what are you talking about?
okay, now I don't even know what you're talking about. I mean, you're
Well, I'm
really
talking
bringing up
about, like,
things now that have nothing to do with the
pretend
original.
that Kenya is a situation where all these people are highly educated and all these women have all these options. That is not a true statement. The true statement is that most of those people do not want Americans in their reality. And it is the same thing as offering your daughter to the highest bidder. So,
No,
yes,
no,
people will.
no,
Oh,
no, no,
absolutely.
no, no. Where that comes into play are the sex tourists. Okay, I ain't talking about sex
Right.
tourists.
But
I don't
who
know
are the
why you
sex
keep bringing
tourists,
this up. I
JPD?
don't know why you keep bringing this up, because I sure in the hell ain't bringing this up, and that's something I sure in the hell do not defend. That has never been my dialogue.
JPD,
That has
there's
never
a
been what I
difference
support.
between defending and condoning.
Okay, well, I guess you won't. You'll always have a disagreement with me about whatever. But check this out. Check this out.
JPD, it's not about a
I know.
disagreement, it's a
Hey,
discussion.
I live over there part time, so you can't tell me. I go back and forth.
Okay. When
My
was the
wife
last time
is
you
still
went
over
to
there.
Kenya?
5 years ago.
Okay, so you haven't been to Kenya for 5 years. Do you happen from when you left Kenya to when you went the last time? You
Okay,
think that you have a
you cut out
good
on probably one
understanding of
key
that?
word. Can you answer? Can you ask that again? Sorry.
You believe that in your mind you have a true what's going on in Kenya now as when you left.
Same thing happened again.
I really don't understand the question. I mean, what's the context of the question? You talk about the same thing. Same thing.
JPV,
What?
because all of these countries change very rapidly. The money changes rapidly. Access to food changes rapidly. All of these things are dependent on all of these other elements that are going on in the world. And it's very unrealistic to think that all of these people are just going to say, yes, come over here and exploit us. I find it offensive. I found that Brazilian goddamn comment so offensive, I can't even tell you. I want to cuss his ass out.
Okay, you talk about O'Shea making a certain comment, or somebody else that was in O'Shea's
Bill.
chat.
Who are you to talk about Brazil? Like all these women over here want these motherfuckers coming over there and manhandling them and they do what they got to do to pay for their bills and feed their fucking families, just like anyone
Brazil would
else.
be no different
You think
than
they want
Kenya.
these motherfuckers?
I wouldn't want most people going down there either, because most American people, and when we're talking about men, don't deserve to go over there. They are not ready for it. They don't deserve it. They don't have the mindset. They don't have the culture. They're not willing to accept the culture. All right. So they don't deserve to go over there either. And I ain't ever been over there. Okay. I ain't ever been over there. Now we have a film festival here in Portland every year in February. I went for 2 years straight, and I never gone again. The first year, a particular Nigerian director there was with a certain movie, and we had in 2 rows in front of me, all right, there was a group of people that work for some NGO in Nairobi, Kenya, because Nairobi, Kenya has more NGOs than anywhere else in the world, all right, and they were talking about all the great things they were doing there, this and that. And when they handed the mic to me, because I raised my hand, I said, okay, well, majority of the people that are going over there, and I wasn't talking to them, I was talking to everybody, but I wanted them to hear it. I go, majority of the people that go over there to volunteer or get a paid position, whether if it's in an NGO or a company, whether if it's an African company or an American company, it don't matter. Majority of them that go over there never learn about what the people are. They come out of Africa just as ignorant before they went in, because they went with the mindset saying that I'm better than them. They all live like roaches. All right. They had a great time while they were there, but they never got to actually know the people. So therefore they lost out. It's going to be the very few small numbers that actually get it and that actually respect the people there, because the elements of Africa don't make Africa. The people that are there on the ground is what makes Africa and what it is. The culture. It's not the freaking animals. It's not the freaking trees. It's not the sand. It's not the grass. It's not the trees. All right. So when I said this, I said most of these people that are going there that don't deserve to go there are prostitutes out there. They're bringing drugs over there. Some are even bringing weapons over there and selling them on the side. And they were all silent. And you know, the few Africans that were in there from different countries, they were like, right on. Because they knew exactly what I was saying, but they weren't willing to say it. I was willing to say it. That they're bringing drugs over there.
JPV, you understand why you are
And I
willing
don't
to
want
say
these
it?
people
Because
over
you do
there.
not pay the cost. You're not paying the cost, buddy. You don't have to pay the cost over there. You are not paying the cost. So you can say whatever you want, just like United Nations comes over there and they say whatever they want.
I have the story. Okay,
CDC
you
goes over there
don't
and
know
says
me.
whatever they
You don't
want.
know me. You don't know what I experience. You don't know what I know. So it doesn't matter how much explaining I can do for you,
Right,
but you don't know
me.
what I know. And you don't know the conversations that me and my wife have about these situations. When I go over there or even on the phone over here, we don't always talk about, oh, I missed you. I wish I was home right now, this and that. What are you doing today? What am I doing today? We don't just have those conversations. All right. We have real life situations. She lets me know when the droughts are going on at certain times of the year. She lets me know when the cold season. I know when the cold seasons. There are 2 cold seasons in Kenya. All right. I know when the water goes up, when there's a water shortage, everything goes up, food prices go up. I know all that stuff. I also know that in Kenya, very few other countries do it in Africa. When there's Chinese contractors there.
Can I be heard?
Go ahead.
Okay, because this is just going on too much. But anyway,
and it was irrelevant anyway.
I understand both your point of view. What I just on based on what I have heard you say in many cases is that, and you said it even in this discussion, that you advise the men to go to Africa to find an African wife because they'll do better than black women here. So, I mean, you know, a lot of black women take offense to that.
Absolutely.
And also, you have said things in O'Shea's room and other rooms, and you have a group of men who not taking care of their responsibility here with their kids, and you sending them to Africa. And guess what they're gonna do? They're gonna end up making kids over there and not gonna handle their responsibilities over there. So that's a fact. That's why I mentioned what happened, you know, during the war back then. That's what took place. And you know those men, the majority of those men and they think they're gonna go over there and be the prize. You're not actually telling them the truth. I think I had this discussion with you maybe in Stupidity Exodus before. Y'all aren't being honest with these black men. When they go over there, they can have a good time, but they're not gonna find no wives the way you say. These women, those African women, when
they are gonna find wives okay. No one has. I'm gonna tell you right now, Bomb. There's not been a single man yet that's taken me up on my advice, except for some men. Okay, O'Shea's interviewed me like 4 times, and 2 of those out of that 4, I think, was basically how to find women over there and stuff like that. How to be serious about finding an African woman opposed to finding a woman over here. The only people that's taken the advice is what they heard in the interview. And one guy has made comments over the course, I don't know how many months. He said he went to Uganda. It's changed his life. The interview changed his life. I don't know if that's true or not, but this is what he said. I gave all the information. This is what you need to do. You need to not waste these women's time, because most men talk to these women and they say, I'm going to be there within 6 months to a year, and never show up. Now I'm going to tell you this. One of the uncles of my wife said he's not going to show up. He was telling her that he's not going to show up. And when I did show up, I actually showed up at the airport like I said I was going to do. She told me that he had to apologize to her. because
So,
in his mind, because he was so used to it of foreigners saying that they will be there and they never show up.
so this arranged marriage? This was
No,
like mail order type of thing?
no. I met her. I met her online. This ain't arranged marriage. We met each other
Oh,
online. Where the
okay.
thing is that he felt in his heart that her heart was going to be broken, that she's going to be waiting at the airport, and her future husband is not going to step off that plane. That was his biggest concern. And he just felt in his heart that was going to happen. Now, guess what? He was like the best uncle in law of me. And he died a few years ago due to malaria. And he was like the most loved person you can imagine, but he still had that thing in his heart because of experience and even when I was on that website, I've seen men play with women saying I'll be there and never show up. All they want to do is talk sex over Yahoo chat and all that other shit. Right?
Mhm.
And it sickens me that these guys are doing that. That's why I say I don't care if they're from the UK or the USA or from Canada, Australia, New Zealand. Most men do not deserve an African woman. So the very few that are like me who are actually serious and want a quality woman, and this is what I consider quality, is the culture that they grew up in, the way they're raised. They promote marriage, they promote family, they promote community. They don't promote the separation bullshit like we got over here.
Right.
So I know for a fact that most of these men who are listening will never go over there because it doesn't apply. You know how a lot of times you'll be talking about a female situation or male situation. If it does not apply, let it fly.
Yeah.
Okay. So really, when I'm talking, if it does not apply, it's going to fly because I already know these guys. I don't even have to say that because I know most of these guys are not going over there. It's for the serious guy, the individual, who's very, very few, that's actually looking for a wife, is going to go there and basically follow the steps that I did. There's the type of questions that you need to ask these women because you need to make sure you're not running into a woman who's a visa chaser. And I can help a guy out if he really wants to know how to ask a woman questions, be serious with her. And if you're talking to more than one person, you say to every woman, like if you're talking to 4 women, tell all 4 women that you're talking to 3 other women because they will respect that. And what you also have to do is if they find somebody else and you two haven't come to an agreement that you two are going to be together, then you'll have an understanding. Let them know that ahead of time. So if there's ever a guy that actually wants to speak to me, like full circle spoke to me about just going there on a vacation only type of basis, I am open for that. Let's schedule it. I am open for that. And I won't even charge for it. But I'm going to get down to the nitty gritty with this dude. Hey, if you go in there and you don't respect her or anything like that. Now, I'm going to tell you, there's this guy here in Portland, Oregon. He's from Uganda. His name is Impagi. He had an interview with the day before I went on my last interview on O'Shea. So O'Shea got us to hook up. I met with the guy, right? He was telling me that there was an African-American guy that married a princess of the Buganda tribe, right? So he married her and he's calling himself a prince and he physically abused her, like beat her up. And he was just saying some other stuff they didn't want to mention to me, right? So they got a divorce. She ran back, she flew back to Uganda. It was a horrible experience. But he said that this guy is still saying and bragging that he's a prince. He's not a damn prince. Right? And he did some horrible things. So he didn't give me the details, but he did some horrible things to this woman. Most people, and this is no stab at you and your country there, Rick Mace. Most people from the UK, France, whatever, America, don't deserve to go there, male or female. But when I'm talking about marriage, because I'm a man, I can give men advice. And I'm only, if they want my advice, they have to be serious. And here's the thing too. Most people, most Americans especially, don't even get passports. So they could take my advice, never buy a passport, and they're never going to go. So therefore, whoever they would have met is safe from that person because they never saved the money or didn't spend the money to actually go over there and meet her family.
Right.
Okay. So it pisses me off, Bon Cherry, that anybody would confront me about that because they don't know shit. Come
This
to okay. If
conversation. Wait a minute.
I talk about Eye of the Storm. I'm talking about Eye of the Storm with the way she came out with a bunch of other stuff that had nothing to do with that.
I think, but it's a good conversation because you're educated even in this room about it. Because be honest, when you go, you probably not looking, but when we're sitting in those rooms and these black men are actually talking about they going to Africa, to get a wife, and they going to Africa. We know, we know they leaving their responsibility here, going to go over there to find a wife.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're thinking. Now, at least you're saying, well, you're only talking to the serious ones, the ones who really gonna go over there, and you tell them not to go over there playing games. Even,
Right.
you know what I mean? So yeah, it sounds nice when you're saying, look, I only talk to the, I only really get down and dirty, and tell the details to those who are serious. But that a lot of these black men over here who claim, they not gonna marry a woman over here. They can't find a woman. They already have children. They're not being responsible.
Well, most people in America that's over 21 definitely have children. I myself don't have any children. Now, I am going to say I probably do have a son in Sacramento who's 25 because the mother refused to get a whatever that test is called. I wanted to find out if he was my son, and she refused because we had a falling out. Now, she cheated on her boyfriend to be with me. This was in my ratchet days when I was in Sacramento in my early 20s. Well, well, ratchet doesn't mean woman. It means man or woman who acts ratchet. Okay, I know you know that, but I wanted to emphasize that because there's still a lot of people think it only refers to women. I'm okay, Bon Cherry. I don't mind talking about this. I really don't. I mean, I really don't mind talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
But there hasn't been a man yet that has actually taken me up on the offer on a one-on-one conversation, right? And there was even like two guys after that last interview that said, okay, let's hook up and let's have it was actually like a 2-on-1. So I was going to talk to two guys. They never came to any hangout or nothing. They were just talk. I tried to make an arrangement with these two guys. You want some information, I could give it to you. They never showed up for that. So I know those guys ain't no good for any woman over there. If they're not even willing to get the information from me. So fuck them.
Yeah, some people just talk shit in the moment, man.
I understand. No, I like that. This is a great conversation. I think it's a good conversation. And when women hear the black men say, well, they got to go over there to find a wife.
They don't have to go over there. Yeah, I mean, I know exactly what you're saying. I'm sorry to cut you.
No, my question to you is what what makes him a good man? Like when you talk to a man and you say, okay, go over here and do this, that, and third. How do you know he's going to be a good husband to the woman, to the wife?
I don't. I don't. Now check this out. Check this out, Bomb. Okay. When I used to live in Spokane, they have a bigger Kenyan community over there than here in Portland does. So there's this one young guy. He asked me that he has a female friend in Kenya that wanted my advice on marrying a white guy. She's not a swirler or anything like that. Wanted to marry a white guy because that's her preference. And I asked him, I said, well, tell her first that most white guys don't deserve African women. And he actually contacted her, let her know that on what I said. And he came back and she said, I want to try anyway. And then I had to tell him, I said, I don't know a single person personally. So therefore I can't help her. She's going to have to look elsewhere.
Anybody have anything? Who somebody came into the room? I see Beasley and I think what you want me to call? Yeah, Beasley. And who was the other person? Eddie Boss. How y'all doing?
Okay.
Lord, I've been holding my tongue.
Oh, go ahead. No, yeah, go ahead, L.
I've been holding my tongue. I've been sitting on my hands, rocking in the corner, slowly humming.
Well, just go ahead and let it out, L Boogie.
Let it out, sister. Let it out.
Well, you know, I'm coming in again on the middle of this conversation. I'm not quite sure um, what Eye of the Storm's, you know, thing was, but as much as I could piece together and from what I could hear him saying, um, I just found it a little amazing though how, you know, he go between pimp guy for the Kenyan women with this criteria, you know, like those wouldn't be the same thing that you know, American Indian woman would want. I don't like to call myself a black, okay, African American. I don't refer to myself as such, but those are the same values. Like, who's to say that we wouldn't want those same things? It just it's kind of disrespectful because I hear this on a lot of different platforms where it's like, yeah, we're gonna go to Africa. The women are better and this and that. Like, maybe if your mindset was different or a little bit better, you would get better. I don't know. It's real disturbing. It's real disturbing.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Why why is there such a feeling about someone else's choices? You know, if these guys choose to
You're
go,
talking to me?
yeah,
It's not about his
it's
choice.
just a general,
It's the
it's just a general
comparison.
question.
It's the
If,
what?
if those guys' choices are to go over and do other things,
It's the
that
comparison. It's not about your choice. It's the comparison. It's the
Man, hey,
disrespect.
nah, hold on.
Wait a minute.
JPV.
Don't come in here telling nobody, hold on. Now you're going to wait your turn.
Hey, what's going? How you doing, Bon Cherry, baby? How you doing?
Let
JPV.
else
Oh
speak.
my God.
All right, now that's cool. It's cool. JPV, you bitch ass white boy.
hold on,
You hear
man.
me talking to you,
Okay,
you whole ass
Why,
dude,
why,
man.
why don't
Fucking
why don't you
racist
take that
there,
What
yeah.
racist?
I tell you, my
Why don't
nigga?
you
Every
take
time I
that
see you, I'm on your
racism?
ass, man.
Question
Fucking
answered.
racist.
I want my question answered.
There you go. Thank you.
I just want my question answered.
Go ahead.
I just want to know if someone else makes a choice to do something else with the life that they're living, why should it affect you? Because in my personal opinion, if these guys choose to go elsewhere to find whatever they're looking for, that's fine. That gives me a better opportunity to find what I'm looking for where I'm at.
Right. No, we hear you, but I think what L was saying is
It's
not.
that right, but
Go ahead, L. Go ahead.
was that directed to me? Because you know, it doesn't matter to me. But
No,
my
no,
problem.
it's not. It's not a
Okay.
direction. It's just a general question.
All right.
I just want to know people's opinion.
Well, I can speak on that real quick if people don't mind. Hello.
I'm listening.
Go for it. Go for it.
So what I was going to say is 75% of the people that talk about they're going to go overseas, they don't have the means to do it. So a lot of that is just talk. And then out of that 25% actually do have the means, you can say maybe 80% will go to a foreign country and at best maybe chat with someone on the beach or chat with someone on in a club somewhere. Only of a very small number of men actually are able to go overseas and do what they claim to do. And then out of the men that say that they're looking for a wife from a foreign country, at best maybe 5% actually goes through the whole process and ends up getting married. So I don't worry so much about the talk. There's going to be a lot more talk than the folks that's actually going to make it to the end. Well, I'm more concerned about, okay, you've got your wife, bride. Are you going to stay in that country or are you going to bring her back to your country? And then you have to.
Give me a second. Everybody. Rude, them, You wrong for, don't be talking about that's bullshit. What's bullshit is that you wouldn't even wait till your turn. You thought you could come in here and control shit. Nigga, you in the wrong motherfucking place. You did that shit last night over there. You're not gonna do that shit here. Okay? Now
Not
I tried to stop you and I said wait your turn and you just went in. So you got kicked out. And that's just what it is.
not
Hey,
everybody can be a patient and courteous gentleman like me.
Yeah, like how you doing, Beasley?
I'm fine, ma'am. How are you today?
I'm doing okay. Okay, so Beasley, you had something to say, baby?
No, I wasn't finished yet.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Jack.
Yeah.
I'm
So
sorry.
what I was saying was the serious topic should be to make it end, and
Is
maybe
he underwater?
It says connection. Jack, you're kind of cutting in and out, actually.
okay.
I don't know if you're moving around with the microphone or what, but I know some Wi-Fi signals, if you move around a lot, I know I've seen that actually affect the mic. I don't know if that's your case or not.
It just might not be my day. That's all. Yeah.
You
So
know,
well,
I'm going to take what the gentleman said, the basis of it.
Benzo, hold up, man.
We can't hear you,
Well, that don't mean that you
but
interrupt.
we can't. Go ahead.
So
You're not. We hear every third word you're saying.
okay. So all I'm just saying is it should be on the one who actually do get marriage. Everybody else is just talking and leave that alone. What else in the people?
You breaking up?
He thinks he thinks he's communicating though.
You there, Jack?
Hey, Benzo, but he can't hear what we can hear, so I can understand.
I told him that a couple of times. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm cool now. Go ahead, Benzo. Take it over.
Try one more time. Try one more time, Jack.
Now I'll chime in on it again later.
No, because you're right now. That's what I'm saying. Go.
Like something and just talk to the hangout.
Yeah, the final thing is that folks are too busy.
He has like an echo in.
They're too preoccupied with 95 people that's not.
You breaking, baby. You breaking. There's something going on. Okay. You can go out and come back in, and there you go.
Well, to answer the question that the gentleman said, I have no idea why people are so concerned about other people's choices that don't want them. So, if you don't like me, I don't like you more. You know, and I would leave it at that. I think people, when you hear blanket statements and it covers your demographic group, you can tend to get a little uptight. And I've been watching the acrimony that you guys got going on in this little area. Now, I don't even really know this Reg dude, but he was like cheering me on when I'm fighting with Bomb Cherry, and she saw that it was jokes and shit. It's obviously not that serious because it hasn't continued on. She's cool, I'm cool, it's nothing. But yesterday, there were two women fighting on his paddle, going at it, and I don't know anybody, but it just was like he patterns himself, or he is acting like he says he's the bad guy, but he's really acting like he's the good guy that's passed over. That's the position that he's taking. He's the good guy that can't find a good woman. It's all the woman's fault. But he was letting this go on, and I went on the panel, and I just started saying, like, singing, like, let there be peace on earth, and he kicked me off the panel and said, don't come back to his show. This dude isn't trying to build anything. He isn't trying to create harmony. What did the wise man say? Blessed is the peacemaker, because he'll be called the child of God. And I bet that dude identified at any rate. That's
Red sound like a hurt simp, but anyway.
You know what? And I was gonna go ahead and let him be who his person is without any type of interference, but how can you come on a panel and try to make peace and get put out and said don't come here no more?
Who did that, baby? I didn't do that.
No. The Reds did. And I'm not offended by it, but all I was doing was trying to bring some positivity to a situation of acrimony. That's something that Beezy should be commended.
I hear what you're saying, but
Clinton is the peacemaker.
if you have a problem with Reg, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna have to take that.
No,
Like,
not really. I don't have no problem with it. I mean, Reg is just like anybody else. You know, if I don't mind, it don't matter. I was just speaking on it. I was just speaking on it because it's your portraying a sober image, but you really enjoyed the fuckery. You enjoyed these women tearing each other apart for whatever reason. They had issues. And no issues on here should be so big where people carry on this continuous acrimony. Sometimes somebody has to be the bigger person and guide you into the land of peace and milk and honey.
You gonna guide us, baby? You gonna guide us?
You know, I will try. Somebody needs to keep. There's a lot. You guys have a lot of between the thing. I don't know all the players, but there's nasty, mean talk, and it's not doing anybody no good. You know what nasty, mean talk does? It begets more nasty, mean talk. What gets accomplished? Nothing. More acrimony, more mean-spiritedness, acting like damn children. And here it is and I'm not playing, I'm serious right now. Acting like little tiny children and are rejecting the peacemaker. That's all. As far as what the gentleman was saying that we couldn't hear too well, he created some statistics. I don't know if they're true or not. You know, if there's guys that wish to go overseas to find a maid, let them do that. That's fine. They're not bothering nobody, I don't think. However, I'll just say this. My grandmama Eva, who was the wisest woman in the world, she made it real simple. And it is romance without finance is a nuisance. Get your money up. Make yourself a good catch. You know, make yourself an attractive catch. You can do some things about your looks, but if you're just a regular looking dude or average dude in so many ways, make yourself a good catch. The reason why those women from other countries want to be with an American man is they want to have a better lifestyle.
Amen.
That's simple.
I agree with you. Go ahead.
I'm finished. Thank you very much.
Well, you know, because I'm in the third world country, so I understand that we have rolling blackouts for electricity. So now I'm back.
Oh, okay. Oh, welcome back. I didn't even know you had left. I thought you was just chilling for a moment.
Oh, no, girl.
So, yeah, tell everybody, you know, where you don't have to tell us exactly where you are. You know what I mean? Just give us, because people might think you're in the UK or the US.
No, I'm not in the US. Now, do I know English? Absolutely. Have I been in the US the majority of my life? Absolutely. But, oh, Lord.
So you're going to make us guess where you are? I'm curious.
No, I'll say Latin America. Figure it out.
Figure it out. There's probably 50 Latin American countries. All right.
Well, good luck.
Are you in Mexico?
Hell.
Brazil.
Are you in Panama?
Well, Mexico is
South
Mexico.
Now,
Yeah, South
you want to ride up the mall?
Venezuela.
I'm just going to show off that I know every country in
the
Central
DR.
America and South America.
No. Chill.
Offensive? Isn't that offensive? Because when people come from another country and they say you don't know all the states in the United States, and then they're offended. But then all these other people come to other countries like Brazil, and they make huge assumptions about that country, and that's
True.
gross.
True.
Most Americans are culturally ignorant. I'll agree.
Very true.
Yeah, because Paraguay.
Uruguay, Argentina,
Yeah.
Chile, Peru,
Keep going.
Panama.
Madagascar,
Madagascar is Africa.
Wakanda.
That's Hollywood.
That's Hollywood.
Seems real to me.
Well, hell, listen, we throwing out names. Chimichanga then. What?
Chimichanga.
That's the
I
corner
want to
store.
come to America. I want to come. All right, you're in Latin America. I guess we didn't hit it. Venezuela.
It's okay.
No, but check this out.
Okay. You're a sister, and we love you nonetheless.
That's right.
Well, I am a sister, and you better. But being a sister doesn't mean co-signing bullshit.
Okay.
And when I say that, I mean I'm like, look, I will always claim where I'm from, and I don't want any motherfucker coming over here and trying to cause problems.
Uh-oh.
I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that.
She with the shit. She gonna get it, boy.
And that's not being nasty, Bomb Cherry. I'm serious. I'm not trying to be nasty. I'm trying to say point blank period. Here's what happens. And I hate point blank period because that sounds like that little troll.
Man.
Well, go ahead and speak
If
your
you,
mind.
as a human being, like I learned English, and I said 100 fucking times, I learned English in the South. So my English will always be Southern, and y'all make all this shit. I heard this little girl say, I sound like a goddamn hillbilly. Hell yeah, I sound like a hillbilly because that's where I learned English. So fuck you.
Yeah, Chris Law made a statement to me one time, and he says, here in the South, people base your education based on how you sound with your Southern drawl. So if your Southern drawl sounds too Southern, they think you're ignorant and that you don't have any education, which I know is bullshit because my mother's side of the family is all from throughout the South. A lot of them are educated, a lot of them are not, but they all pretty much have the same Southern drawl. So
it's
what he said is correct.
It's diction and how you talk.
Right.
Everybody everywhere is graded and judged by how they speak.
Is 50 Cent Southern? Does he sound Southern?
No,
he's Southern in it.
He's
Jamaican.
He's from Southside Jamaica, Queens.
Yeah. Oh, Jamaican Queens. Okay.
And Rex, everyone from Atlanta don't sound other places. So everybody has their own sound. And I'm telling you that I learned how to speak English in the Carolinas. That is where I learned. Thank you very fucking much. So anyone says I sound like a hillbilly, okay, I sound like a hillbilly. That's not my fucking first language.
You don't sound like a hillbilly. You do sound a bit agitated though.
I am agitated because that shit
okay.
the fuck off.
Yeah, baby cakes. You sound angry.
Who does that?
You sound angry.
I'm here to help soothe your pain.
I'm
Dr. Feelgood.
Let me welcome Ellie to the chat. Hi, Ellie.
Hi, Ellie.
Hi. Well, I don't know if it's my turn, but I was gonna come in before Rude did, because if Rude comes in, it's gonna get nasty. And I just wanted to maybe ask some questions if that wasn't disrespectful to your platform.
No, go ahead. Anything you have to ask?
Okay, it's to Junk Pile Video, 'cause he seems to be the topic of discussion, and I don't know why. And I'm not attacking you. I don't think you're a problem. I feel there is this thing, especially with certain black people, where we attack white people because they're white, and we assume they're up to no good. And that happens to me because I'm adopted and my parents are white. So I'm always, public enemy number one. So the accusation is that you're going around to black channels and trying to pit black people against each other.
Right, a lot of people have said that,
I
and yet
don't know
they've
junk.
not been
I
able to
don't
prove
know.
it.
I don't know junk pile video. But I'll say this: white people that seem to want to be around black people in black platforms, they should be looked at with suspicion. Like, why?
You
That
get
doesn't have
assigned
nothing to do with him. That's a broad, general statement.
And I
get
agree with you, Benzo. I
get
do agree with you.
assigned for appropriation.
Right, right. And you see more white women, and I know what they want.
Yep.
You know, and I
They
tell
want
them,
that.
I'm like, you guys are over
Dick,
here.
Dick Lane,
And
Dick Lane.
I mean, it's real simple. You guys giggle because it's like you guys want to, yeah. You know, it is what it is.
Dick Lane.
See, you don't even have to say it. Some of the best things are left unsaid.
But I just asked because I don't go off of what like certain because I know one of these people hates white people and is a troublemaker, and Bomb Cherry knows who I'm talking about. A
Ooh,
white
oh, no,
female.
hey, let's just get it all out in the open.
Okay.
Put it on.
A pure butterfly who I don't trust for many reasons, and people who run with her are making these videos against junk pile video, and I don't condemn people if there's no proof, because I kept asking people, what is junk pile video doing, and no one could answer that. And all I heard was he released a picture of someone's child, allegedly, or allegedly called police or child protective services unwarranted or just to be vindictive. And I don't know, because I don't trust the sources who that came from.
Man, you know what?
Ellie, were you here towards the beginning when I came in?
No, I just got here.
Okay, because I actually listened to almost 2 hours of your live you did last night. I know the first 30 minutes was about me. So basically, I pretty much reiterated that I called CPS on Sansa Ray back in 2016, CPS, because she made a video contemplating suicide while waving around a 9mm.
And that's the video I saw you made. So, wait, what?
No. Why did you call CPS on Sunset Right?
You said because she had her kid in her arms talking about
No.
killing herself waving a gun.
This is before she had her son. She had a teenage daughter at the time, who was probably about 16 at that time, and she was contemplating on killing herself, and she was waving this gun around. And so my thought was, if she's actually going to do that, that's going to devastate the child. So I called CPS so they can go there and visit, make their assessment, and find out what's going on, because some people do. And YouTube even does say in some of their terms, because I've read it at some point, if anybody's contemplating suicide, to contact authorities.
Yeah.
Okay, so because they have a lot of people who are making videos and post them on YouTube, and some do commit suicide.
I'm glad I don't do that, because I just want to ask Bomb Cherry, are you single, or you got a significant other, or what's the deal?
I'm married. It's okay though.
She's been married 28 years. Let her talk. She'll tell you that 3 times in an hour.
28 years?
Right. I don't even know her that well. I know she's been married 28 years.
So I ain't got near a chance.
Hold on a second. You know one thing I like about you, Bomb Cherry?
What is that?
You were doing a live, and there was only a couple of people in there I watched. And it was, I guess, I'm not sure, where are you? Are you in Louisiana or Mississippi?
No, I'm from Louisiana, but I'm in Delaware.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, even more, I'm in California. It was like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and you were up moving boxes around and sweeping the floor up. I was like, that's the kind of woman I like. She ain't sitting there eating no chips and things. She had her little life going, and she was like she's. Man, I like a woman like that. That was the good quality. Like you come home, I changed the furniture around, and I did this, and I washed all the clothes. I was like, yeah, I approve. Keep it going.
I was
Man, that's a good thing in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
I'm looking at her avatar like, I just need that in my life,
Oh,
God.
the thirst is real.
Okay, so
So junk pile. You're getting attacked, and you're the. Do you enjoy the attention, the positive and the negative?
Well, the thing is, Benzo, is I grew up in the black community, so
I didn't ask you all that.
Well,
I just asked you.
Do I like it? Yeah, you're right. You're right. You asked me that.
I just asked you if you enjoy the attention.
I don't enjoy the negative attention because the negative attention is definitely being sprouted by lies. And just like Ellie was asking the question.
Well, then let me ask you this. If you don't like the negative attention, and I bet it can get, the white guy that went to, and I don't know too much about you. You're the white guy that went to Kenya, found you a wife, and brought her back. And there's people that have issues with that.
I didn't bring her back. She doesn't want to come here. And after a while trying to get her here, I'm glad that she isn't here because this country is crazy.
Yeah.
But let me say this. So if you don't, and I'm not picking on you, I just don't get this about people. So the negative attention, they're calling you all kinds of names, everything. You catching some heat. They making videos. They putting pressure on you. Why not just log off and leave it alone? And say, you know something? This is negative. I don't choose to deal with the negativity, and I'm going to rise above it. And you people only exist when I press a couple of buttons to get onto you. There are no real victims here. You're a volunteer, aren't you?
That's true. We're pretty much all volunteers when we make a YouTube account.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Isn't that a bit hypocritical of you to say saying that?
I didn't call him a hypocrite. I just
you being hypocritical, saying that, asking that question.
Well, Rick. I don't think he's being hypocritical. I'm just being honest.
How am I being hypocritical? I get negative attention. I get off on that shit.
Yes, you do.
So he and I have different temperaments. So I was just trying to, and since we have different temperaments, I was just trying to find out a little bit more about his and what makes him tick. All right, that's all.
Yeah. I didn't mean to pick, man. I just realized, I said that when I fucking first came on YouTube. I was like, why does everyone fucking do this shit? But now I just sit back and think it's YouTube.
There's nothing wrong with the general question.
Yeah, man. I'm coming peace, bro. I'm trying to get some understanding around here. From people that are different than me.
Put those defensive downs and let this happen.
He's attacking me because he thinks I'm attacking this guy. I'm not attacking this guy.
No. Rick's is a really good guy, and Benzo, I don't find, since you've been on here and there, I think you interrupted in the wrong time sometimes, but I think so far since I've been listening to you, I don't think you mean any ill will towards anybody so far that I've seen.
That's because I don't know you guys well enough. I'll pick out there'll be somebody eventually down the line. Not yet.
Give him 15 minutes.
No, and I'm gonna be so nice that I'm gonna be fully justified when I decide to start fucking somebody over. So it's cool. I'm not gonna have no trips about sending pizza to their house or having the post office bring 1,000 boxes to their house or go open up a Craigslist account and say they having a yard sale at their house where they're giving everything away, leather couches, or they renting a room for $50 a month in a nice area. Yeah, so never mind. I would never do shit like that.
I don't know. Benzo Beasley got his own thing, but I'm just real hurt that Cherry is is not available.
I am an older woman. You sound like a younger man, baby.
Who this thirsty dude off the thing? This boy thirsty.
Hold
Throw
on.
him a bottle.
Why?
And
I didn't
throw
do any. I didn't say anything negative.
Man,
throw him a bottle.
Why are my feelings not valid?
Your feelings valid, baby. You just gotta find you a younger woman. You know what I'm saying? Who's willing to teach you some shit.
Damn son, scrape up some cash and go down to the roller skating ring and find somebody, man.
No.
the roller skating.
Whoever you are, you misled by how I sound. I'm 46 years old. I want me a grown woman. What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
You just sound young. Okay.
Got it.
Y'all always wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that.
About a man that don't know what he wants.
I
This
asked
is
the
a man
question.
that know what he wants.
The lady said she's married. I'm disappointed, and it is what it is. I'll
Time to
move
move
on.
on.
All right, so where you at in the States, baby?
Who are you talking about?
I'm not no man's baby. Hold on.
All right, where you at in the States, man?
Oh, you
Hey, I ain't got no answers for you, sir.
Where you at in the States, man?
I don't have no answers for you, sir.
He said he's not here to talk to the men.
I'm not here to talk to no man. I'm here to talk to this woman with these eyes and these lips and them breasts.
Wait, first of all, let me make sure you know that wasn't me on Ghetto Gaggers, right?
I don't participate in those situations.
Somebody tried to tell me that.
I seen the whole woman, and this is
go.
what I was trying to sign up for.
Hold on, bro. If you're 46 years old and you're acting thirsty like this on YouTube, don't you think that's
Man, stop
calling me. You can't call me thirsty because I asked the question.
Yeah, that's not
insinuate anything.
If you blocking,
not right, sir.
Just blocking her action.
I didn't make no insinuation.
You never know. She might want to make a new start and put Eddie Boss in her heart. Homie over here cock blocking.
I didn't ask.
On Friday night.
I did not call you thirsty, baby. I understand you.
I think this other guy is sweet on you too. Sweet on you.
I got all due respect to the host and to the ladies on the panel and to the men as well. I got respect for everybody. I just asked the question, told me what it was, and we're gonna move on from there. We're gonna leave that.
Yeah, you know what thirsty would be? Thirsty would be, see, come on. After she rebuffed him and let him know her status and that she wasn't available, thirsty would be if he persisted. I don't think he'll persist.
He did, but I was joking. It was all
well,
joking.
You know what? Maybe he is a little bit thirsty.
Sarcastic.
My bad.
I mean, like, what's wrong with me seeing this beautiful Creole female that remind me of the woman that raised me and loved me? What's wrong with that?
Nothing wrong with that, baby.
I shot my shot, and it is what it is. And we're gonna talk about these issues in the black community. We're gonna do that right now. That's what
Cherry. Stupidity X is trying to get your attention.
Oh, I thought he came in the room.
He did, but he was wanting to know if you can hear him.
No, I can't hear him. Can you hear him?
I heard him very slightly.
I told him in
Can you hear me now?
Her.
Yes, I can hear
you.
you.
Can.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to let you guys know what's happening right now with this EA situation. So last night I asked a question. She was talking about how Jung Pao video was saying her name and all this kind of stuff. And I simply asked the question why no one was saying anything. I asked this a couple different times because this is a major live stream that was going on. There were tons of people there. And I was just wondering why no one else was corroborating what she was saying. Now, she is obviously very defensive, so she took it as me accusing her of lying, which I was not. I was doing the same thing I did in your live stream the other day when somebody used a racial slur, and I said, why is no one saying anything about this? Right? That's all I did. Now, hold on. That's all that I did. And the result of that, remember she said she's a victim and people are harassing her and all this kind of stuff, and she's just defending herself. Well, now we can see the truth. Because I simply asked a question, She has made about 5 different videos about me. five videos, and now I went to those videos and I defended myself, and I held my ground. I said I was simply asking a question. I was not accusing you. I stood my ground. I wasn't rude to her. I wasn't disrespectful. I never used her full name. I didn't do anything that was wrong at all. But now she is trying to dox me. So this is the victim who's talking about people attacking her, and I'm only doing that because of what people do to me. What did I do to her? When I see people use her name, I tell them to stop. I've seen people use her name, and every time they do it, I say stop because it's wrong, and she wants to dox me? And she's the victim? Like, what kind of BS is that?
You could solve that problem. Just tell her who you are.
she already knows who I am, apparently.
Tell her privately, look, man, this is who I am. I don't mean you no harm, Thanks for the videos.
I just have one more question.
Derek, don't worry about none of this.
L has another question.
What is this alleged allegation that you or someone released her child's picture? Because again, I don't trust the people who that accusation is coming from.
Excuse me.
Whose picture?
The allegation is you released the pole dancer's child's picture.
The alleged allegation.
No, not at all.
Now you see what I'm talking about? Sorry to interrupt, but you guys need to stop calling her a pole dancer, right? Because certain people made an accusation that she used to do a certain job. That's her private information. I don't know if it's true or it's not, but every time you guys call her pole dancer, you guys are spreading this idea of her personal life. What she does in her personal life is her business. I don't like this woman, but what's wrong is wrong. Do not call her pole dancer and do not use her real name.
Hold on, dude. You taking the cape to a whole new level. This woman, you don't like her, but you're gonna defend her honor anyway and throw your
No, Benzo. He's basically stupidity has always been like this.
Okay, all right.
It's always been like this. It's cut and dry with him.
Stand up for what's right and what's wrong, and it's a principle thing.
Yeah.
You're in the wrong place, dude. You should find a church because this YouTube shit is completely off the hook. And all that stuff you guys talk about, you see happens on a regular basis on many different areas and platforms. People want your information. They
Why would you tell me to go to a church when that's where a lot of the scams and scheming and bullshit happens?
Let me go to the right church. Let me tell you why.
In this country.
I'll answer your question.
Stop being hurt, boy.
No, I'll answer your question because you're looking for something good, something righteous, and not all churches are bad, okay? Take your time and find you a home church because you obviously must enjoy the bullshit too, or you wouldn't be around this shit. So don't start acting like you're the moral authority and you're in an immoral place. You know how there's a few people that I see that proclaim themselves to be Christians.
Why am I the moral authority for calling out bullshit?
Because that's good. Let me tell you why.
If you see a man cut another man's throat for no reason and you say that's wrong, is that you being a moral authority? Is calling out bullshit?
I don't deal with analogies. I'm calling you moral authority. May I answer his question? May I answer his question real quick? Because what I'm doing is nothing off the wall. I'm calling you a moral authority because the man interjected on your behalf to explain your character. And you're the type of person that likes to stand up for what's right and what's wrong. So that's why I'm calling you a moral authority. You're in the wrong place. You're going to be constantly frustrated and angry because of all the wickedness that goes on and these type of social media platforms. That's all.
The very point of my channel is to call out bullshit like that. That's why my name is Stupidity Exodus. That's why I'm here. I'm here to identify that kind of stuff and call it out wherever I see it.
So you're the moral authority. So you just described yourself as the moral authority. but you were just
No.
acting like you weren't the moral authority.
Whatever you want to call it, that's
You
what.
just described yourself as the moral authority. That's
Okay.
fine. All right,
Okay,
never mind.
fine.
Can't
Whatever
advise
you
you
want
young
to
people
call it,
nothing.
that's
Go
what.
ahead and be angry and frustrated. Go
Hey,
ahead.
just let the self roast go on. That's all.
What?
Just let the self roast go
So
on.
L had a question. JPV, did you want to answer it again, or did you?
We didn't get to finish it because I was cut off, and
Right.
I wasn't doing that to be. That's what people called her. I
Right.
didn't know who. I didn't do it to be disrespectful or being intrusive.
Wow.
Which
You had
That
no
is
ill
what
intent.
people call her,
You had
but
no ill intent. I thought pole dancer was like a username. That's what the channel is. I didn't think that was disrespectful.
no, it's not. It's we. I'm gonna just be honest. I don't know if she's a stripper. I never mentioned that she's a stripper. And if she was a stripper, it's none of my business. And you know, but
Sansa Ray made the statement a
yeah,
long time
Sasha Ray
ago.
made that claim. She doxed her and told people that, and people.
And then she said, "Yes, I did used to be a stripper, or that I am a stripper."
that didn't make any. I don't want people's channels flagged. That's why I do that on my own channel where I'll use code names.
Right. But
JP, you get flagged if you flag the channels.
Wait, say it again.
I said the only way channels get flagged is if you flag the channels. Are you planning to flag channels that would show you in a improper light?
No, I'm saying if there's certain people who I have problems with on YouTube who I use code names for, because I know if I said their name, I would be flagged.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's true. Yeah, I've lost several channels. But JPV, she asked you a question about the picture.
Yeah. Okay. So
You want me to answer?
I remember the question.
Okay.
The image in question, it was on a bomb's live. We'll just say about 5 months ago, maybe 6, and it was Egypt Ann, as far as we know, her first time ever coming on. But before she came on, Bomb said that the 2 images of Egypt Ann, she's like angry, she doesn't look happy, and I'd like to see like a different image of her where she's smiling or something. And I said, okay, I got an image, and I tried to look for a certain image, I couldn't find it, so I knew where another image was, and I had to block out part of that image because she was holding her son. So I blocked out his face so he could not be seen. And it was never shown, not even for a second, his face. Now, she tried to claim, oh, yes, it was, or yes, it was. No, it was not. 100% of the time, because I even said to Bomb, I said, wait, don't screen share whatever until I'm ready. And when I was ready, then she turned it on. His face was never shown.
Okay.
So that's the deal on that, and that is it.
That's
okay,
why.
but hold on, V. If it was your child, would you ever want anyone to have images of your own child and post it on any social media? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. And this is where I try to talk to you about this before, because I don't understand, as a grown-ass man with as much intelligence as you possess, why would you ever try to make a woman's life, which we all know is shady as fuck, harder?
I didn't try to make her life harder. I had no intention of making her life harder. Didn't try to do that. And that's never been the case.
Okay, so explain to me why you would ever put her name in a chat. Why would you ever put, I don't give a shit what her fucking name is. But if you knew her name, and I know that you are very smart, why would you ever try to make someone who is less than intelligence-wise to shame them or intimidate them or anything? What would be the purpose of doing that? Because you already know you're on the upper level, so you either know you're smart or you don't know you're smart. Why would you ever do that to her? What would be the purpose? That's what everybody wants to know. It's not about if she's a nasty person. Everybody can have whatever opinion they want about that woman. I don't give a shit about that.
I don't know.
Not anybody.
I don't know if y'all can hear me. I don't know if y'all can hear me or not, but I don't give a shit about none of that.
Wait, you don't give a shit that some woman would go online or go to a chat and have her name be posted and a picture, regardless. I don't even know how you all come up with all that shit.
Hey.
Any of that crap. That's not my business. But why would you?
Hey, don't nobody give a fuck about none of that stuff. Because
why?
We know it's the internet, and we know people have opinions, and they say fucked up shit.
Hold on.
Well,
Niggas
saying fucked up shit and showing fucked up shit is two different things.
You over in the country, wherever the fuck you at, and you living your life the way you choose to live it. That's fine. Ain't nobody don't nobody care about none of that stuff. That woman that
you're telling me
that woman that you're trying to ride and die for, she's living her life and she's okay. You can't. Don't be trying to shame this dude for some shit.
I'm not shaming anybody. I'm asking a specific question. I said, what would be the purpose
for some other shit that somebody else did? Don't be trying.
Let's get rid of the shame word. Let's get rid of the shame word because that's a goddamn cop-out. Why in the hell would any grown-ass man who has been on the live for 50 fucking years go in and try to talk shit about a woman and he said he knows where she lives?
I didn't say I didn't say I know where she lives. I said I know where she's at. And what I meant by that is I know where she's at mentally. She's mentally ill. She's a sick individual. No, because when they say that, they're misinterpreting. That's why it has to be explained. We're misinterpreting.
And let it begin with me.
She's
hold on.
Let there be peace on earth.
Make everybody answer for what
one at a time, y'all. One at a time.
It's not that.
With God.
It's not that.
Whatever.
You know information about
whatever. Who gives a fuck about how you feel? Don't nobody care about how I feel.
I don't really talk about how I feel. I'm talking about that.
Wait a minute. Okay, let's be fair. If
and I don't even like that woman.
No, let me just say that if JP don't want to answer any questions, he don't have to answer nothing if he don't want to.
She asked the same question that night, Bomb.
But you know what?
No, I'm asking you this question.
I'm sorry. I
apologize. One at a time, y'all.
Ma'am, I've done shit just like what you're talking about. All right? And the reason why I would do it is to get even. I don't like the way they're pestering me. I don't like some of the things that they've done to me. There's people on here that will do some dogged out, fucked up shit to you, you know? That it includes doxing. There's people that will do some fucked up shit and act like they didn't do it, like it's all good. So there's a number of reasons why somebody would do it, or somebody would do something like that. And usually it's vengeance. Man, it gets real on these streets. I don't know how long y'all been on YouTube, but you guys are in for a ride if you got this moral thing going. You're going to have to loosen up. This shit ain't a right. Seriously.
But let JP.
I don't know how. Let me just
say, because she did something, he could say that, or he could, it's up to him.
Man, you guys need to take your real life morality
out of this shit, right?
Man, you're going to be fucked up. This shit's going to drive you crazy. Take it from a veteran. You're going to find yourself angry and upset over shit you have absolutely no control over. That's going to end up being way more fucked up than shit you've seen.
I just want to make sure that everyone's...
Hold on, let me ask you this, ma'am. Let me ask you this, ma'am.
We talked about this doxing that she's doing, but I want everyone else to be aware that while I defended protecting her private information, keep in mind the state of mind that she's in, that she actually doxed herself today as well. In posting videos showing people using her name, She posted a video with her full name in the video as well as her address.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of person we're dealing with.
I don't even. Who are you talking about?
Egypt Ann posted a video today with her full name in the video and her address.
Man, I'm sorry. I'm full of advice here, but please listen to me if you have some sense. Just leave crazy bitches. Just avoid crazy bitches. There's too many of them. And when I say bitch, it's not gender specific. Please don't get up in arms about me. And there's a lot of times that I may call a woman a bitch, and it's only an acronym for beautiful, intelligent, talented, charming, and honest. So please get clarification with me. I'm not one of these little simpletons or one of these dudes from the deep south and everything, man. We're talking about a sophisticated player from the motherfucking Himalayas that's trying to lace y'all with some shit. And the shit is take your real life sensibilities, morality off YouTube and off the internet, because niggas gets doxxed every day, B. You know? And I'm surprised there's not more killings. The lady was upset about someone posting a child. I'll be finished real quick. What if someone were to post that child and start talking about how nappy her hair was, or how her skin complexion's fucked up, or how she looks retarded? Would that be worse? You'll be screaming and hollering. That shit goes down. And your sector, this area you guys got, it's headed that direction. That's all. I see it because I've lived it already. Your sector, you guys with this moral thing, you guys are about to flip out, because the way shit's going in this sector is just human nature. You guys are in for some shit. You're going to see horrible shit. How would you like it if somebody's dead mother, someone found the obituary of someone's dead mother and burned it and then pissed on it afterward to put the fire out? I've seen that happen. Are you ready?
But Bento, hold on for a second.
I'll stop. Go ahead. I've said my piece. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I hear what you're saying, but I want you to understand that morality is decided by a group of human beings. A group. Everybody decides this. We all agree. You say, I don't want to do this. I don't like this. Whatever it is. When you decide as a group of people that you are no longer going to go by any rules and everything is fair game, witchcraft, witch hunting, concentration camps, genetic differences all come into play. So when you say everybody should let that go, I'll let it go. I don't even really care. I don't know Egypt Ann. I do not know this woman. I don't want to know this woman. But I'm telling you, when I watch somebody do something that is foul, saying her name or doing all that stuff, that is hood-rific ghetto tactics. That is like, whatever you do, I'll do 2 times worse to you. And all that ends is foul.
So are we going to get an answer to why that happened? Or because you keep cutting him off.
I'm cutting him off?
Not you, people.
No. Let me just answer the question, because I answered the question before, but I'll go ahead and answer. Well, no, actually what you said before was she wants to be known by Egypt Ann, so just call her Egypt Ann, and I agreed. So the reason why I said her full name, for one, it's not illegal to say somebody's full name. All right. But here's the thing. I respected what Bomb Cherry said, and it made sense. I respected what you said about she wants to be called Egypt Ann. So the reason why I said it is because ever since Jap made that live, okay, and that's where I found the name, because somebody in the comment section said her real name is Egypt Ann, and I didn't go digging like she said last night. I didn't go digging into her personal information. It took 20 seconds to find a couple of profiles on her, 20 seconds with that name that somebody provided.
Okay.
All right. So that's how I found the images. All right. And that's that. But back to the reason why is because she had made a bunch of videos about me, and then I responded to them. And so when she came on the live, that's when I said her name. And yeah, I was a little pissed off at her because Okay, I don't care what what's his name is in here. Lonely Randy, whatever his name is, he's going by LA City. Stay out of black folks' business. Well, okay, so most of my friends have been black throughout my life, and I do have a problem when Brooklyn Blue said abort all black male babies, and she's using the exact same rhetoric. Part of that is what made me say her name and why I cussed her out. But I didn't cuss her out until she said I was some type of motherfucker, bitch, or whatever, something like that, when she came on Bombs Live. All right. And that's the reason why I was putting her name in the chat and why I was saying it on there. But she said, don't be saying my name. And then Bomb said, don't say anybody's name. And I haven't said it since.
Okay, but JPV, as a grown-ass man with the intelligence that you possess,
Wait a minute.
why would you ever do it?
Wait a minute.
Didn't I
He
just
already-
answer the question?
He gave you the answer. He already did it, so he, you know what I mean? He said he was mad.
Right, I understand why that, but I want him to understand that what you say and what you do affect all these other people. So as smart as JPV is, and I know he's smart,
he just said he got in his feelings like we all do as friends.
I didn't say all my friends are black.
I don't want this to be
I'm
about
answering somebody in the chat.
That's what I don't want. So, but he know when I act.
I'm not trying to be on him. I'm trying to get him to clarify how that ever possibly happened, because I know for a fact that you could be pissed at a lot of people, and there are certain things that you would never do, even with Reg. And Reg made these accusations or co-signed some goddamn accusations, which truthfully, I couldn't even imagine why he would do that. Even if I was mad at somebody, I would never have done that. But he did this, and what would be the purpose of like trying to destroy a human being?
But he wasn't trying to destroy her.
I wasn't trying to destroy her. My goodness. See, that's okay. I have the story. I have so much respect for you, but I had no idea that you were thinking this way. Why would you think I was trying to destroy her? Why would you think that?
Okay, let me explain this to you. I think as a human being that you are trying to, like, whatever in your mind, she pissed you off. I get that crap. I understand that. I have seen a whole lot of nasty situations between people. I understand all of that. But what would be the purpose of, like, you know, I don't even, where did you say she was from? South what? South something.
Well, somebody claimed she was from South Central, and so I was just reiterating what somebody else had said. So I don't know if she's from South Central or where she's from.
She's from South Central. Let's just say this. Whatever horrible things that woman endures on a regular basis in South Central, and I've never been there. I'm not even trying to pretend like I know what goes on over there in any way, shape, or form. But what would be the purpose of trying to make another person's life that harder? She's a single mother. Everybody knows that because she said that.
You're asking him to say question with other words.
Man, we're going to stop this one because
it's going in a
asking
circle.
the same question with other words. She wants you to break down and cry and say he was wrong. He just explained it to you.
I'm not getting to break down and cry.
Okay. I had the storm. Let me ask you this question, because I really don't want to go in circles with this, because I'm sure there's a lot of other people that's got questions that haven't been answered. Here's the thing. Ever since Jap went live, she's been stalking me. I've never stalked that chick, ever.
I understand that.
She has re-engineered everybody's, or especially mine, but everybody else's narrative on what they know about the situation. And she's made numerous videos about me the other day, yesterday, and today. And now she's making a bunch of videos about Stupidity Exodus because she's butthurt. Now, you got to ask her why she's butthurt, but she's just going to dance around in circles like she did last night. All right?
Is she crazy?
But JPV,
she's very crazy.
I just want you to
Don't fuck with her.
What would be the purpose of going and attacking this woman?
No. Oh, we'll stop that right there. I'd never attacked her once, ever. Anytime I made a
Wait,
video, I went
you don't.
live or anything, it was critiquing her only. That is my thing. I
Okay,
critique.
well, critiquing
Man, we
and
gotta put
posting
it. We gotta put it into this.
information about them is two different things.
Like, okay, fine. He was wrong and he understands it. It's over.
It's over. Yeah.
I understand that it's over, but there's
No, it ain't over. She gonna ask him again. What answer do you want him to give you?
But can like
It's been like
Oh my God.
I
but
think it was
Mike,
I'm going to the store. I'm going to the liquor store.
Let it go, why don't you?
sorry, I just want to say something. Like Benzo is saying, there are no rules on YouTube.
Right.
There aren't any rules on
There are
social media.
laws.
There's laws, but
You know
there are
what?
no rules.
Laws are broken every day, B, and nobody gets prosecuted. You got threats. What about threats? What about someone that I'm gonna kill you, motherfucker? Don't you know I had some sick PTSD, post-traumatic stress syndrome vet, threaten my life, actually fly out to Los Angeles looking for me, who has no idea what I look like? Man, because of shit, that's and I got people that'll verify it. Listen to somebody that does it and go through it and comes out smelling like a rose.
Serious?
Somebody,
That's crazy.
that's real. Came, and you know why they did it? They did it for the trolls. They weren't really looking for me. You know,
Right.
they
Okay,
acted like they
so
were, but they film it. So hold on, expect crazy shit. That really happened.
You
Well,
need
I
like
see shit every single day of my life. So I'll just tell you that up front. I see horrible things with people doing horrible things, including kids, on a regular basis every single day of my life. Now, I just am trying to understand as a human being.
She's doing it again. You're gonna ask the same question. I
No,
swear to
I'm not
God,
asking you
I'm about to
questions.
punch you. I'm about to punch you in the eye, lady.
As long as you live, you're
You
gonna
asked it, boy, you's enough to drive a nigga crazy. You're gonna ask him the same question again.
I'm not asking her a question
Oh,
anything.
watch,
I'm making
watch
a
her
whole
do
lot
it.
of trouble.
Watch her ask him the same question again. I'm gonna bang my head on my desk. You enough
Okay,
to
well,
drive a
bang
nigga
it.
crazy.
Yeah.
like the moral thing.
I'm
You
going.
you can't police YouTube. You can't police speech. You can't police what people are gonna do. This is social media, and people need to get that. And there is no moral high ground. I think
There
what
is a
happened.
moral high ground, Ellie.
No, it's not.
There's no more high. Look, I've been on the internet for
No.
over 20 years.
It-
The things I could tell you would shock the hell
right,
out.
right,
Right.
right.
Exactly.
How
Exactly.
You
I
know
how
what
I
you gotta
feel.
do? You gotta be you gotta be the biggest, baddest king of the jungle. You can't come in here with your feelings. You guys are in for trouble. This shit'll have you. Let me tell you something. As much time as you spend on it and all the different voices and the people, this shit gets in your fucking head. This shit will drive you into a deep depression. Okay?
And who does that benefit?
It don't benefit nobody, but
No,
you're not no victim. You're a volunteer because you choose to log on, even if it's an impulse decision. This shit's a dangerous goddamn drug, and they should have never released it on the public.
If worse comes to worse, just log the fuck off.
It's so hard to do.
It is.
It's so hard to do.
That's why Sansray
Even when
finds
you're, hold on,
finds you.
even
Okay, sorry
when
about
you're as I intellectually understand this shit, right? So I'm asking y'all questions that I know the answer to. When I ask you, this is so fucked up, why do you do it? You know, the true answer is, I'm just addicted to this. Y'all just addicted junkies on this shit. Junkies with the social interaction on social media. Am I right or wrong?
Right.
No, you're right.
Right.
You're
It is
right.
what it is.
Someone has to be.
What we should be having is get together and have some 12-step meetings to get off this motherfucking narcotic, if you understand what I'm saying. Let me lead the way. Let me lead the way off this bullshit, because in real world, people ain't that fucking mean. I went to the supermarket today and smiled at people, and people smile. It's unbelievable.
Right.
Everybody ain't cussing you out and calling you fat and ugly and a piece of shit and trying to dock you.
Right.
It goes on here and you choose to go on it. No whining allowed.
And let
I'm
me tell
not trying to whine.
let me say this. You know, there's this thing called roasting, right? People do that to release the tension of their regular normal day. So they will come on here and fuck with people, and it does help them. So, like, if you're not a roaster, if you're not into that, then you got to understand that there are people who do that.
So
Are there?
Okay, so
Well,
let me just be
can I
honest.
just make a
I
statement?
have never, ever in a million years
made my simp jeans and
gone to any kind of roasting or whatever. As a human being, and I like you, I think you have great content. I think you are a good person. When someone says they're saying all these nasty things, I'm like, what the hell? How did they even come up with that shit? I tried to research that. I have no idea. I have no idea why these other people keep saying something. I don't know what you did with them. That's not my business. I'll never go be a part of that. But as a person who, I won't say friend, but I would say like acquaintance,
Yeah.
like that shit makes me nervous. Like, why
They,
would someone do that something to this woman who doesn't do anything to anyone? Like, I don't understand that shit.
right. I didn't do them anything. You know what I'm saying? But they decide I may have said something they didn't like, and they go in. It's just what it is. And sometimes I play with them. I'll go back at them, and sometimes I decide not to.
Yeah.
man,
Okay, well, I
Can
guess
I
I'm
just
too
jump
much
in
in my
here? Can I
feelings.
just jump
it's
in?
the internet and
Can we hear from
Can I,
El
yeah,
Boogie
can I
for a
jump
moment?
in here?
okay, dude.
Can I just jump in for a
Yeah, go
minute?
ahead, El.
I've been listening to everybody, and it's kind of like going all over the place. But what I want to bring to the conversation is, yes, it can be treacherous. Yes, it's YouTube. However, it can be used like life. Okay. Yes, you can detach from it, or you can find other platforms. You don't have to go where you know that they're talking about X, Y, and Z. If you know X, Y, and Z is going to make you feel a ways. I was just speaking about this on my thing. If you know it's going to trigger you, you have to be in the right frame of mind. If you're not in the right frame of mind, you don't go to that platform. It's just like dealing with people. If you know you ain't in the right frame of mind to deal with certain people, you don't deal with them. If you do, that's your bad. You can't complain about it when you logged on that channel. You can't complain about it when you let that person in your house, knowing what your own mindset is. This is as grown adults. But what we are seeing is this is what it's like when the cool kids and the not so cool kids and the nerds and the jocks and all the other meet on one platform.
Yeah.
And now you got a lot of people who unfortunately never knew how to socialize. They never knew how to make quote unquote friends or attachments or acquaintances, whatever you want to call this, because it can be anything depending on the person and the degree in which you get to know a person. You can get to know a person. But yeah, it's some catfishing going on. These people ain't who you think they are.
Ooh,
So we get
catfish.
emotionally and psychologically attached to the image that we think that these
Rest
people
shit.
are, and
Absolutely.
fortunately more times than not, these people are not who we think we are,
Or
who
it's a
they
25
think
or
they
it's a
are.
20-year-old picture.
So what you have to do, you have to use your own discernment. But again, it's like you said, you don't even know these people, so you have to remove your own attachment from it. You have to not get emotionally invested in somebody that you wouldn't even know them if they walked up to you on the street. You
Mm.
know what I'm saying?
Man,
So
we have a
that's
name
what
for
I do, because there's certain platforms I know that's gonna rub me the wrong way. I use them for my own self-reflection. So I use it and I say, okay, if something is bothering me, if I hear something I don't like, I assess it to see what it is about it that is in me that I don't like. Because that's what it's all about. If something bothers you, you have to turn that inward to say, why does that bother me? Then once you get that lesson, you got to push on and move on from that.
Man,
This year, I'm
we got
just
a
trying.
name. We
I
got a
just
name
want
for what you're talking about. We got
what?
one. We got a name for what you're talking about.
Pro pressure.
Troll pressure.
Huh.
Yeah, well, I don't know what I don't know, but anyways,
They don't ever want to stop.
okay,
They
but
don't want to.
okay, but you
I'm go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't.
soliloquy
I
here,
thought.
if you will. Okay,
No, no. I thought I was
so
on mute. My
You
bad.
could, you could, you
what I'm
could,
trying to
you,
say is
you could
I was.
have
continue
to
to
use
just stay.
balance.
You
You
just
have to use balance. So if you know that these certain platforms is gonna be saying certain things, or you know it's certain people in the chat, don't go there. You cannot control the next person. All you can do is control your reaction to that person. That's why we all here. I'm on the outside looking in because I don't know a lot about that girl and that other girl. I'm just kind of an outsider and I'm just observing. But I know from my other dealings on YouTube how treacherous it can be, how you can get how easily you can be catfish, how these people sit up and make a living out of catfishing people. You know, shit that I wouldn't even think of. These people got 2 and 3 platforms devoted to it. You know, so they really about the shits. So you have to be careful where you invest and put your time and energy, but balance it out. Get you some music, get you some laughter, get you some education, you know, and then you dibble and dabble in the fuckery and the ratchetness or whatever, but you can't let it consume you, especially if you can't even relate to it. If this is something that you don't even like know nothing about, you engrossing yourself in a whole level of fuckery that you ain't never encountered in all your whole 30 and 40-year life. You know what I mean? So just get the lesson from it, but don't let it consume you. You know? Don't let it consume you.
And
You
I
know?
never understood. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm just saying, y'all don't know. You don't know these people. You know.
Like I don't know who Egypt Dan is, so I didn't. I don't understand because people keep talking about her, and I don't mean people like Bomb Cherry or whoever, because they obviously have a vested interest. But there's like people who who are going to her channel just to get upset. And like there's people who make videos about me and they call me every name in the book, worse than pole dancer, and I just don't watch their stuff. I don't care what they call me. They can call me. I've been called a transgender. Been called a tar baby. I've been called a gorilla. I've been called every name in the book. But you know, I can't control what people say, and I just choose not to watch it.
man, I feel bad for y'all, man. Y'all in y'all feelings over this YouTube shit. Y'all shouldn't do that.
I would like to respond to what she said. I agree with what you said about not looking at it, but what if the content that you're talking about is your home address? What if somebody's posting your home address, your phone number, and all that kind of stuff? Is it appropriate to just say, "Well, I just want to look at it"? Meanwhile,
No,
people are looking at your stuff.
No, that's not the same thing. No, that's next level shit. No, that's FBI. You know,
I'm
Beautiful.
not. I'm not talking about.
I'll be back. Could you set them straight when you get the chance?
Okay.
Hold on a second.
The point is, if someone's attacking you and you're not paying attention, you don't know how far they're taking it. So they can.
All right. No,
information out.
So, does anybody on here think that if somebody is reckless enough to post your home address and your number and a picture of it, and that if you contact law enforcement, listen to me, that law enforcement's actually going to do something? I'm
They
sure that
have. They
I'm
have.
sure, huh?
They have
You know
to
what?
me.
In few select situations, I'm sure law enforcement on all levels are inundated with calls of shit that goes on the internet. You know?
Yep, that's true.
And they probably genuinely don't care unless it's affecting somebody that they know.
Absolutely. That's
in
why
general.
Spray got away with what she did.
That's in general about any fucking lawbreaker. So you still report it. What's your point?
What's my point? Is that you just mentioned that, you know, when the
Yeah, you
guy
take
said,
it to a next level.
you're going to ask me
You
my
take it to the
point.
next. What's your advice? What would you
I don't
advise
have,
someone to do?
You
What
don't
would you
have,
advise someone to do then?
if someone's posting their information.
Flag. You know what? You want to hear the real deal? Don't give them no motherfucking reaction. Act like you
Exactly.
don't
Okay,
know
well,
shit.
and that's your
Hold
choice.
on, no. You're
Some people
talking
would
to a
choose to do
professional, lady.
everything. See, that's
Anything you talking about, I've been through on this motherfucker. Okay?
no, you got
Listen,
all the answers. I already heard.
I got more than anybody else. I survived too many battles and too many wars and too many and still with the shit. And still with the shit. And I bully bullies, okay? I can be nice too, but to answer your question, don't give them no reaction. Don't confirm shit, and keep your gun close in case somebody show up. Don't give them nothing. No
Everyone don't
reaction.
carry a
Never
gun, so
confirm.
there's that.
Listen, never confirm
Everyone
that
don't
it's
carry a
you.
gun, so
Pardon
there's
me?
that.
Well, what
Oh,
he's saying is like, if just say someone posted my real name and my address.
yeah,
If I
you might want to
go
flag. You might want to flag the shit down. Okay.
right, but I'm saying like, if I go on that channel and bicker with them, then they know
Why?
who I am.
Don't give them no satisfaction. See, control your emotions. Take your emotions out of it and think about it logically. Don't confirm shit. You ain't. That's uh, arguing with them. What's that gonna do? Don't get mad. I should give courses at this shit.
Nobody
I
said
really should.
anything about
No.
arguing.
I should really teach courses because I know just what to do. Because I've been through every situation, every circumstance that you guys are talking about, and I'm not sweating it. I wouldn't give them no reaction, nothing, and I wouldn't get mad. I'd get even. I'd say, "Oh, that's how you want to play," and it might take me 2 months to get even. I might be able to get even right away, and I would also build a network of friends and allies that are of friends and allies that'll help you out. They might not always help you when you want the help. You got to fend for yourself, but they will throw you a bone. Am I right? Because some of them are in the vicinity.
Yep.
Jack has been back for a while. Jack, did you want to try
I'm
to
sorry.
say what it was you're trying to say before? Maybe your audio's fixed right now. Okay, you probably stepped away.
Okay, JPV, excuse me if I have offended you in any way. I have a different perspective on life. I have a different perspective on life outside of America than you do. And we can just agree to disagree with that. I
And
know that you are a good person, and I think in my heart that you would never want to do something horrible or cause and inflict pain on someone else. And we'll just leave it at that.
And I feel the same way. I did want to say before we finished here, no matter what point that was, that I respect you, the Storm, and I'm glad I know how you feel, and it lets me know where you're coming from. But yeah, I'm glad you did this. But I have no ill will against you. I don't hate you. I don't care about you any less. I care about you more. So
Look, I'm
no,
from a
I'm not
big
simping Benzo. Okay,
No, it's not
no,
sipping.
for
No, it's
real,
just
for real.
right.
Ah, that's lovely.
No, give them a hug, right? Hug each other.
But no,
hell
I'm
no.
being serious though. I'm just being serious, and I know you're being serious
Too.
too. So no, I don't have any ill will at all. And
Respectful. I'm trying to get people to understand where you're coming from because what you are doing looks suspect. And I had to really look at a bunch of stuff to see why people are thinking you look suspect. And you might not be suspect. I'm not accusing you of that. I'm saying when people are showing things and what you're doing, it looks suspect. This is not my business. I don't know any of these people. I mean, as far as Mom Cherry goes, like, she doesn't know me and I don't know her, but she's my acquaintance. And if somebody was doing something nasty, and I was watching it, I would be like, hey, why are you? And that's it. Like, I don't. I think Bob Cherry would, if someone was calling me some all kinds of foul ass names and saying I was doing something that would is violating me as a person that he knows morally, he would be like, hey, that sounds like shit. Leave her alone, right, Bob?
See, no, guess you're wrong.
I guess
So
I am
no,
wrong.
hold on a second, because she's probably doing something. So somebody, you you would want validation for someone to say, no, she's not that person. She's not
Hell
that
no, I
person.
don't need validation from anyone because I have validation from
But
my
hold
own
on a
goddamn
second. But
family.
you just said you felt like
No, I
you and
said
her,
as an acquaintance. An
you felt
acquaintance is different than
you
someone you
felt
value.
like you felt like that your relationship was good enough with her that
Hell no.
if someone were, let me finish. That's what you were saying. You were saying that you felt like you were, even though we're just acquaintances, if somebody was on here talking down on me, that she would correct it. See,
No, no,
just
sir. That's
needing
not what
that
I said.
correcture, ma'am, I'm going to teach you something if you would like to learn. Just needing that defense and that validation shows that you're suffering from troll pressure. Okay. And troll pressure is when you start caring what people think,
Mhm.
when you start being concerned that you're being portrayed in the right way and you have to find a way to correct the record, you're suffering from troll pressure. Whereas everybody is a troll or a potential troll. Okay? So the community, this is a community. Let's just call everybody trolls. All right. And you're suffering from troll pressure when you find. I've been told I was in a wheelchair in a nursing home. You think I went and got on camera and started doing a two-step or something to prove to these people I'm not in a wheelchair? You think I? You think I start to care like that? That's no. That stuff. You'll be proving stuff forever. Listen, let me tell you a little funny story. There's a dude that was part of a crew on here. He's still part of the crew, and nice looking guy, very intelligent spoken. Well, a video came out where a bunch of them got together and they were going to some, um, just like in DC or one of those cities. They're going to one of the tourist attractions, right? And the dude, when he was walking, it looked like he had like one foot was regular and the other foot looked like he was Bozo the Clown. And it was like heavy as fuck, like he had a lead foot or some shit. That's what it looked like. And maybe he did. I don't know. I still don't know to this day. It really looks like he did. But they started making fun of him and everybody's clowned him. I've seen a military veteran who's been in combat say that having people laugh watching you in YouTube is worse than death. I've got that recorded. All right. The same dude that came looking for me. So do you know what that dude did? He went and took a video and said, look how straight my feet is, motherfucker. My feet don't look straight to you, motherfucker. Do you know how much we laughed at that shit? That troll pressure. That
But
needing to
Benzo,
that needing to validate and correct the record to a bunch of people that really don't matter.
And you don't
okay,
owe anything to.
Right. But people do it.
but Benzo, every single time any human being, and I'm just going to talk about the U.S., not anywhere else, when you get accused of a crime, there is a social pressure. So if I say
If you're strong
volunteer,
enough to buck the man, look, I understand what you're saying. You don't have to explain it to me. Social pressure, troll pressure is the same damn thing. It's a community of trolls. Okay? I understand it. I understand it. I fight troll pressure. Don't you think I want to prove shit?
well, I know you do want to prove shit.
But I don't. I don't want to prove it as bad as anybody else because I put this shit in perspective. And I hold on to the philosophy strong.
Benzo, all I'm trying to say so that you understand is
I
One,
understand. You don't have to say shit 3 times with me, ma'am. I'm smarter than that. I got you.
well, I'm very
You're
smart, but
explaining
can I
so. You're
clarify?
explaining. Go ahead. You're explaining social pressure and peer pressure to me. Yeah, it's a
It's
human
not. It's
thing.
not social pressure or peer pressure. I'm talking about my point. My point is, as a human being interacting with other human beings. Now, there's some human beings that aren't very smart. Can we agree or disagree with that?
I will agree.
Agree.
Okay, so there's a certain group that is not as smart as other groups. So, would you spend your time trying to talk to the dumb people, or are you going to try to spend your time talking to the smart people to come up with some sort of resolution to figure out things out? Yes or no?
Well,
Who would you spend your time with?
I'm gonna answer your. I'm gonna answer your question. I've already declared that I'm the smartest person in this area as far as knowledge, as far as knowing things. Okay, I've already declared
Well,
that.
I
So
agree
no,
that
no.
you have a very strong sense of
How?
self.
Met
As
everyone?
far I've
Met
already
everyone?
declared that, and I've issued out a Jeopardy challenge that no one will take me up on because
Like,
any
I've
of these.
never met you. This is my first time ever hearing from you, but yet you are smarter than everyone on YouTube. Is that what I'm
No,
hearing?
no. I didn't, in that particular sector that I'm in, I'm trying to find
What's the
somebody.
sector?
Pardon me.
What's the sector? What is that?
It's just a group of us, just like you guys have a group, but the groups are starting to mix. You'll learn about the sector because we're here.
Oh,
But who's my group?
It happens naturally. You'll hear. You probably seen some of our shows. We've been around for a while. It's a very acrimonious group. We all hate each other, but welcome to the sector. But I have declared that I'm smarter than all of them. I didn't say that I'm smarter because there's different types of intelligence. I said that I could beat anybody in Jeopardy, which is a good gauge of intelligence and knowledge retention, information retention. And that goes here. Anybody that thinks they're can beat me in Jeopardy, I'm willing to do it for some money. So
What
that
the fuck?
stands. That stands.
Wait, so
So
now you're charging people to
no, no,
help
no, no,
you.
no, no, no. You're not listening. What I'm saying is, if you're going to do something and you're going to do it well, you may as well get paid for it. I'm just not going to let anybody challenge me and not put money up. I'm offering it as a wager. This might be my hustle. Some people hustle
Okay,
golf. Some people hustle GoFundMe. Some people get on here and beg for money. I don't beg for shit. However, if there's money out there, I want some too, and I may as well do something that I'm good at. So if you think you're smart or anybody that you know, come bring them on there. We can play Jeopardy, and I'll whoop your ass and prove that I'm smarter
but
than you.
in Jeopardy, in what sense, sir? What sense are you talking about
There's
Jeopardy?
a
You're talking
game.
about like
There's a game hosted by
facts,
Alex
like
Trebek.
historical facts. What facts are you talking about? Because Jeopardy is
Hodgepodge.
about facts.
Uh, all right, so you're familiar with the game, right? So
Well, yes. I mean, I
a
did
loose,
grow up.
you know what? The same way that they do Jeopardy on TV, it's a hodgepodge. You don't know which is which, and you answer the questions in a question form.
Okay, but yes, but those facts that they're discussing on Jeopardy are all about facts that everyone's already agreed to. And like, it sounds like you're talking about facts that you agree to and maybe other people don't agree to. But I don't know, Benzo. That's
What the
not my
fuck are
business.
you talking about? I'm talking about playing
Because
Jeopardy for
Jeopardy
money,
is about facts. So are you
right?
talking about like,
So I'm
historical
saying
facts?
so I'm
English
saying
facts?
you, some I know, some I don't. You know, I'm
But
not that
facts
I'm
in
not
what
that good at
sense, sir?
calculating. Well, look, I could show you better than I could tell you. If you think you smart,
Okay.
get your pesos up, and we can do it.
Well,
You,
first of
anybody
all,
you know on here, I'm smarter. I have more information than you. I've I've absorbed and retained and can recite more information than you. Can't nobody fuck with me.
okay, Benzo,
Smart.
I'm
Look,
not talking
I'm
about
making
what.
it real clear. I'm smarter than you. And I'm not trying to put you
Okay,
down. And I'm smarter than anybody around here. And if somebody thinks they
okay.
are, this is a good way to gauge it. Jeopardy's a good way to gauge it. And of course, some topics on the
No,
weekend
Jeopardy is a
and
good
some
way
topics.
if you know how to memorize facts. That's all Jeopardy is.
Memorization is brain retention. It's whether your
Right, and
brain is a
memorizing
hot or it's
facts.
a stiff. Some people, you pour some information and it goes right through their damn head. It goes in one ear and out the other. You heard that expression? We don't consider those smart people. The gauntlet is down. I'm waiting for somebody to take me up.
Okay, well, I won't take you up, sir. I believe that you believe that you're smarter than everybody else on YouTube. Enjoy your crown.
I haven't won nothing yet. I haven't been nobody to take me up on the challenge. I'm the undefeated champion that ain't never had to have a battle.
Right, uh-huh.
Oh, you say that with some sarcasm, but you don't want to
No,
play.
sir, I'm not saying
All
it with
right,
any
I'm trying.
sarcasm.
Look, I'm trying to be
Ignore my.
humble. I'm just feeling way smart this evening. Look,
Okay, well, you be
we
you want to
roast
be.
and we
That's
fight
not what I
and we
want
get.
to talk about.
All right.
I want to talk about, hey, I thought Rude did a great job at controlling that chat a little bit, even though I don't agree with that man on a lot of stuff. You did a good job, Rude. So if you're listening, you did a good job. You let people talk. You controlled that chat like anybody on any TV panel that was debating anything. So hats off to you. I don't understand all of the drama. I don't want to understand any of that drama. You made me, Benzo, think about all of the stuff that I see and what I don't see. So now I'll just shut the hell up. JPP, disculpe por todo. Este es tuyo problema. Este no es mi problema. Ya.
Hakuna Matata.
Tom? What the fuck?
That's Swahili for no problem, no worries.
Ellie, I think you are.
That's fucking funny.
I hope that you really, really look closely because things that you are seeing on YouTube are not reality. Disculpe por todo, Jack. Whoever you are, whatever the little split broadcaster or whatever, who is that? What's your name?
It's Eddie Boss.
Okay, Eddie, I hope you have a fabulous life. Everything goes good. All I want to caution you is that when people look at negative, all you will always see is negative. I just don't want everyone to see negative. Like people say horrible things about women, people say horrible things about men. And truthfully, if extended ovulation and concealed ovulation did not exist, even people would die off. And that's a factual statement. Go look that up. Enjoy looking that up. And that's it. Bomb Cherry, I'm sorry if you thought I disrespected you in your chat. You're my girl. I respect you totally. And El Boogie, you are my girl. You just told me to think about this all the way through. So, disculpe por todo persona.
No problem, sis.
Benzo,
Yes.
you're welcome at my channel anytime.
Am I humble enough?
Yes, you are.
All right.
I won't tell you what I think happened. I'll save that for my channel, but I have thoughts.
Say something in the chat room so I can follow you.
Okay.
Like it's up. Let me find you. All right. Well, thank you for the invite.
Oh, and I forgot Jack. Jack, I enjoy listening to what you have to say. I enjoy listening and looking at whatever you write in any chat about the knowledge that you have, you are an enlightenment. I appreciate all of that stuff. And you crack me up. Stupidity Exodus, I know you're doing your thing and I respect you 100% for that. Just remember, it's always easier to look from the outside.
Is everyone gone?
No.
What the fuck?
So Rick's, since Jack, I think he's busy in the chat. I wanted to hear him come back and say what he was wanting to say in the beginning. But what do you think? Actually, Jack, you back right now?
Yes, sir. Oh, I was just saying, basically with the guys that talk about they want to go overseas and find women, maybe 5% are really serious. Everybody else is dead air. So I just concern myself with the 5%, not the other 95. That was
Right,
it.
right. And I have to agree. And I found that out very quickly, just on the personal experience. The website that I was dealing with, the one where I met my wife, I've talking to other people there, other women and stuff like that. They've been run through the ringer with a lot of these guys. That and I can totally understand why my wife's uncle had such a concern about it, because obviously, he's had other friends, maybe with their daughters, or maybe cousins and stuff like that, that had the same deal happen to them, and they're waiting at the airport with a no-show, and that's a big embarrassment, especially if she's going around to the family members and stuff like that and saying he's going to come at this date, we're going to get married, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and nothing happens. That's kind of like that's a big shame in that culture, kind of, in a way, and but it's not a shame tactic to the woman, but people don't want to be put through that. And I'm really serious. If you guys are going to go around to these dating sites or actually go over to the countries, you can't control anybody. But hey, and don't just bring up the argument, well, there's prostitutes over there and they're willing. So no. If you're doing that, you're going over there as a sex tourist, and women are doing it too, going over there as sex tourists. But these people online, especially, you toy with people because you give them the perception that you're going to come over and do something that's going to benefit the both of you. And then you don't do shit. You don't follow through. And that's where Jack comes in with the 5%, because that's about what I found is only 5% actually come through. And in that 5%, it gets even smaller on who is good and who is not good. So it gets even smaller. And then that's the part where it's like, I wish I could say that I could stop this from happening, but I can't. And I wish there wasn't so many tourists going over there, even the ones that just go for the vacation, they want to take pictures. I've seen in Kenya, I've seen some people from other countries act like fools in Kenya. I've seen this one dude in a cyber cafe, and we're in Nairobi, and he expected the guy over the counter to commit a cyber crime for certain downloads. And he says, well, I'm in Nairobi, I should be able to get this. And the guy wouldn't do it. He wasn't, because it was against the law, what he wanted to be done, even in Kenya. But he's like, I'm in Nairobi, I should get this done. I'm going to pay you to do it, so do it for me. This guy was probably from, if I can remember, I think he was from Turkey.
That's because corruption is rampant many places in the world, including America. But
and it just it just sickens me when I see people like that, where they don't deserve to be there. I don't want them there at all.
Well, you're about 500 years too late.
Man, I couldn't grasp what that woman was saying to you, man. What was she having a problem with you doing, going to Brazil? Like
no,
I couldn't get what she was saying, man.
Oh no, okay. It's me hanging out with O'Shea and some other people are talking about going over to Brazil, and they're doing a lot of these guys are talking about just going there and tricking and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And a lot of the guys that do go down there, they're going down there to do stuff like that.
Look out! I mean,
but at the same time, we can't control what they do. But it's hard to govern. It's hard to govern, Rick.
Yeah, it's basically when women hear guys talking, and they shouldn't even really be eavesdropping, like basically, innit? It's like that type of thing, innit? You know,
right.
It's like Donald Trump says, "Grab him by the pussy" when he's sitting on a fucking on a tour bus. Do you know what I mean? Fucking, but when he's out in the public,
that's pushing it though. I can be as crude as they come. I would never say no. I would never say or do no shit like that.
Oh yeah, so I was just using an example, man.
I can be as crude as they come, but I would never say or do no shit like that. But I get what you're saying. There's things that go on in men's conversations that women probably are better off not hearing.
Yeah,
that's true. That's true.
But my thing is, it's almost like for some men, I'm not saying O'Shea, but because it's not him, there's some men who I feel almost do it so women will hear it.
They're trolling. Yeah, well, or they could be doing it just to agitate them. The little young guy, Rude, he has a reoccurring theme. I've been on the panel with him twice. He wants to shoot women and chop and tie their tubes and not give them no money, let them starve to death once they have more than 2 kids. And he says it over and over. There's a lot of redundant people in this little area you guys got. If she would have asked that question one more time about what possessed him as a human being to denigrate and do this to a woman, another human being, I'm gonna bang my head on the desk. She kept on and kept on. Bless her heart. You guys are redundant on this end.
She's making a moral issue a troll issue, and the two should not exist in the same area.
And how can you expect anybody else who completely different background, completely different genetic makeup? How do you expect somebody else to have your moral code? What's right for you? People need to just quit tripping.
And I've heard this in the past. Both men and women have said that, made comments that O'Shea doesn't get on anybody. Like he's too weak with his subscribers and stuff like that. I mean bullshit. He had a live one time. This is when Charles Tyler passed away. And if anybody knows Charles Tyler, he was the main dude for a while, going down to Brazil to promote Brazil and help men that were looking for a different life to go down there and meet women. And he complained, this is what O'Shea was saying, he complained to O'Shea that I invite a lot of these men coming down here, and what do they do when they come down here? They stink, their clothes are wrinkled, they have no respect for themselves, the women can't respect them, and stuff like that. And he's like making me look like a fool, and they're looking like a fool, and I can't take them serious. And he's because I'm trying to help them, and they don't want any help. They just want to come down here and be just as much of a bum as they are in the U.S. He said that's basically the majority of them.
Well, that just told the whole story of why they didn't get any action in the U.S. It's a them thing. It's not the women. It's them.
Right.
If a person say I'm going here and I'm going there because I can't find what I need to find here, I'll be like, well, get your ass on the plane and get to going.
Right.
Thank you. Finally.
Well, something. What's bothersome? Because I listen to them guys talk, and I'm like, I can agree for the most part with what you guys are saying. I'm a man. I empathize and sympathize with the man. But dude, y'all obsessed with this shit where it's fucking haunting you. Go get you some pussy, nigga. It'll make you feel a whole lot better, man. Do some. You can't change the world, but you can change yourself. You can make yourself, little bit more active and attractive. Say something crazy, like you the smartest motherfucker around here. Women find that shit attractive. Start inviting
Yeah,
you to
they
shows and
like a
shit.
lot of
I
men
might
who are
look
witty.
I might look just like O'Shea. Lord have mercy.
Shit.
Lord have mercy. We know why O'Shea had to travel, span the globe to find a wife. I don't watch him because I can't watch him. There's too many other beautiful things on the internet that I can pull up a picture of.
Hey, you know what I told my wife when she asked me what I do for a living? I said I was the head chicken plucker for Foster Farm.
There you go.
So I
In
have a question
Arkansas.
for the men. Since the ladies, we have a good, decent amount of men in the chat from different backgrounds.
Respectful gentlemen, and
That's right. Some of
right.
y'all. Anyway, so how someone wanted to know as well, how why do men attack a certain type of woman, but then you want that
Because they're
type of,
hurt.
for instance, like an Instagram model, right?
Because they're hurt. Because they're hurt. Because of rejection. Because of maybe they've had games played with them. You know, a variety of reasons. Because of their hurt. Their lack of success. Some dudes just never get no girls, never have. You know?
What you women gotta understand is that men have baggage as the same as y'all do.
It's like a motherfucker.
Yeah, but we can't carry it around, and y'all shouldn't either. And don't
I
bring it
agree.
to YouTube.
I drop all the baggage off. I'll be damned if I'm going to spend my spare time or the time I spend on this not trying to be happy and laugh and complaining about women. That's just some sucker shit to be doing. I mean, you know, there's a saying, and the saying is real simple. It's SW, SW, SW. Some will, some won't. So what? If a woman don't like me, she don't like herself.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna. Yeah. And the crazy ones, the ones that do all these things, or the demographic, you know, leave the hood rats alone. Then you won't have to be complaining about hood rats.
No, I gotta disagree with that, because the people that says when they point to the Instagram models, that's just a form of deflection. Because if you gave those people a chance that was complaining about the Instagram models, the females, if they had a chance to be able to do what the Instagram models were doing and getting the attention and maybe some money, they'll be on Instagram themselves. It's just a form of deflection.
I disagree with that.
How does that oppose what I just said?
I disagree with that.
I'm not opposing what you're saying,
you said
Benzo.
you disagree.
Come on, man. Jesus.
No, hold on, relax. You said you disagreed, and you started talking about Instagram
disagree models. With the females, not you.
Oh,
right. He's instantly disagreeing with me. Right.
No, not you. No, I didn't say you. Jesus
Christ. Only female talking.
No, not I. What you have to understand that is a general topic of well, the men says this, and the men says this, and the person.
A lot of times, men gotta be men, and you can't be all jazzed by the images and shit you see on these social media platforms or whatever the case may be.
Man,
if that shit come about to you, just let that shit fly. It don't mean nothing. You can't say, I don't give a fuck. It's not good. It's not bad. It's not positive. It's not negative. I don't give a fuck. You know, I'm good. I'm good in my situation.
Yeah.
Oh, Cherry.
I know the woman I've been with for 10 years is bad shit crazy, but I'm good with the crazy that this bitch provide me.
So Cherry, divorce is expensive, so I'm gonna have to say good night, and I'd like to apologize to the woman that I cut off earlier, and also for whatever craziness I did earlier in your live stream. But I'm gonna have to bid everybody a good night.
You didn't do anything crazy. Listen, everybody needs to stop being so serious. You know what I mean? You didn't do anything crazy, so don't take it that way.
Divorce might be expensive, but it's worth every damn penny, baby.
I don't have the problems that men have, so it is what it is. I don't know.
I appreciate you coming on Stupidity.
I don't know.
Stupidity. Yeah, you know, this is what I want to say. My area, I want my area to be open to people with different views.
Because the woman I'm with just started off in my LS 430, and I walked to the store. So I don't know what y'all going through. Fuck that. I don't know what y'all going
Okay.
Somebody,
Can I be heard? Am I low or something?
somebody
Yeah,
in
yeah,
the
you know,
chat
we
room
can't hear
just
you.
said. Somebody in the chat room just said, "I like smart women." Well, my partner Crenshaw Chuck from the Blade, he used to say, he still says, he said the only thing a smart woman can do for me is to come show me where the dumb ones are.
Oh man.
So what y'all feel about wanting a woman who considers herself to be a strong woman?
There is
So
no
you
such
strong.
thing.
Can you be strong and be quiet at the same time? I'm
Man.
all for a strong ass woman, somebody that's not gonna buckle under pressure, or someone that can withstand some
Right.
stress and get through hard times. But
Matt.
be strong. Can you be strong without talking a whole lot? Then I'm all for it. Me,
Can you be strong and hush them little lips?
right? Can you exhibit your strength in silence? Not in
So
have to be in
when
silence.
you
Can
say
you
that
exhibit?
women
Can you?
talk a
Can
lot,
you?
what do
No,
y'all
hear what
mean?
I'm saying. Can you exhibit your strength with action instead of words?
I
What do
don't
you mean
remember the
about women
study
talk a
where it was done at, but the study that I remember reading a long time ago said that women naturally are 30% more conversational than men by nature.
lot? Right.
Why
We do
women
want to
talk so much.
understand things. You know, we wanna get down to the root of the problem. And we talk
That's funny.
Want to get
That
to
is
the
funny.
root of the problem. Yeah, sometimes y'all be looking for it to create a problem where there ain't no problem. That's the truth. Like, man, everything's cool. Are you really gonna trip off of that?
well, you know, your
Yeah.
woman, if she love you, when you walk through that door, she could tell something's wrong with you. You might not want to share it with her, but she could tell.
That's
Man,
called witchcraft.
no, I don't know about
Here we go
witchcraft.
with the
About your
wit.
body
No,
language.
you know, like,
Boo, nigga.
I don't know.
but if you
Boo.
don't want it, but if you don't want to talk about it, I mean, I'd probably talk about it, me, because I'm that dude that will express himself. But if I didn't want to talk about it, it's because I'm trying to find a way to figure this shit out.
Right, right.
So
And
I,
I,
and
you
I
know,
and
and a
and
lot of most men are solution oriented.
Right.
Women, on the other hand, generally speaking, like to commiserate. There you have to say it properly. Commiserate, share in the feeling of how the situation's making you feeling. Men, on the other hand, kind of just want to solve the problem and then move on to the next shit. So there's a
yeah.
difference. We're just built different like that,
Right.
generally speaking.
right. So
Right? Would
I
you
just
agree there?
right looking at
Yeah.
the
So
That's one of my
Wait,
biggest.
wait, wait. Let Elle go because she's real quiet and
That's
people
one
trying
of
to
my
listen.
biggest problem with women. They
Wait, let
don't.
Elle go. Let Elle speak. Go ahead, Elle.
thank you. And so I was just gonna piggyback off that and just for us ladies to just be a little bit mindful, just kind of try to be a little bit more in tune, like he said, not so much verbally, but just energy wise, the
right.
non-verbal cues to see, where his head is at. He might want to talk, he might not. Sometimes we don't, it's just like, oh, he's here, oh, just so happy, yeah, or, oh, want to catch up or whatever, that we not stopping to kind of do a mental check-in. You know what I mean? So
You gotta.
just throw that out there.
No, you're right, and you got to give that dude his space when he says, it's just some bullshit. I don't want to talk about it. Just don't keep digging. Even if you feel, I know Bomb Cherry's a digger, but you got a different relationship. If you've been
Oh,
with
I'm not a
somebody that,
digger, baby.
if you've
I
been
think it depends on the female. I really think it depends on the female. Because
right,
like I say we, like my kids and my auntie, we call my mama Perry Mason, because she gonna
right, because
grill
they're
you.
gonna sweat
She
you with the
gonna ask you
questions.
every question one way
Right.
down
Yeah,
another.
man,
It's
that
her.
that shit ain't
And
cool, man.
I remember her and my stepfather, and they're the dynamic of them, and just how he was. And I'd be like, well, just don't be asking him all. I mean, some of his common sense, like you agitate, that don't take too much, you know what I
Thanks,
mean?
Shirley.
Rocket science to figure out. It's like, stop asking. But that's just my mom. You know what I'm saying? Now me, if you don't tell me, I ain't gonna ask you, because that's just me. So I think it depends on
Retirement.
yourself.
Right.
To me, if I had like a husband, I might ask like, do you want to talk about it? And if he said no, I'd let it go until
Yeah,
he's ready, because there are some women who just pester and pester, and they do that in general. And,
yeah.
and like I have, family members like that who are female, and they just pester you, and it's like, I don't want to talk about it. Leave me
Mhm.
alone.
Right. Right.
But I think it boils down to trust. If a person trusts the other person, then they will give them that space. Like when with my wife, if my wife said there was nothing wrong, I knew eventually she'll discuss whatever it is. But it's because of the fact that I trusted her and I didn't start assuming, well, what is she worried about?
Hmm.
Yeah, and if you don't, but well, what? Tell me. Well, what is? I
Man,
know something. Well, what? I can tell. I can
I
see
don't
it.
I don't
Oh,
go looking for additional problems or additional trouble. I can see something's wrong. Like if anything I can do to help, okay, no. I ain't gonna dig all up in your shit and find out what it is. When you're ready to talk about it, you talk about it and keep on doing what I'm doing. I'm not looking for agony and problems. Just me.
Right.
well, most men aren't. I don't think.
Man, don't care about what you going through.
And that's another thing. We notice and are aware of things that you guys aren't. So, like you said, like women, you like you really finna trip off that, whereas you wouldn't even have been aware of it if we didn't point it out. So
Yeah,
not
but it
only you
might be
not take
something.
care of
If
it about it, you didn't even you didn't know what it was. She mad because you didn't even notice it. What it was. It's like I ain't tripping on that. What is it?
sometimes it
Because
could
I
be
know my
something
brother.
interesting.
And my brother is just kind of like that. He's just one of those type of guys, it's just kind of like, do, 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 and his wife is more kind of high strung, like,
Man, I don't
and he
see how
just
they
like,
deal with them high strung broads,
because
man.
he just
And I
ignore, just like you said with the trolls.
no, but a
Basically he
lot of
married a
them,
troll.
feel like they need that direction. It's like I already been raised by my mother and father, man. I'm cool. They raised me so I can make my own decisions, whether it's
Mm-hmm,
right or whether
mm-hmm,
it's
mm-hmm.
wrong.
Yeah,
Long
that's
time
true.
ago,
Yeah.
I had a girl, a woman that I was in love with. Um, like in the morning time, I would stop and get us a newspaper. That's when they had newspaper stands. I guess they still have them, but not as much now. At any rate, so I stick a quarter in there. I get two LA Times. I get one for me, and I get one for her, and whatever. And I drop her off at work or wherever I was taking her to at work, and then I go on about my business. And I did that regularly. You know that shit was irritating her. She said it was stealing. I thought
Yeah,
it
I was
was
just got the
thoughtful.
first thing I was gonna say is you stealing.
I
Yeah,
thought it was thoughtful. I'm stealing a quarter from
right.
like the
Yeah.
Chandlers, the people that own the Los Angeles Times, people that
Mm-hmm.
have benefited probably from money from slavery. They probably still got money going back that long. They're like a Mayflower family. At any rate, then someone else said steal it. See?
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
everything
It's
else is
perception,
cool.
but it's
Everything else
perception.
is
Yeah.
everything else is cool, and that's
Mm-hmm.
going to turn into an issue.
Yeah.
Now, is that worth? And she loved me too, but is that worth an argument or risking the peace? Isn't it cool to have the peace? Damn.
Yeah,
I said,
that's why, when you're in a relationship on both sides, you got to pick your battles, So, I mean, yeah, why I don't know why that would
what
be
about
appealing
everything
to her,
just be
but
cool? And for some reason, she just feels. I don't know what she feels. She's just doing that shit to start some shit
well, but that's the
because she
thing.
don't like something else you
Maybe,
did. Because
listen,
she
it
doesn't like
may be,
something else you did, but she doesn't want to address that. So
yeah,
she's going to
passive
start the
aggressive.
bullshit.
Right, right. That could be it. Or sometimes people are triggered by things and they may not even know why. You know what
Right.
I
That's
mean? And then
true too.
sometimes
Right.
then you
Oh
bring it
yeah.
up to them and be like, "Well, why are you tripping on this?"
No, that's true too. Right.
So
Right.
it's just us
That's
as men,
stealing. That's stealing.
hmm Yeah.
God damn, I thought that was thoughtful.
Right. And that's the first thing that crossed my mind. See, but it's just so funny because, like, I could see my mom doing something like that, and me, I'm like, no, I would never do that. See, it's just the
Man.
feeling, just the,
See,
I don't know, your
you know what?
perception, your, I don't know,
It
just your whole
ended with
outlook.
her, and looking back, man, I need Bonnie to roll with my Clyde sometimes, man. Come on,
hmm
let's be real. It's tough out here.
Yeah. See, I don't know. That's like, I
I don't
don't
need
do
these moral authorities.
that. Right,
You
right,
see, I have a
right.
problem with so-called moralists.
I don't know where you guys all are, but do you guys did you guys have a Sizzler
I
wrestling?
like Sizzler. I've been eating this Sizzler for years.
Okay, so you can't take my family members to Sizzler because my mama and her favorite cousin, God rest his soul, cross my heart, they would go up in there as the true crazy trios that they are with aluminum foil, ready for that
Oh,
fresh chicken to come out the goddamn.
them them wings,
Yeah.
them wings. They got a lot of
Oh
breading on them, but
my
they're
God,
good.
they would embarrass me whenever they
What
have
Sizzler did
chicken
you used to? What
wings.
Sizzler would they do with
Oh shit! And it would be
that?
fine. Shit. Where would
There's a
we be?
Sizzler by the Fox Hills Mall.
Where we at? Where we at?
What Sizzler are you talking
We was
about?
in Newark. I'm in
Oh, okay. I didn't
I'm in
know.
the Bay Area.
I didn't know Sizzler was a
Went that
nationwide
far.
chain.
Yeah, and we actually have one. I think it's the one here, right in San Leandro, right outside of Oakland. But
Okay.
they oh my God, I'd be so embarrassed. I'd be trying to act like I wasn't
I
with
used
them,
to go to the one in Santa Ana on 17th.
and I mean loud. So did they come out the front? They got fresh chicken?
No, they have an incredible salad bar. I don't
Yeah,
know what it costs
good
now, but it used
salad
to cost
bar.
about $8 or $9. You get
Mm-hmm.
your entree with the salad bar. They give you a little tiny steak or a little tiny
And
piece
that
of taco
bread,
chicken. Oh, that toast is
cheese
good.
bread, yeah, that
But
would
that
be
salad bar by itself, you could
my
have a
family. They
yeah,
gonna fight you over that chicken, and they would show enough go in there with aluminum foil.
yeah, that's the one.
See, and I'm
Funny,
just thinking about it, embarrassed.
no, Sizzler. I
And
really
you
like.
like, damn, I didn't even think of that. Go there with
I haven't been to Sizzler in a while, and I like Sizzler.
oh my
And
goodness.
I'm from Los Angeles. I can think of there's a Sizzler on Vermont near Third. There's a Sizzler in Encino. There's one in Hollywood. I've been to them all,
Mm-hmm.
but I never tried to. I eat my share, but I'm not trying to steal
It's
no
all you can
chicken.
eat
You
here,
hold on. Is that
Negroes.
stealing?
Yeah.
That's how
It's
we got here. That's stealing
all
too.
you can eat
Ah,
here, Negroes.
I
Here.
agree with you. I wouldn't do that shit. That's just a little bit too petty. That's stealing though. You aren't you to stick in the mud. You ain't no fun at all, huh? You ain't no fun at all.
Sit on that.
You just like the woman that
Yeah.
I
None of
that's
you
stealing.
crazy ass Negroes. I am not. I be out in the parking lot acting like I ain't related to you. Yeah. Look, they was light skinned anyway. I'd be like, oh no, officer, I'm not. I don't know them. You trying to act like I ain't related.
Oh
Oh shit.
man.
They fight you over that damn sizzler
See,
chicken.
Bomb Cherry, I don't know her that well, but I could tell she's like, nah, baby, get them wings. I put some in the bag and everything for you. Have some as a midnight snack. If that's what you want. That's how she's able to stay married so long. You
She
want to
gon'
take the wings?
she
I'm down with
she got them wings at home ready. She ain't got no sizzler wings on deck.
she'll
She got
probably
cherry
I'm just
wings on
making a
deck.
joke. Man,
Mm-hmm.
them guys that are uptight about women and they just want to get online and complain about women all day long, man, y'all need to
No,
give it
they
up.
need
Y'all
they
might
need
want
to.
to come over here and just be yourself and try to make a friend. Maybe all your complaints might go away.
I said it once, I say it again. Abstinence is a hell of a drug.
Forced abstinence.
Yeah, it's a hell of a, they need to get some. They
So
need to
is
get
dry dick and blue ball.
right. Something going on with him. Because I didn't know. I'm telling you, I didn't know it was that level of hate for women until I came to YouTube. I really did.
I see a lot more on Facebook than I
Because
do on
men are
YouTube.
because people are more polite. You wouldn't think there was that much racial acrimony as the
Right.
way people go to the bank in California in any city, and
Oh.
you see a Asian, Latinos, blacks, whites, everybody's going about their day with very few incidents compared to the hate that's there.
No, there isn't a level of hate. What was happening was during the 70s, 80s, and 90s, the only few avenues that men had to be able to voice their opinion was television and radio, and usually those shows were catered to a female audience. With social media, you can put whatever you want to put on there. You don't have show directors and stuff like that that's cutting you off. So what women are hearing now is what they would have heard back in the days had it not been the censorship of television and radio.
Oh, okay. So we just hearing delayed hate.
There, if you listen to the conversation, there's been hate on both sides. It's just that with television and
That ain't
radio,
what we talking about though. Women hating on men is like an old joke. Like, bitch, you better get over it. I had no idea it was that many men who was such fucking whiners about the women that they didn't get. I'm sorry. If you're a grown ass man still talking about a goddamn prom, there's some issues that need to be addressed off of YouTube.
but did you ever get a chance to watch
And
any of
female
Man,
did you
who
get a
wants
chance
to?
to watch?
hate.
Who
Hold on,
wants?
Benzo, hold up, man.
Why are you
Jeez.
getting so agitated, man?
No, just hold
Yeah,
up.
you just
I
Hold
let
up,
you
bro. Slow
talk.
down. Slow
because I
down.
Hold
challenged you.
on, man. God damn, you sound bothered like one of these women. I'm gonna go on mute with your
Shut
menstruating
up.
ass.
Thank
You can
you.
Right.
talk.
Yo, when I was gonna
Hold on, like it's like
all
it's your
right,
right
Benzo,
to
put it
say.
on mute, baby. Time
Hold
out.
up.
Two
Hold up.
minutes.
Don't call me baby, nigga.
Right.
Just like you didn't call him baby. I'm not no man's baby.
Right.
All right, baby boy. Calm down.
Oh man, fuck you, punk
Right.
ass nigga. Now you can't talk.
Tripping.
Sorry. No, what the fuck is you talking about? You gonna disrespectful ass motherfucker. Nigga, fuck you. You can't talk.
Right.
You can't talk. I'm saying you can't talk now. You had your chance to talk and you want to be disrespectful? Didn't nobody disrespect you like that. It ain't happening, dude.
I said that men hate women, and they do. There is a lot of men on here that spew hatred for our women. Yes, they do. And there's women on here. Yes, it is. But like
Yeah.
I said, like y'all, and man, no, it ain't right. I ain't saying it's right. I ain't saying that, yeah, all men, woo, woo, woo. No, I'm not at all. But I was just so surprised. I didn't know because usually, no, men don't express themselves. And I'm glad to see men expressing themselves, but it's the way. And then it's the continuous. Like you can talk about something, but you got to move on past it. You know what I mean? That you don't talk about it every day. You know, you don't come on here. I don't come here every day telling you my issue. You know what I mean? Or shit, I could pick an issue. I told people I'm a fucking statistic. The shit that is going on in my life, but I don't come on YouTube just every day. Oh, you know this happened to me. Oh, you know this happened to me. Like, come on. Every day you have a problem.
But did you see any of the interviews with Sister Cesar Ali back in the '90s when she came out with her book? She got as much attack from black women as men do, and I I can't say everything she had in her book was 100% true, but there was a lot of stuff in it that touched nerves. So you got to understand, back in the '80s, not '70s, '80s, and '90s, and maybe up to the early 2000s, black men did not have a voice. It's just that now with social media, they have a voice where it's not edited. The radio host can't cut you off on YouTube. That's the only difference.
You keep saying that like I don't understand what that got to do with what I said. So they didn't get to say anything then. So what? They're saying enough of it now. What's the difference? Tupac prophesized this. Y'all made it come true.
Prophesize what?
That we'd have a race of babies that hate the ladies.
That is true, and it's actually a
Oh, okay,
deeper.
stop right there.
It's something.
He said I was right. He said that's true.
Yeah, I
Hold
did say
on,
that.
somebody timestamp that. And I'm on my phone. I ain't got no computer. Can somebody grab that for me? I'm gonna need that sound bite.
No, if you ask me this
Playback.
2 weeks, if you ask me this 2 weeks from now, I'm gonna tell you that that's true.
Did y'all get it? He said I was true. I was right about
Yeah,
something.
but the thing is,
What's
it's
today's
something.
date?
It's something much deeper than just a hate.
August 31st. It is 8:30 on the West Coast. Wow.
She's listening, Jack, because she's picking up words as you talk.
I know. But El Boogie knows if I say something, she come back 2 months from now and I'm gonna say the same exact thing. So she's just making fun.
Yeah.
I was right, nigga. I don't know
El
what
Boogie is cool.
I can walk outside with my head held high. Shit.
But yes, it's a deeper issue than just the I don't know the lyrics of that Tupac song, but what you just said is true.
Take that, chat room. Yeah. Hear that? Where I'm at. I want a cake. Make me a cake. Hear that? Right. Shoot.
You know, Bomb.
Like it. I got
Mick got 37 watching now, but at one point you had 61. So I'm just saying to Bomb, it got pretty busy in here earlier. She had up to 61 watching at one time.
And the drama's jumping off, of course. Folks like to see and hear the drama. Especially when the other topic was the other ladies. You know, everybody want to hate. They want to hate from either inside or outside for whatever reason. You know, but like you said, just don't let that shit consume you. And then when the motherfuckers start doing shit offline, you know, that's where it becomes even more difficult. You know, like you said, don't respond to that shit. But there's certain things where you do, at some point, you have to put your foot down or draw the line. You know how you deal with a bully. You only ignore a bully for so long before sometimes you have to smack the bully upside their fucking face. So, you know, people, like I said, so a lot of them never learn how to be fucking friends. They never learned how to play nice on the fucking playground. Never picked some basketball ass niggas. You know, ain't our fault.
But what I would like to see happen more often is a lot of the discussion get out in the open, and people are able to sit down and admit what is right, what is questionable, and what is 100% wrong, and start focusing on the information that's correct. Not everyone jumping on their myths and standing behind their myths, because both sides have their faults. Both sides have their pluses. Both sides have their minuses, and just going back and forth.
Male and female?
Say again?
What you talking about, male and female?
Male and female, yes.
Oh.
So I mean, we're like I said, we're both flawed on both ends. Some of it is factual, some of it is beliefs, and I think that's what needs to be put out there and discussed. Not the you did me wrong, and I don't want to hear what you say because I feel I've been wronged, and you need to correct my feelings before I discuss anything else. And I think that's what we're standing at right now, which to me is fine. As of right now, let the males speak their piece, let them have their platform, and then maybe somewhere down the line, that middle ground will be discussed.
Well, that's the thing. I think that you can see that some of the content creators are trying to kind of bring themselves a little bit more to the center, you know, if it were. So they are kind of cut back on, you know, some of their ideology or whatever. But some of them, their platform is too saturated to where, you know, you will never, you know, probably ever have a true open dialogue, you know, because the women won't feel safe. You know what I mean? We have to be able to feel safe in order to really come and share, you know. you know, as much as you say that men have not had a voice, they did. I feel like they definitely dominate YouTube. You know, it's definitely more of you guys out there than it is of us with the platform, with the voice, with the theme, you know, following, all of that. It's some, you know, I don't know. I guess maybe because I don't rock with a whole bunch of the certain female ideologies. I mean, you know, I guess, you know, there's a swirl or, you know, whatever. I don't know. But you have to be able to feel like you can openly discuss whatever the issues are. I think a lot of it is just a miscommunication and us not knowing how to communicate with each other, how to read each other's cues, you know, social cues, and what, you know, certain things really mean, you know what I mean, versus what you thought it mean, you know. So I don't know. You just have to be more open. Some people are so hurt and wounded, they just want to be heard, you know.
Glad, I'm kind of glad I'm good on that one.
Huh?
I don't even want to take. I don't even want to take the high ground. I'm glad. I'm glad. Let somebody else have it. You right about that, Miss Bomb Cherry.
But I think when it comes down to discussion, everyone just can't believe one person's channel is going to be the voice of everyone's discussion, because
No, no.
Tommy's going to have his crowd. They're going to have their plus and minuses. Obsidian's going to have his crowd. They're going to have their plus and minuses. We'll throw we'll throw somebody else in there. They'll have their plus and minuses. And if I had my own channel, there'll be some plus and minuses. So the average of the discussions is what needs to be judged, not just, well, when I was on Tommy's channel, they said this, and here, and when it was over in Obsidian, they said this, and here, because you're talking about 4,000 or 5,000 different type of different personalities. My life experience is different than Obsidian. Obsidian's life experience is different than Tommy's. Tommy's life experience is going to be different than mine. So everyone can't sit there and say, well, I heard this on this person's channel. I think that's the overall voice and opinion of everyone. Same thing when it comes down to the female channels.
Unfortunately, that's what people do.
Well, see, that's where they're flawed.
I would like to believe that people over here are smart enough to not to know that somebody else's experiences are not their own. You know.
It would be nice, but you just have people they're set on what they're set on. I feel that black men ain't shit, so I'm gonna go to such and such a channel, and what she says is what I'm going to agree with. And that's the same thing with a lot of the males. I believe black women ain't shit. Black women this here, and then they will go to their respective channels where they want to hear that conversation from.
Okay, yeah. Your point is what?
I was agreeing with the gentleman there.
Oh.
No, like, you know, there's people that have different opinions and different perspectives on things or whatever the case may be. Like, you know, I would never associate myself with what other people think or whatever the case may be. I like the fact that everybody else has their own opinion on whatever the case may be. You know.
Well, you know, it's just one of the things. You're just gonna have some people, they're just set in their ways. There's nothing that can be said. There's nothing that can be done to change their mind.
I agree.
And then you have those people who are a little bit open, and then you have those people who are very open. And I think once you find a content creator or even people in the chats that are a lot more open-minded, then those are people the substance conversations should be discussed with, not the polarizing people like the Tommies. And you know, I like Obsidian, but I understand he's on one end of the spectrum than what I am, and that's his opinion. His you know, we've lived two totally different lifestyles. So maybe if I had lived exactly the life of Obsidian, I might feel that same way. But we all have our different background stories. So that's just going to be the way life is.
Yeah. It's only those with an open mind, you know. And then sometimes it just comes with, growth, just living. What you thought 2 years ago ain't gonna be the same you thought thinking 2 years from now. You know what I'm saying? So if you have these platforms, you have these dialogues, you never know whose ears it may touch. But that's what I mean. It have to be somewhere at least where both sexes feel safe enough to come and talk about how they truly feel. And that's the only way we grow and learn from each other.
That would be nice, but unfortunately, the law of the land is if you feel you was wrong, fuck everybody else. That's the law of the land, and some people just have to be willing enough to dismiss the law of the land and pretty much.
Well, that's what we're doing here now, though. That's what we're doing right now. We're talking, we're dialoguing.
Of
we're
course.
on the neutral playing field. So we're doing it right now. We're making it happen. We're living. We're talking it. We're actually in the flow. We're now. We're in the namaste, nigga.
Jack,
Yes, sir.
how do you think that public perception gets formulated? When they say that's public perception, how does that formulate?
Within your peer group.
No, not just your peer group, but I mean, your peer group is a very small group. But how does public perception get done? Like, for example, the Kardashian trash. How did those people become socially acceptable?
They're socially acceptable because the media says that they're socially acceptable. The Kardashians could fade away tomorrow and somebody else will step in and take their place.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But why is that?
Because that trash sells. And it sells and it touches people's emotions, the people who are interested in that.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Why do they have to be trash? Because they subscribe to a certain lifestyle that differs from you.
Well, actually, they don't. When you say lifestyle different than I, what do you mean by that?
Whatever they do, like I wouldn't like whatever. Like I wouldn't say that they're trash.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this: have you ever gone to Armenia? Because they all say they're Armenian. Have you ever been to Armenia?
Of course not. I've never been to Armenia. I've never been there.
Okay. Well, if you went to Armenia and they're claiming I'm this, I'm that, but I'm really Armenian, go to Armenia and see if they're in their own group, which they're claiming, say that they're trash.
Okay.
Not for money.
Okay.
How they act.
Okay, but because whatever that situation is, I'm not gonna say they're trash. There are people that live a lifestyle that I don't agree with. I'm not gonna call them trash.
Okay, well, disculpe por todo. They're not trash. I'm saying that if you are claiming that you live in the United States and you're Armenian and my dad's Armenian and I'm 99% Armenian, which doesn't even make logical sense because your mom is fucking American and who knows what the hell she was. So how are you saying you're 99% Armenian? Your mom never said she was from Armenia. So the dad, absolutely, he was from Armenia. In Armenia, go over there and see how those people act. Go see those women. And if you say, not the people when they're going over there to hustle for dollars, just go to Armenia and see the average population. No one would condone that shit.
My whole point is whatever that situation is, that's what it is. I don't care. I'm an American black. My concerns are with what that is. You know, Kanye married into them, and that's his business. That ain't got nothing to do with me.
Absolutely. It's not anything to do with me. I'm saying that as a human being, and you're saying I'm Armenian, not American, not whatever else what they admit to or not admit to. They're saying I'm an Armenian. Go to Armenia and see those people and see what those people act like. And there is nothing in common. That is ridiculous. That is like American dollars. That's all they're talking about. They want to say Armenian because they don't want to say I'm white trash. That's it. Just own it. Girl, you are not Armenian. You are white trash.
I get what you're saying, but at the end of the day, whatever they call themselves or answer to, it don't have nothing to do with you personally.
No, it has nothing to do with me personally, but since I've been in Armenia, I do know when they say that shit, that's offensive to a lot of other people in the whole world.
Well, why can't they have?
Why can't they just live in the world that they live in? If they want to be in the family
in America, don't claim Armenia because you're not Armenian.
But why can't they have? Why can't they have a one drop blood rule also? Their father's Armenian, so if their father's Armenian,
are we going to the one drop rule?
Yeah, if their father's Armenian and he's their biological father, they're Armenian.
Okay, so when they get on talk shows and they say I'm 99% Armenian, let's just go with your theory, and they get on talk show and say I'm 99% Armenian, which again is not a race of fucking people. How in the fuck would you say that? How does that make any goddamn sense?
I would want to know if any of them are married or having sex with anybody in my family. If they're not, then hell, you could be 99, whatever you want to be.
That's exactly what I said. I'm just pointing out that when I say they're Kardashians, it's because they're claiming something that is not theirs to claim. That's ridiculous. All these people that live in America, and Bomb Cherry, disculpe por todo, but that woman that says, I'm 55% Irish, bitch, you are not. You do not live in Ireland. You have no idea what goes on over there. So are you saying that your genetic traits are coming out Caucasian, going into saying that you lived in a certain area? That's it. That's all it is. It does not mean anything else other than that. That's ridiculous. Y'all.
Well, as long as the Kardashians are smart with their money, they ain't never going to be broke. So next subject.
Right, but Jack, so what are you saying? That because you're smart with your money and they made money off of all these other people, that they're all of a sudden somehow good human beings and they're doing all kinds of good stuff? I mean, is that what you're saying? You believe that money makes you be able to claim something? So that one crazy ass chick says, oh, I'm curvy, my body's like this. Everybody looks like me. No, they don't. Go to Armenia, bitch. That's all I want to say to Kim Kardashian. Go to Armenia and you go look at your fake ass body to anyone else in the world. Nobody in Armenia looks like you, girl, because you bought it.
So you know what the next question is going to be, right?
No, I have no idea, sir.
Why do you care?
Okay, see, this is the problem when people say, why do you care? Because public opinion and what people...
All right, JPV, enjoy your weekend.
You too. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
All right, man.
When you talk about public opinion sways all of these things. So no, personally, I don't care what those motherfuckers do, but I do care about what they're doing to other people because that is swaying public opinion. So if you have a daughter, and I don't know if you do, and if you don't, excuse me.
I have two of them.
Okay, well, I have one daughter.
Mm-hmm.
One, not two, just one.
Okay.
Now, I don't want my daughter thinking that how they act, look, or anything about them is normal, because it's not normal. It is an image that is created for media. So when people go, why are these girls wearing weave? Why do they think this? it's not about what thing they're watching. It is social, it's media. So you better be real careful about what you do with media, because just like with the Germans, when they said, hey, I don't like any of these people, and it wasn't just the Jews, it was the Germans, it was anybody else, poor people, the gypsies, anyone from Poland, all of this stuff. So everyone keeps focusing on the Jews, the Jews, the Jews. The Jews was the main focus, but it was all these other people, and that was from media. So when I say it's public opinion that I worry about, absolutely it's public opinion. It freaks me the hell out when people are talking about, oh, these bitches are witches and all kinds of stuff. I don't
Now,
care if you say,
I have a question. I have a question. You said you have one or two daughters.
I have one, sir.
Okay. Who is your daughter's first teacher?
Me.
Okay, well then that's your job to teach them to separate the realities from the fantasy and the truth from the false. It doesn't matter what's projected. Doesn't matter what's projected through Hollywood and on television. It's your job
But
as a
Jack,
parent.
that is ridiculous, because you believe in consumerism and everyone else also believes in consumerism. So that doesn't even make sense. So you're telling me that when I tell my daughter all that stuff, which by the way, she is married and she's 24. So all that other weird shit about people saying you breed whores or whatever that shit. No, we don't rule like that. I've been married for 25 years. My daughter is 24. Yeah. So all that other crap, I teach my daughter what I need her to teach, but she goes out on the street and she sees all this other stuff just like any other child, because otherwise no one would know Nike is supposedly better than this shoe, or you want to wear Prada and not this. All of that shit is commercialized bullshit that goes from media. You value this because this. I watched you and you said Coach Purchase. Why would you care about Coach Purchase?
Oh, because I had to.
You're not confident. You're not confident in the education that you instilled in your child.
Absolutely. I know exactly what I educated in my child and all my kids. So it's not just one, all three of them. But I make sure that they understand when you look at something and they say, you want to have this shoe values this makes you look cool. It doesn't. It's all just stuff.
But
because at the end of the day,
if you do that at the end of the day, then that's all you can do. They're gonna grow up and do what they want to do.
But do you understand that same philosophy?
If you instilled in them the values and thoughts that you want them to have, and they choose to go another path, then it is what it is. You can't make.
Well, it is what it is in my family. But okay, you do whatever you do with yours.
No. Man.
Okay. Do you believe?
And media in general
follow your path if they don't want to do it.
What are you talking about?
I've got a question. You said your daughter is 24. Am I correct?
Yes.
And she's married. Am I correct?
Hell yeah. She got married off. As soon as she turned 21, you get married.
Okay. As of this moment, with her being 24, do you believe you did the best job you could possibly to make her into the best woman that you know that she can be?
Absolutely, but you don't think I correct my kid all the time when she says,
but if you know that you've done that, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts, that you know you did the best job that you could, then everything else is a moot issue.
Hell no, it is not a moot issue. What the hell are you talking about?
It's a moot issue.
Grown. They're gonna do what they want to do.
Yeah, see that this is
if your child is grown, they're gonna do what they want to do. It doesn't.
Hell no.
It's still in them. They're gonna do what they want to do. I have a 20.
Wait, hold on for a second. So you're telling me that when your son does something you don't
as you do, and no matter what I say to her, she's gonna do what she want to do.
No, sir. Absolutely not.
You know what?
Where's L Boogie?
It's some high level bullshit. It's some high level fuckery. You know.
Now, Boogie, when you tell your daughter you do not like something, and you tell her, I don't like this.
You ain't gonna tell no grown ass motherfucker that they gonna do what they fucking. You gonna do what I say? I'm gonna beat your ass. You ain't gonna do that.
Well, first of all, I've never done any kind of physical violence to any child of mine. But okay. But besides that point,
no. See, that's what I'm trying to tell you right now. You fall back and say, I ain't gonna do this and I ain't gonna do that. No.
L Boogie,
what do you want?
What do you want?
What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want?
Somebody must be a little tipsy.
What
tonight.
do you want?
What?
What do you want? You can't have it both ways. You can't have no grown ass child and they're gonna follow your rules and all this kind of stuff. And you can be able to tell
absolutely you can, sir. Absolutely you can.
You're not gonna do that. No, it's not gonna happen.
Let me chime in real quick. Let me chime in real quick to El Boogie.
I got children from 24 to age 11. It's not gonna happen.
Okay, so you're 24. Is that a girl or a boy?
It's a grown ass woman. My grown ass daughter do what she want to do. I don't like the shit she do, but I love my child.
Absolutely, I love my child too.
I love my child, and I don't agree with the move she make in her life, but it is what it is.
Okay, well, Eddie, you and I grew up differently. Let's just agree to that. And in my family, there are certain rules that you abide by, and no one goes against those rules because we are a community and we are a family, and it is us against them, and we will always choose us against any motherfucker. And that is a true statement. Excuse me. El Boogie, do you love your daughters?
We'll say it
sometimes.
What they live by.
Sometimes.
Whatever we say, it is what it is. But whatever they live by, that's what they want to do.
Okay,
I mean,
well,
what kind of question is that? Of course, I love my daughter.
Yeah, of course you love your daughters. So if your daughters make a bad decision, do you turn your back on them? Hell no. You try to guide them and keep pushing the agenda that you have to point them in the right direction. That's all I'm saying. I never will give up on any of my kids ever.
Did you
they do something bad? I will try to
hear what I said? Situation.
Can I speak?
Anybody hear it?
Can I speak? We heard you, and I heard her. Can I speak? Because I heard my name.
I hear you, Miss. Go ahead.
Okay, so to answer your question, though, yes, I love my girls. I have 3 daughters. However, they all are over 21. The youngest will be 24 next Thursday. But I am not in their business. I don't. But they on their own journey. They ask me something, that give my advice. But for the most part, I don't micromanage their adult life. I don't.
I don't tell me go straight to hell.
Okay, but El Boogie, when you say you don't micromanage their life, but you don't try to push your kids in a direction you want them to go, because you've been on the world this many years and they've been on this many years.
No.
Okay.
I critique them on different stuff because we all live together, so that's kind of like a different, dynamic. But as far as their, life choices, career path, family, no. Not that type of part.
But
I know my child.
You don't direct your child that they're going to be lost in the sea? I mean, like there's navigation at all sea. So it's like you're on the ship, but somebody's navigating that motherfucker. Somebody's got to navigate it. So they're sitting there being the captain, looking all cool and driving the boat, but somebody's still got to navigate. You don't navigate? Okay, well, maybe that's just like a cultural difference.
Yeah, it could be. But yeah,
Because let me tell you, Boogie, when I got married, my husband had to go do a whole bunch of shit to prove to my dad that he was a good ass person, and then we got married.
Yeah,
And
no,
when we had kids, my dad was still navigating. He was like, y'all need to do this, think about this, whatever. Now, my very first
lower the bullshit
boyfriend that I ever thought I was ever going to be married to, and I loved him, El Boogie. Like, I loved him. I thought he was the best thing I ever saw in my life. He was so cute. You know, have you ever seen Don Omar?
I want to ask the question.
But Don Omar was the cutest thing I ever saw. He looked just like him. And I was like, oh my God, this is going to be who I married. Do you know who stopped that?
Your dad.
Hell yeah. Not just my dad, all my brothers, my uncle. He was like, there's something wrong with that kid. And they said that. They're like, there's something wrong with him. He's not good.
I'm going to let
He's a good husband. He doesn't like kids too much. And I'm not talking about they just said that after one visit with being around him. But when I said, oh, we want to get married, my dad was like, look, there's something wrong with that kid. There's something wrong with him. He is like something inherently wrong. And I love my parents. And when my dad said there's something wrong with him, I was like, hey, maybe we need to slow this down. And Lord and behold, there was something wrong with him.
Nobody challenged you or acknowledged you on that situation.
I like your style. You're on my team now. I like you. You hear that, El Boogie? I got a teammate.
Oh, I know. That's right up your alley, brother.
El Boogie, I'm not saying anything is wrong with how you raise your kids. I'm not saying anything bad about anybody.
No, it's
I like it as
it's a cultural thing.
It's very cultural.
Yeah, no,
Like
your dad. My dad ain't did none of that. What you said, your dad did, like you should have. I think all the men need that.
Well, I respect the questions.
You have to be invested in your child, and that's what I'm saying. When people are saying all this stuff about social media, we've always been invested in our kids. I don't give a shit. Like when they say, I want to have an iPhone, blah, blah, blah. Boy, you better sit down somewhere because nobody's buying that for you. And it is a factual statement. It's not mean. Like, I don't understand how people are confusing buying something with a kid to parenting them. It's not the same thing.
They don't have the time. Okay, so hold on a minute, sis, because you've been going and you can't hear when people trying to jump in. So what people do is they overcompensate with material things because they have to work so much to, pay the bills, to have a home, to eat, whatever. So they overcompensate with the iPhones and the iPads and the Jordans and the whatever. So that's how that comes about.
Right.
And I want to tell you a cultural thing, and that's what I wish people would understand when they start comparing and trying to put different cultures side by side and saying one is good and bad when you have to not look at the other culture through your cultural bias, or
right. And I understand. Like, you grew up in California. Did you grow up in California?
Right. I'm in Oakland.
Okay. Well, like, I can identify with Bomb Cherry because Bomb Cherry is in the South.
Mm-hmm.
other people, so it's very familiar to me.
Right.
But it doesn't mean that we have to agree on everything, because we don't. I came from a very structured environment, and I know that there's sometimes when I hear other people talking, I was like, I don't even know what that looks like or how that feels or anything, because it was very structured. That doesn't mean it was bad or good. It was just what it is. I'm not criticizing other people on how they raise their kids.
Oh no, I didn't say you were. No, no, I didn't say you were.
I understand.
Nobody
I
has
haven't,
acting on you.
Eddie, I'm not criticizing how you raise your kids, but in my family, it is very structured, and I structure stuff, and my husband structured stuff for our daughter to make it be the best life that we possibly could vision for her. It wasn't bad or good, it's just what it is.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you.
It's not anything than that. Like when people go, why did you get married so young? Well, you get married young where we're from, and we get married young for these things. Like everyone goes, why didn't your dad pay for you to go to get a master's? Why did he pay for his boys?
Yeah.
And honestly, now, Boogie, that probably is the most sexist thing on the earth. But my dad was like, all my daughters are getting married, and my boys have to pay for all this stuff. He wasn't worried about what we wanted to do in that sense. Now, did that harm me in some ways? Yes, because there's lots of things that I wanted to go do. But it didn't, I mean, I accepted it. It is what it is. He did the best he could. I respect him for that. He had a lot of boys. And so all this sexism and you're doing this and men hate women and women hate men, y'all don't hate nobody. Nobody hates anybody. The truth is, in order to function in the world, everyone else. And human companionship is the number one motivator for majority of any interaction with anyone. So when they say, I don't like anybody, that's not true. You do. You need that. It's a factual statement. And that's all I'm saying. Everybody can live their life, deal with their kids however they want. You know, when people say about
You must have ran into enough of these YouTube channels. Trust me, it's some wounded brothers
girl,
on
I
there.
don't even want to know, because as soon as I try to start figuring out about these people calling women witches and succubus and all that stuff, it freaked me out so bad. Like in my
That's
heart,
the
I
thing.
was
You
like,
have no clue. You have no clue. So it's best you
oh,
think that
volunteers,
ain't no hate.
don't talk to those people. I mean, that's all I kept saying was, don't talk to those people, because there's something inherently wrong with you where you would want to wish harm on another human being. Like when they're saying all this stuff, like, I mean, El Boogie, I think me and you we're about the same age, right? How old are you?
I'm 50.
I'm 48. Okay, well, I'm 48. Now, did you ever in your mind have anybody be so rude and disrespectful when you were in your 20s as you see people being disrespectful now?
Probably not really. I mean, I'm just trying to think like, I wasn't married, but I had kids early. So, I was in the house. I was out,
What?
didn't do the whole college thing. So, um, and I didn't really
Well,
work around
I did the
black
college
men.
thing, but that was because my husband was like, if you want to do that, we're going to do that. It wasn't because my parents, but I had been married. So
Right.
when we got married, it was a little bit different thing. Now, my dad still kind of like pushed an agenda, and my mama, but let me tell you, El Boogie, when our last child was born and I had to go overseas and leave him with his dad at 6 months old, I had a big wake up call of like what I had to do. Could he really do it? And the truth was, he could really do it. He did do it. He did that for the 8 months that I was overseas, and he did a very good job at taking care of our child. You know, all his teeth came in. He had all the checkups and all that stuff. He did do that. And there was a part of me that was resentful about that because I was like, hey, that's my job. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I had to let that shit go. And it was very, very painful, Elbow. I weaned him off nursing because I knew I was getting ready to be deployed. And I tried to like get him to go to his dad because his dad had to be the one. Now we did all this, and it was very, very like as a woman, that's painful. It's very, very painful to say, hey, this person, because in your mind you're like, hey, I gave birth to you. I did all these things for you. You're my baby. I get all of that. It's very, very hard to admit that someone else can do that. And that was, I mean, it was so painful when I came back. And my husband, he tried so hard. You know, they did this painting of the house and all this stuff. And El Boogie, all I did was cry. And it wasn't because I was crying because he did all that. I was so appreciative he did it. It was how, like, in my heart, I felt like I was replaced because my youngest son is so attached to his dad because his daddy was the one who did all.
Right.
Like his dad did the teething, all these things. I can't explain it to you. Like the difficulty we had to go through in our marriage, come through that was very hard because I was getting ready to be like, dude, I'm taking my kids and being gone.
Right. Just mad at him for no reason.
Right. And it was mad at him for no reason because he did do everything he was supposed to do. And El Boogie, and I'm going to tell you this, you know who came in there and was like, it was my daddy. And he said, girl, you are angry because of the circumstance, not at the person. You are angry because you feel like you guys tried to have this baby for all these years. You never had one. You had him, and you know when he was 3 months old, they told you you were getting ready to be deployed. It was painful, and you knew it was going to happen. But you did these things, but you wanted it to be this like thing, like that's my last baby boy, and he loves his mama. And it's a true statement. Everybody does. It is what it is. But I worked through it. But it was very painful. Like when I say painful, it was just like every time I looked, I was like, I'm a horrible mother. Why would I ever choose this over letting him go with his dad? That was my problem, not his problem, and it wasn't his daddy's problem. I mean, my husband's a great husband. He's a great father. I don't feel uncomfortable about him or in any way, shape, or form. It was my own issue, and so I projected that on my husband because I was so upset because I felt like a failure as a mother. Like, who would do that? Who would wean their kid so that you have to go do this thing? Like all of these images in my mind, and that is media. All of those media images, like, how are you a good mother? What do you do? You're not there. I wasn't the one who was doing the TV. And what you all call that a pacifier? We call it a chewy. Little binky thing where they suck.
Oh, pacifier.
Yeah, my husband weaned him from that. I wasn't around for any of that. All of that made me feel so.
You there?
Yeah, I think that's just her.
Oh.
But yeah, I got me a partner. I like her style. That's right.
Yeah, I
Even
could
if they
tell you.
married, you stay on them.
Well, and it's interesting. Like I said, I get it. I understand. Some of the men here are yearning for that type of, you know, cultural exchange here in America, and so they want to go to, other places to get, you know, ladies like that. They want, they think in theory, but it takes a village. What she described, it isn't just who she is as a female or as a woman, it's her family, it's the root, it's everybody that's coming in support of them as a family. And we don't have that. We used to have that, but we don't have that. And then people are looking at us and wondering why we don't know what to do, or why we doing this, or why we doing that. And well, because nobody, we doing our own thing, been doing our own thing for a couple of generations now, so it's just different. So not to say
But
that there
Boogie, there's a
about
difference
women.
between doing your own thing because you have to.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think she's going again.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I just, not to say that there's not um people with those still old fashioned values per se, but it's just few and far between and hard to find. But I just think that when we start the not the judging, but I just think that
And
when you
doing
start
your own
the,
things.
okay, you're borging out, so we can't hear you. Hello, you're borging out.
Boogie, can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah, we can hear you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Third world countries, shit doesn't work very good.
Yeah. No, well, I mean, so anyways, I'm just saying that just on a cultural level, when you've had a few generations of doing your own thing and not that village type of, wrap around, you know, foundation, that's just not what, that's not the reality, so.
Well, I understand that, El Boogie. All I want to say is that every time you choose to do the wraparound, it makes it easier for the next person to do the wrap. That's it. I mean,
No,
y'all.
I'm sure, sis. We're not arguing that. It's just that that's just not our reality anymore. That's what I'm saying. We it used
But
to
you
be
don't
that
think that
way.
you can. But you don't think people can make that reality?
Well, I said that there's still. You didn't probably hear me. You were borging in and out. There's
I'm
still
sorry.
people that have those, old fashioned values per se still, but they're just few and far between. And people, maybe don't always know how to look or what to look for, or just how to groom a person, when that BPJ, whatever that guy's name, what's his name? He got too many
JPV.
initials. When he was on there talking about how he was screening guys to go to Africa or whatever, and I'm like, well, those values don't sound like nothing I wouldn't want for my daughters if I was looking for, a suitor from one of my three daughters. Who's to say that I wouldn't have those same values? And so it's like, how do I just get jumped on over while you run over to Africa to find some imaginary bride? It was just kind of like, I don't know. And then you want to compare, but okay,
Right, but
you know.
there is no comparison because I've lived in a bunch of different countries,
Yeah, I
and
know that,
every
but they
country
consistently do
has.
that on here. Is what I'm saying. These brothers do that. They consistently
Right, and I
bring
don't
that
understand
narrative.
that because they and this might sound really rude. Excuse me if it does, but don't you sit there and talk about you were being oppressed while you were in the next hand oppressing someone else. That shit pisses me the fuck off. I don't give a shit what this.
Ain't no grown man.
What do you mean, no grown man?
And none of the men on the panel said that. You never.
No. I never said you said that. Never ever. El Boogie, disculpe. What I said is
None of the men on the panel said that.
But do you understand that when people say, I'm going to go over to another country, and you are exploiting that country, whatever resource they have, women, hair, any aspect of that country, and you are exploiting that, it comes back as a negative thing to all those people in that country.
But I have a question. I have a question on the exploit.
Win all be all.
I have a
You
question.
understand that most people do not like the United States. It's a very false
Sir, can I ask her a question?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Like I said, the thing that has you upset about what somebody else said, I'm letting you know right now that me, as a black man, I gives no fucks about that.
You don't?
No. I don't care about those brothers that want to go find what they need to find elsewhere. I don't care. I got
Eddie.
I got what I want where I'm at.
Okay, but Eddie, do you understand?
I'm just trying to let you know that you don't need to go and be and feel a certain type of way because a certain amount of people feel that that's what they got to do. Because me, as well as the men that's on this panel, don't feel the same way. We don't feel the same. Right. We good with what we got.
But Eddie, I understand what you're saying, but you understand that there's a global perspective.
Well,
and the global
that's not the global perspective. That's what I'm trying to
absolutely.
That's not the global perspective. That's not the global perspective.
Okay, Eddie, what's the global perspective about the United States?
If you gauge 100 men on that situation that you are really upset about right now,
100 men where? And what 100 men are you talking about? 100 men in America or 100 men in Brazil? Which 100 men are you talking about?
Well, before that, I have a question concerning the exploitation. If other people from other countries come to the United States and exploit the United States for money and education and job experience, and then send that money back, and sometimes even go back to their home country with the experience, isn't that a form of exploitation also?
No.
Yes, it is.
No, because if you look at where the United States has all of these interests, where those people are coming in to the United States, that's not a true statement at all.
What do you want, man? What do you want?
What do I want about what, sir?
What do you want?
I'm confused about what you're talking about. I thought we were having a discussion.
Okay, fine. You keep arguing this point about men choosing women from another country.
No, that's not at all what my point was. And if you got that, excuse me, because I'm not clarifying my point. That is not it.
Okay.
My point is that you being an American and all of that, what it means, and thinking that you can go to another country and all of a sudden you are going to be like a king or a god, and because you have US dollars, you can do whatever you want. That is a ridiculous assumption.
Okay.
One, in Brazil, they don't want you.
Okay.
Two, all this shit when people say, I'm going to go to Brazil and find a woman, blah, 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 blah. You're culturally not the same. Like nobody in Latin America assumes that they have the same culture as America. They raise their kids different. They do different things. And you and yourself said to me, who was the first person that had an influence on my daughter? And it's the mother. So, what exactly are you trying to do? You want the Brazilians to come to the United States? I don't give a shit.
I just want you to know whenever you're done, I'll answer the question for you.
Okay, well, I'm done. Excuse me if I rambled.
No disrespect. No disrespect. I just have to ask you a question.
Sure.
This is how I feel. This don't have this is not speaking from nobody else. My thing is this: if these people, these men feel the way they feel, these women are presenting themselves the way they want to feel. My thing is this: I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't care about black men who feel like they gotta go to a whole nother country to find love and respect or whatever the case may be. Because me, I found it here. I'm good. I'm good with where I'm at. I don't care about what they do. I don't care about what nobody else do. You know, I got 4 kids and my situation is fine. I don't care about what nobody else is doing. If they choose to find love and understanding and respect with a hooga booga or a blah 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 or a Brazilian or cannibal Asian like Tiger Woods be describing his family situation or whatever the fuck, I don't care. I'm not doing that. That's what I'm not doing. I don't care because
right. But every time you say
what I found is good for me. That's all I'm saying is this is what I'm trying to say to you is don't get
mind your own motherfucking business.
No, don't say that. All I'm saying is this: if these people feel like that's what they want to do, that's what they want to do. Let them do it. If
but Eddie,
they're gonna find out that is the grass is not greener. Let them find out for themselves, because you fighting and arguing and fussing and trying to get them to see it your way. They're not gonna do it because you're fighting so hard.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, and I am fighting hard, and that's my own issue, and I appreciate you pointing it out to me. That is my issue, and my issue is because I have respect for human life. I see horrible shit on a regular basis, and I've been in countries as soon as the dominant country leaves that area, all those kids and what happened and why they were created become like, when I say witch hunt, it is a witch hunt. They don't like those kids. They're very mean to them. They do horrible things. And it's like everyone sitting and talking about, oh, I want to go and fuck this girl and she's blah, 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 blah. In South America, birth control is not the same as it is in the United States. There's not 33 forms. You'd be lucky if you find 5. Now, the people who find the 5 are wealthy. Who do you think is going and tricking and doing all this stuff where you find them in the club and doing all that? You think they have money for birth control? They don't.
See those things right there that you're talking about right now. That's a new level. But
okay, but Eddie, it's the
no.
real level. The real
Let me
that
let
they
me
don't want
let me say this.
kids.
Let me say this. That's a new level for me. If you saying those things right there, that's a new level for me. But in the words of a person finding love and finding companionship, um, that's something totally different. But what you're talking about right now, with the way with how you feel about it emotionally, that's something new for me. I'll take that in, and I will look into that. I don't want no young girls to go through none of that stuff. I got girls, so I totally understand where you're coming from with that.
Right. But the part that when I hear people saying these things is that like the idea of abortion and unwanted, which literally that's what they're saying, is an unwanted child's life in Latin America and in Africa is in a very different life than what goes on in the US. There is no welfare. So you throw that out the window. Any woman that has a child and their father does not claim that child, depending on what country you're in, that child is not eligible to even go to school.
Yeah, that's a bad.
So all of these things that people are talking about, and they're like, I want to go fuck this woman, and she's so beautiful, and all this stuff. Well, I guarantee you this: she ain't living all high on the hoe, because otherwise she wouldn't be doing anything with any foreigner. One, and two, they don't have access to any of this stuff. They're saying, "Oh, I went to the hotel and she showed up," and blah 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 blah. Vietnam, it's the same thing. All of these Philippines, oh my God, don't even get me started on the Philippines because the American Philippines and fucking little kids.
Well,
of course they hate the Americans.
Baby cakes, and I say baby cakes out of no disrespect. You can't change the way these people feel about that situation. You can't make people feel empathy for children and women going through struggles and stuff like that, because you
what do you mean you can't make people feel empathy?
Hold on.
Let me chime in real quick. Since y'all been at it for about 5 minutes or 10 minutes, let me chime in real quick with something. Let me chime in real quick, and y'all can go back at it.
Just let me say this, and then I'm gonna just fall back and listen to all y'all. You on a platform. Right now you're on a platform where people can get less than a fuck about feelings and real life stuff. It's not happening. People they don't care. So how the real shit you saying, I feel it, but I'm just trying to let you know that nobody cares. You saying some real stuff, and I feel it. But this place where you at, nobody cares. Go ahead.
Yeah, but no. Since I've been in quite a few many different countries, and I is correct. They really don't give a flying hoot about Americans, but there's one thing that Americans have that they want, and that's that U.S. dollar. So the only way they can get that U.S. dollar is to at least entertain the Americans that comes to their country, and that's all I need to say.
Nah, man, you gotta give her some more, man.
Oh no, that's why I said just about 15 seconds, and y'all can go back at it. Y'all good?
No, I don't want to argue with her because it's not that. I totally understand where she's coming from, but I'm just trying to let her know that she's in a place where the real shit she's saying, nobody gives no fucks about. That's all I'm saying.
Right, but okay, so Eddie, I just want you to understand that when people say American privilege, that means something. When someone says you are exercising American privilege that actually means something. So all of these things where you see people doing all this stuff, do you know that I went somewhere where they were giving this woman $2 to cut her whole head off? Her whole hair, all her hair, and their hair brokering that for someone in the United States who installed that hair on their hair, and she got $2. Do you know how much they charge that in the U.S.?
Mm-hmm.
A bundle. I hate that fucking word. A bundle. You should
Ma'am,
say a human head. It's no different than scalping someone. It's gross.
ma'am, I'm telling you, you in a spot where nobody cares. Nobody.
But Eddie, if nobody cares and nobody says that shit's wrong, all kinds of bad stuff happens.
I totally
Like when
understand where you're coming from. I do. I care. But I'm just telling you that you have to understand that there's some ruthless people in this YouTube situation, and you have to understand that nobody cares. You doing something out of love for out of love, and you have to understand that at the end of the day, what you're doing out of love, nobody else might care for. Do it for you. Don't do it for anybody else.
Okay, so when people say that I'm crazy and I'm doing all this stuff and I'm over the top and emotional, which I was emotional earlier because that shit about Brazil pissed me the fuck off. Mm-hmm. But other than that, mm-hmm. I get it. I wouldn't. This is the wrong audience to try to plead that cause.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't call you crazy. I would never do that.
No, I saw it in the chat. They said I was crazy. Who's this crazy female? Blah, 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 blah. I watched all that shit. I didn't address any of that stuff because that was not what my point was. The thing. My point is like how you treat people has an effect. And there is 4 states of dealing with human beings. And if you get to the point where you're going and saying, let's go do a witch hunt happens all the time. So do you want to be a part of that, or do you not want to be a part of that? Because the Germans, when they went and said, I want to get, and everybody can go back 50 years later and say, why did they want to get rid of them? You can analyze that. You can analyze why they came up with that. But when you're in the middle of it, nobody understands that. Nobody goes, I'm in the middle of this drama, and my part is playing a factor in this. Like, I have no ill will towards JPV. I think JPV as a human being is not a bad person. But like, then I see this shit, people send this thing, I watch this video, or people are, I don't have any ill will towards him. I don't have any ill will towards any human being. But I don't even, maybe it's just I shouldn't even be on YouTube, because all I'm trying to do is try to like, hey, let's keep this stuff like somewhat civil, because all of this stuff you're projecting into the universe actually can become something horrible.
Yeah, it does.
And that was it.
It does.
And that was all I was trying to do. Was just like, hey, nobody wants to do this. I don't want anybody talking about bad shit about my kids. I don't want anybody showing any pictures of my kids at all, ever. Like, if I sent you a picture of my kids, Eddie, you would say, oh, you have cute kids, and then you delete it. You wouldn't ever hold on to it and put it out for anybody to ever look at. I mean, that's crazy.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're in a world where it's a whole new world.
Anything's possible on YouTube.
But El Boogie, you really think that's, I mean, like, whatever you are ignoring, you condone. And, you know, I talked to my parents and my brothers about the whole situation with JPV. I said, look, I saw this thing. It kind of freaks me out a little bit. I don't know what's really going on that. And, you know, everybody said there's right is right and wrong is wrong. So, you know, you can't say, I don't want this person to do something nasty and condone someone else doing something nasty. So you can just say, I don't want anybody to do nasty. I don't talk to those other people at all. I don't want to converse with them. That's not my issue. But JPV is a logical human being with huge amounts of intelligence. Why would you do that? Like, that's all I wanted him to say to me is, what was the reason of why you chose to anything? Like, I would
Okay,
never go on
so did
anybody's
you
Facebook
ever
page.
get that
You
answer? Did you ever get that answer?
know, because everyone was cutting me off. He didn't want to
Okay.
answer.
Well, okay, so I believe he answered to the best of his ability. And what everybody's general consensus on that was, it wasn't so much as he thought that that was a good thing. It was just how he reacted to what was going on with the situation with her. And see, because you're not a part and maybe haven't been around YouTube, you don't know how it works, kind of. But that's kind of just how it works. So yeah, in
Well,
hindsight,
El Boogie, if
why would
anyone
you
ever
mess with
said
that
anything
woman?
about you or your kids, I would come to your defense on whatever it was,
Well,
because there's right is right and wrong is wrong.
I appreciate that, but then there's some people who are gonna just sit and be silent. There's some people who's gonna sit and kiki. That's just people. That's just people. They're gonna do different things. You can't control that.
Right. And that's my own assumption about how the world works. And
Right.
I get it.
Right.
I mean,
Hmm.
I'm
That's
probably
your life
over
lesson.
sheltered and overprotected in a lot of ways. Never in a million years. If
Hmm.
somebody did something horrible to me or did anything or said anything, I wouldn't say anything, but if we got into a situation and I said, hey, blah, 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 to anybody in my family, and again, El Boogie, I have 7 brothers, even if I was in the wrong, they would say, hey, you better leave my sister alone. And then they would say something to me on the back end. They would,
Mm.
and I'm not talking about physical where you're getting into a physical altercation, but they
Mm.
would show some sort of, hey, leave my sister alone. And
Right.
that would be it.
Right.
I would fall back because, again, we have different cultural
Hmm.
ideas. I would never keep going and talking to somebody. I would never be in a grown ass man's face. I've never ever been in my husband's face. I never in a million years would I ever think about like going and sticking my finger in his face. Now
Right.
we've gotten into some heated arguments, and 9 times out of 10, I'll be like, "Hey," as my mama says, you can either be right or you can be happy, and I choose being happy. And
Mm.
that's the end of that goddamn conversation, and we let it go.
Right.
But I would never ever put my hands in a grown ass man's face, ever. Now, if somebody assaulted me or like did something horrible to me or spit on me or punched me in the face, regardless if I was in the wrong, my brothers would come to my defense, but they would come back and say, what the hell what was going on with that nonsense? Like, why in the hell did you get into an altercation with this person that's not in our family, where you felt like, you're arguing that much? And I guess that maybe it's just different. But all these motherfuckers that are talking about going to Brazil, I guarantee you, El Boogie, my idea and how we deal with things is how it's done over there. So all this shit where they want to flex and do all that, nope.
Well, a lot of that is just internet locker room talk. You can't even take half of this bullshit that you hear serious. So
Okay, and that's probably
yeah.
also my fault because
Mm-hmm.
never in a million.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
like in my mind, I was like, oh my God, I have to figure out how to come to Bomb Cherry's defense. Like they wrote this horrible thing. Like, I don't even know if you saw it, but they said these horrible things about this
No,
bomb cherry, and it was so gross. Like, it was obviously a lie, and it was like questioning her as like her womanhood, what she's doing, if she's a good mama, if she's married, all these things. It was so gross. And all I kept thinking was is like, this is so nasty. Why would anyone think that, like, whatever she said about them? And again, I don't even know all this stuff. Like, I didn't even know about Patreon or this Discord or there's a bunch like El Boogie. There is some nasty ass shit. They say nasty stuff to people where you never know. Like, if you were just watching it on YouTube, like, you never see, like, hey, why would anyone ever say that about somebody else? Like, how could you get that angry?
Mm-hmm.
I
Well,
was trying to figure this out forever.
They angry, they petty. You know, it's a whole list of things. You know, I mean, anything you've ever, seen in a movie, anything that have never ever crossed your mind, and everything in between, you can
They're
experience
doing
on
it.
YouTube. Yes, that's right. And there's nothing you can do about it.
But in El Boogie, and I'm not like so naive that
all you can do
I
is
haven't seen people do some real nasty shit.
all you can do is control your reaction to it. You can't control the people.
Yeah, and I need to like take a step back from trying to defend, because there's sometimes when I was like, who the hell would ever think it's funny?
For target, that's all you're gonna do. They're not gonna listen to you per se. They're just gonna target you.
Oh, I'm probably already a target. They probably already said 100,000 nasty things, but I'm not ever gonna go and look to see what they said about me, because as my brother said, it doesn't matter what they say, it's what we know.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I wasn't trying to be like nasty to anyone. Like, I would ask anyone, I was like, why would you ever think that that was okay?
You can't.
It's not to be mean. It's
people.
facts.
It ain't about being mean. You can't reason with unreasonable people, though.
Yeah, El Boogie, you're right.
What's reasonable to you may not be reasonable to the next person.
Right, and there's a lot of cultural differences.
That too.
And the more I think about it, it's more and more. I mean, when my brother always says it's us against them, and I kept asking him what he meant by that. And now I know. Never in a million years would I ever condone that. Nothing. And even cussing, and like my brother's like, I've never heard you cuss, and now I know it's from watching YouTube and doing shit on YouTube. Never in a million years did I cuss. I'd never cussed my parents ever in my life. And I just cussed at these people I don't even know. And
right. So they bringing out a side of you that ain't even a side of you. So, that's it.
Right.
Really, again, that's an opportunity for self-reflection.
No, I did self-reflection while I was waiting for the thing when you told me that I needed to really think about what it was that I was trying to do. So I appreciate you, El Boogie. I know that we live different lives and we have different things, but
yeah, but ultimately, we're all connected. It's just that
no
ways. So it ain't no thing.
And yeah, it's even like Egypt, and I think for her as a woman, like what she says gets lost in translation because she's pretty angry and she's pretty aggressive. And if you start a conversation with aggression, you should expect someone to be defensive, and they're going to counter with aggression because everybody's just trying to get their space. And even though like I didn't even like half of what was said, and I don't even like that one chick, what was her name, the butterfly spirit, but she did have a point when she said it was like everybody is, everyone's trying to do their thing, and we'll wield what it is that they want to say. And all I can say is that, cooperation is better than, fighting.
Yeah, but some people are just born contrary, honey, and they just gonna be that.
You really think so? You think people are born contrary?
Oh, definitely. Hmm.
I, you know, I, w- I went to this village, and in this village, majority of these villages are, everybody's very related. So when you start going and seeing, and it's mountainous. It's not like I have never been really to California except for one time when I was a little kid, but so I don't really know how that works. But where we're at, it's very mountainous. So you can go into a valley like where the temperature is 70 degrees, and then in 2 hours that temperature will drop significantly where it's like 32 degrees.
Mm.
Um, so in these little villages, most of the people are related. And if you're not related to one family, you're related to the other. There's usually like 3 families. But, old discord that gets settled is settled because they're actually like they have, when they say a family meeting, that's exactly what it means. It's, everybody has to come and resolve that issue. Now, sometimes those issues aren't really resolved because it's usually about water rights or, that's why I freaked out about the witchcraft thing, because it's like literally I've seen people where they believe someone is a witch and do horrible things to them. And, joking around about that or imagining that, it's horrible. It's a witch hunt.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah,
so horrible, Boogie.
all willy nilly on YouTube, that's for sure. And they think it's a joke. They
Right,
think
and that freaks me.
it's funny.
And you're right, El Boogie. This is probably not my cup of tea. I should probably just, never say anything to anybody or talk
Well,
again ever.
it's not so much you not telling anybody, but just keep in mind that you coming from your own cultural perspective, and you saying, that's freaking you out. That's valid because of your cultural experience that your own experience that you've had with witches and how your culture, reacts and
Well,
deals.
not witches. It's witch hunts.
Right.
It's like,
Funny, but that that's a real thing. And that's something that needs to be put out there. It's just like it's valid. Okay, put it like this: your feelings are valid, so you have a valid reason to be heard. So don't feel like you can't say what you feel or you don't have a right to be heard, because you do.
no,
You're coming from your own
right, but
perspective.
I need to talk about my audience different. Like, there's no point in trying to talk to somebody who's screaming about witches or whatever and
Yeah,
trying to
when you
defend
just gotta
like
realize
that. That's my own issue. It's not their issue. It's my own issue.
it's ignorant. You gotta realize that they ignorant. They don't even know what they talking about. And that particular guy that I think you're talking about, he wasn't referring to me, but there's another guy on YouTube that made a few videos referring to me, calling me a witch. There was
Right,
some
but
different little
and like
things
that
said.
freaks me out. That makes me feel afraid. It makes me feel afraid
No,
because I
but that's
actually
the
know
thing.
what
No,
happens when people
but
do that.
but see, okay, but see, listen. Take a deep breath. They don't have that power over you unless you allow it.
Yeah,
So,
you're
like
right.
I said, for one thing, who are you? They're nobody. Number two, like I told them, if I was a witch, bitch, I wouldn't waste a spell on you. You're nobody. This is fucking YouTube. Once again, this is YouTube. You know,
Yeah.
but I mean, like it's this one fool that's running around YouTube telling people that somebody put a hex on him through the back chat and made his uncle die in his sleep. Like people don't die every day.
Stop laughing.
I ain't lying. And then the fool was
I
like,
know
whoever
you're
did it, I apologize for whatever I said to you. Can you please take the hex off? Nigga, you hex yourself, fool. And
But I like
I
to
had
chime
just
in real
come
quick.
into the hangout. And so I'm like trying to play catch up. And I'm like, well, what the hell? And I don't know if it was a guilty by association or what, but there was only a few females in this particular hangout. So next thing I know, him and some other folks was running around. Yeah, that one L Boogie, you know, she's a witch. Woo woo whoop. I'm like, you ugly frog motherfucker. Is that what happened to you? You know,
right, but in witchcraft, when people are accusing of witchcraft and witch hunts, do you know who the number one accuser is and who the number one victim is? It's always women against women.
right, right. Well, this is a man. Now they've just starting to use it interchangeably. At first, I thought they just wasn't man enough to call us bitches, but no, they running around and then convince themselves that, because of the pussy and the period and all this old little shit, they didn't heard little bits and pieces here and there, and they got all of the intelligence of a 10-year-old put together, and now they running around talking about people as bitches. And they just sound ridiculous. And when kind of like the other guy was saying, you do have to ignore these people to a degree. You do. You just ignore
Right.
the app because they get off on the energy. They get off on the back and forth. They get off on it because that's what they want. They want attention.
Right.
I made a fucking
and that's my
video
own.
just clowning the one
Yeah.
dude. Never say your name, nigga, just because I know you want me to say your name. Say my name, say my name. Nigga.
See, Boogie,
I
See,
have a
here's the
I
question.
thing.
love your prank. I love it. I love it. You can ignore that.
Hi, Hooded. Welcome to the chat.
Go to my page. I got a few videos on there where I've unfortunately had to defend myself, because these people be acting and doing the most on here. But then sometimes you just got to ignore they act because half of them, they are nobody. They are nobody.
Yeah.
Well, how you doing? Thanks for having me here. What's up? What's up?
Hi, Hooded.
Hey, hey, hey.
Well, personally, with this crazy ass witch thing, witches. I mean, like, have you ever sacrificed a goat or an animal, or have you ever worshipped some type of pagan god? If not, then you're not a witch. Do you practice Wicca, or you know that shit is just crazy. They're basically
That's none of your
ascribing
business.
what they're doing is describing like basic emotion. For example, I heard one dude say if a chick cry during an argument, which I would call emotional manipulation if and only if she didn't mean her tears. You understand? But
Right.
what he would say is that is witchcraft. And
Right.
it's just silly shit. It's
Exactly.
just a turn of phrase basically.
Right.
And it's meant to throw you off your game. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, that's pretty much all it is.
That's
They're
why
just
ignore.
Yeah, I have to agree with them. The thing about the witchcraft, it's mainly literally, it's not factually. The same as when the women talk about toxic masculinity. I
Right.
understand what they're trying to say, but that word that they're
Of
using is
shit.
the incorrect term.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? Wait, first define it for me because I don't know what it is. Toxic masculinity.
You ask 10 women, they'll give you 10 different answers on what that is. That's what toxic masculinity
Well,
is.
give us the top 5, damn it.
Yeah, I never heard of it before.
See?
I don't know. The way they make it sound like men are toxic with their masculinity. They are abusive to women. It's all over the place. It doesn't make any sense. Like I said, you ask 20 women, they'll give you 20 different explanations of what toxic masculinity is.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I didn't even know about the succubus and the other incubus or any of all that stuff.
Look, they into video games, so they might get some type of video game where there's a succubus. Then they come back YouTube.
Succubuses and incubuses are like mythological creatures, and they have a root.
It's like
in almost every myth. I don't care if you're white, you're black. There's some type of succubus / incubus in your life. Well, in your myth. And I guess the biggest incubus or succubus for black folks are what they call like what happens to you when you have sleep paralysis. When they say you got the witch on your back, that's sort of like a succubus.
No, I've dealt with a succubus before. I messed with one true succubus. I've had some semi succubus, but I've dealt with one succubus in my life, and it took me about 18 months to shake that woman off after I stopped dealing with her.
But y'all call women all kinds of shit. We need to start coming up with names, ladies. We need to start looking at these mythology.
No, that's what's wrong now. It's too many goddamn labels, too many names for shit. Y'all got to go look at my last video. I just went on a rant about that shit. Sick of
But
it.
L Boogie, is your channel just L Boogie?
It's L Boogie. I think so, or L Boogie for you.
You said you got an ass channel? I gotta check this out.
Huh?
You said you got an ass channel?
No, not yet.
What?
Well, let me know. I'll come out that
one. Ass channel.
Yeah, I thought that's what you said.
Yeah, I didn't say nothing about no ass.
Oh man, I was about to get on your $25 Patreon list.
I'm sure. I'm about to drop my link in a minute. Shit, we just had a counseling session. If you ask me, shit, Mama Poe.
I mean, I admit I nickel and dime with Bomb Cherry, but shoot, I'll get on your $50 Patreon list if you put it up.
You ain't ready for this yoga.
Anyway, yeah, I was listening to the chat, but my husband he needed a massage, so I had to take care of it. You know what I'm saying?
TMI. We don't know all that.
It was a little massage, a real massage. Okay.
I know about those real massages. We don't want to hear all that.
That's right. I know that's right. Let them know. God damn it. I'm trying to get to that status.
Man, yeah, the men. Why is it that there aren't really women who talk about men? We don't really go in on the men the way they go in on us.
Yes, they do. And I've seen it, and it's fucking terrible.
What's some of the channels that you know of? Because I'm not subscribed.
Oh my god, it's a lot of them, yo.
Oh,
really?
I have to. Yes. I have to like sit down, write out a list, and then email it to you. But it's a lot of them, man.
Wow, is that many?
What did you say, Bob?
Oh, I asked them about women channels who go in on the men real hard.
Oh yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm sure they're out there, but they ain't on my radar because I don't subscribe to that. You know.
Right.
No, Bomb, I did not even know. I mean, I know you, and I knew you from all the way back to before Sansa Ray. When you know when you had that little photo with you with the glasses.
Uh,
No, you
yeah, I
had
have
these
pictures.
little glasses on,
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
and you were just talking about general stuff like relationships and all this stuff, and I was like, oh, she's Southern. I think she's kind of sweet. And then,
The drama.
well, then I was like, what the hell? Then there's this Sansa Ray, and I was like, she needs like mental help. Oh, thank God she's trying to talk to her. I even saw this like interchange between her, like, look, I'm gonna try to reach out to her, and I was like, oh, this woman is, she's like me. We are always trying to do good, not do bad. And then the next time I turn around, I got on YouTube, and then I was like, how could you? How could you be like? I saw what you wrote to her and sent to her, and then how could she be this nasty? And I was like, oh my Lord, here we go.
Yeah.
Bomb, but that was the saddest thing I ever saw.
She's a sad case, you know what I'm saying? I feel sorry for the baby. That's all I can say about her. You know,
Yeah, all those jokes about the baby, that shit ain't funny.
yeah. What people making jokes about the baby?
Yeah, just like jokes like if she did this and did this, all that shit ain't funny.
Because I put up some videos to help her throughout her pregnancy.
I
Remember,
saw all those videos. I thought you and is this still on live or no?
Say it again.
I mean, Bomb, is this still being recorded or no? Like, I mean, can people still watch it?
Uh-huh.
Okay, well, I'll tell you another day.
Oh, okay. But I made a video about when she told people that her vagina smelled bad, that men had said that in the past. I made a whole video like, that maybe you should do this and do that and do this. Then with the baby, remember she was depressed. She was acting like she was crazy. So I made a video about, if you're depressed, it could harm the baby. And if you need to go get some help, go get some help. She didn't want to go to the doctor when she was claiming she was bleeding. Remember that?
Oh, I remember all that stuff. And the fact that she was 36 years old or past 36 years old, girl, get over yourself. Everybody in the United States will say you were a high risk pregnancy. It doesn't matter if you were in the tip top shape. If you were 36-year-old, that's what they call you. And the reason why I know that is because when I had my son, I was 36.
Mm-hmm. So right? So that you had to take care of yourself.
Oh,
right?
I know, because you got to go in for this, this, and this. I was like, what the hell are y'all talking about? I'm very healthy.
She catfishing y'all.
And they're like, no. 36 is pregnancy.
You hear me?
What you say, Al?
She done catfished all of y'all.
Who?
That Ray chick. Her life just couldn't be that pitiful.
Oh,
that horrible.
She done catfished y'all.
Yeah,
she damn sure catfished me, because I was like, what the hell? Who's doing this?
She didn't catfish anybody. She's a wacko.
No.
What you were saying, I?
No, girl, because as soon as she did that first crazy thing, my husband was like, you cannot have your real name on anything.
Right.
At all. He when I said, babe, I said, this is what I told him. Literally, he came home and I was like, babe, you got to see this trick. She is crazy. He watched that for exactly 8 minutes, and he said, "Do not have our name associated with any part of this nonsense. I don't want that woman to know anything about you at
Right.
all, period. And our name is our family name, and I don't want her to know anything about that." And girl, he said, "You better delete all this stuff." And he was like, "And don't get on YouTube." He said for 1 month, because he goes, "Those crazy people, they either go to jail or go away." I agreed with him. I was like, "Okay, babe, I won't do it." I didn't do it. And girl, the day I went back, who was in the feed?
Who was it?
NASA was in the feed, point blank, period, just saying all kinds of crazy stuff. And then what was the other one? You know, the one that looks real weird. You know, she has a lot of makeup.
Oh, Rice.
Right.
He said she looked real weird. Oh man.
No,
About
she
the
does look
baby.
weird. That is not normal looking.
She unfortunately she made the baby a target when she put the baby out there. You know? So I mean, not to say that it's fair game, but you can't be mad at the ammunition that you give your opponents.
She be yelling at that baby. That baby 3 months old. I heard her yell at that baby in one of her live streams, talking about move, telling the baby to move, it's gonna fall. Talking about move, you're gonna fall. Get off the edge. The baby 3 months old.
Oh my God. Move, you're gonna fall. Lord.
How a 3-month-old, was she expected to walk somewhere, move, push over? Like, I'm not understanding. That girl's sick.
Y'all must not have been around enough wackos. She's a legitimate wacko. Just because you're a wacko doesn't mean that you don't know how to operate YouTube.
No, Jack, I've been around a lot of wackos, including working at a mental health facility, actually, aka a prison. And I've seen people do some real fucked up shit. So I'm fully aware that maybe it's just because I have a fear, because, hey, you can call and get a Thorazine shot in the prison. You can't call YouTube and say, "Hey, get that bitch a Thorazine shot."
I'm just saying, some people should not be mothers. And see, it's terrible when, some of these thought I was talking directly to them when I was just trying to help. I wasn't even targeting anyone, but the truth of the matter is, if you got more than so many kids, you got too many fucking kids. if they're about too many, so look, if you got about too many different daddies, that's just as bad. And
I know, but Mom,
go ahead.
When I saw people saying shit in the chat about me, I was kind of like, really?
Who said something
and
about
then,
you?
Oh, I saw some shit, but it's no. I mean, I'm not even worried about that. Oh yeah.
Oh,
but
go ahead.
It doesn't. It didn't hurt my feelings in the sense I think I was wrong, but I said I did not do a good job of representing myself. That's what. I got in my emotions. I got worked up. I had seen some shit earlier in the day, and I was lit. Look, the first person, I'm gonna get him.
Right, but that's okay though. That's what I'm saying. We all have. It is okay. It's okay. It's okay.
No, I never would I ever if you came to see me professionally, never would I ever be I'm gonna get you. And I worked myself up into a frenzy, and I have to apologize to JPV for acting like an asshole.
Nah, but at least you asked the right questions. Some people will be too afraid to bring up certain questions. So that's why I let you ask the questions. But I think people, they got some people on here already who are targeting JPV. So there's some of us who are kind of trying to, make sure that, you know what I mean, make sure that he
And
don't
I'm
get
not
attacked
trying
everywhere he go.
to, you know, it's like when people go, "Are you're feminist?" Blah, 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 blah. No, I'm a humanitarian. My whole life work is trying to be a humanitarian. I do shit for a lot of people, and it's not about like women against men or any of that shit. I'm not even about any of that stuff. I got in my feelings. I owe him an apology. I'll give the apology, not because of what I said, but how I presented it. So,
Guys, I
it's
mean, if you feel you owe him an apology, that's on you. But do not, you know what I mean? Like I say, don't take things personal. I've had a little, you know, we disagree. Many of us disagree at different points. So it is what it is.
right.
You know, we don't agree with each other 100% about nothing. So I think you actually asked some valid questions. It was just that I think when he with the Egypt and thing, because you know exactly why JPV go after her, because you know you've seen her go after him, right?
Right, and I get all of that, and
Right.
and that's the part. It's like, and I, you know, she made this little nasty ass video. Well, I wouldn't say it's nasty ass. She said he said this, and people are speaking over for him, and you know, I responded back to her because I have no ill will towards this woman at all. And how I presented it when I was talking to him was like she's a bad person. And I don't know her to say she's a bad person. I don't
Right.
know anything about her. She doesn't live culturally where anywhere I've been. I live in the South and I live elsewhere. I don't fuck around with California. Just like when someone goes, "Oh, you want to go to Detroit?" No, I don't want to go to Detroit.
Right. No,
I
see.
had to
That's
go.
what I'm saying. I like what you were doing because you were taking up for her, and you was letting everybody know that doxing shouldn't be allowed. You know. So I get
It's
it.
I know you got it, and and maybe it's just because I mean we grew up in the South, or I don't know, but there's a different protocol on how you interact with people in the South than versus otherwhere. And I'm just going to tell you this: I had to go for my job to go stay in Chicago for 3 months. I cried every motherfucking day. Every motherfucking day, I wanted to go home. My husband was like, "This money is not worth it. Just come home." He's like, "You're so sad. Come home. This shit is not worth this." I cried every motherfucking day in that hellhole.
Yeah.
Look, maybe people love Chicago because they grew up there or whatever. Hell no. I've been to a lot of places. I personally will always stay in the South because that is culturally most familiar to me about the United States. All these other people are kind of off.
Oh man. Anyway,
That's all good. And
Well,
excuse me, Al Boogie, not you,
say it again.
but you can,
It's all
Al
right.
Boogie, girl, you can come
It's all
over
right.
in my area and you can see all my whole entire family, everybody, and they will be so kind and nice and respectful and all kinds of stuff. But do you know how? Because Bomb Cherry, do you have your kids call someone when they say Miss, like they're your friends, but they don't. Your kids don't call your friends by their first name. Yes or no?
Yeah, my you mean my friends call who? Oh, my kids call my
No,
friends. No, they call Miss somebody. All my kids' friends even call me Miss by my first name. You know, so that's just
yes. But
yeah.
girl, do you know that these people were like, you think those kids they're your slave? And I was like,
What?
what the hell? No, you come into my home, you are not my child. You are not my niece or nephew. I told you this, that's it. What the hell? I'm not being like abusive to these kids.
Right.
Jesus.
Oh, okay. So you wanted them to call you Miss, you know, Eyes, and and somebody asked you, did you think the kids were slaves because of that?
No, because when someone wrote on this blog about this woman saying because they said they have them, and I was like, no, that's very southern. Everybody, you don't like it's respect. It's like it's a cultural difference. It's a distinguish. Like I would never, ever, ever call any of my friends' parents by their first name ever. And
Right.
I've known these people for 40 years.
Right. Anybody who I think is older than me, I call them Miss whoever their name is, Miss.
Right, but it's not like I'm kissing their ass. It's respect. And
Right.
these people went in. They were like, "You are disgusting. You don't even know." And I was like, "No, it's very subtle." Bonche, when you corrected your child, did you say no, sir, or did you just say no?
I said, no, sir. What you mean?
Like
When
when
I
I correct my daughter,
yeah.
or I say no, ma'am.
Right, like no, ma'am. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
I say
times
no,
are
sir.
changing. Yeah.
When I don't like what they're doing, I'm like, no, sir. And they know they better stop.
Right, right.
I'm not yelling. I don't cuss at them. I don't do anything. I don't raise in my voice. When I say no, sir, that means you're done. Stop.
Right. I mean, that's it. Yeah, yeah. And my mom didn't even have to say that. She just had to look. You know what I mean? Give me that look. Or my dad give me a certain look. Man, to say
Right.
no.
Like you were so disrespectful to your child, and you're expecting like they're supposed to be. I was like, no. Hell, what the hell are y'all talking about? If you say no and I say no, sir, that means I mean business because I can say no about a lot of things. I can say no, you can't have ice cream.
Right.
When you're acting ugly and I say no, sir, that means stop.
Stop. Right. Yeah. So
Yeah, Boogie, how do you correct your kids?
Well, I don't have to correct my kids anymore because they're young little adults. You know what I mean?
I know.
But
I'm like
yeah,
my kids are old, but that's the
would you say,
thing.
El?
Well, I was just saying my kids are old. I have grandkids now, but it's just that thing. It's just depend on where you are and how you were raised. I'm the second generation to be raised away from the South, so my mom and dad didn't reiterate the yes ma'am and the no ma'am, and it's funny because you know if you were of a certain young age, you felt offended if someone called you ma'am. You prefer miss, but if they called you ma'am out of respect, sometimes you would get a look because they felt like I'm not old enough to be, a ma'am. So I think that's why over time it just kind of dwindled down. But when you go to the South, they still, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, yes, sir, no, sir, and when I went, to Atlanta for the first time, 5 years ago, I loved it. I knew it was a sign of respect. I wasn't offended. I didn't feel like I was too old to be called ma'am, you know. And I don't know if it was at that time, but I know now I catch myself when I'm talking to my granddaughters. When I speak to them, I'll be like, ma'am, like, come here or some ma'am, some ma'am. And so they don't necessarily say it back to me, but they're hearing it. You know what I mean? So it's just a cultural thing, unfortunately some things stick and then some things just, end up being, you know.
So how they like their teachers? Do they call their teachers Miss whatever
Yeah,
or?
I think they still refer to their teachers as Miss So and So. Um I'm not sure like I'm trying to think what my daughter's friends how they will refer to them, but I know like my friends, my friends are like TT so and so or Auntie so and so,
Yeah.
kind of like you kind of have not have to, but it's a
Right,
lot
but
of
they have a
the
title.
person. Excuse me. I tell the person it's up to you to reiterate what you want them to refer to you as. Um, my nieces and nephews, I always, talk to them, and I always was TT. I'm TT Liz, you know. And so they always refer to me as that until my nephew got to be like a certain age. Then he got like, felt like he was too old. But then, you know, it was funny because it was like, then I guess he got past it, you know, because now it's like, oh, he's called me, you know, he'll call me auntie, but he won't call me TT, you know what I mean? So, but it's still a title attached to it, you know.
Right.
So,
I still call my TT. I got my TT's TT. Hey TT. You know what I mean? Because that's what they
yeah.
are. They my
Well,
TTs. They my aunts.
my oldest granddaughter, when she was born, she has the two aunts on my side, but then she's got like four aunts, I think, on her dad's side. So each of my daughters wanted a specific title. So my youngest is TT, you know, she TT. And then my oldest one, she went and found some name out of some other language that means auntie. So she's
Right.
Mosi, you know, so she got her own title, you know, but they refer to her as that, and you know they know what it means, you know. So but I you know, I get it. I get the respect thing, and the, you know, the teaching and the reminding of manners. You know, I think that's something that people just kind of take for granted, or just don't think is that important anymore. You know, just basic simple manners. You know what I mean? Yes, please. You know, shit, yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. You know, please and thank you. You know. Um,
El Boogie, you know, again, it's culturally different. But
mhm,
so, like, where we are, you have to say bendición to everybody that is like your mother, your father, your grandfather, all your uncles and aunts. You have to
mm,
say it going and you have to say it back.
mm,
They say something back, you don't leave until they say something back to you. So
mhm,
like when I see my parents, I might you'll say, you know, hello or you know, buenos dias, but you immediately say bendición,
mhm,
which really like you're asking for a blessing for the day or a blessing from God.
mm, mhm,
And they say bendición. They respond back to you and then it's done. But it is taught very, very early. When the
mm.
kids cannot talk,
You're
you
saying that
teach them
too. Mhm,
to clap their hands, like they clap their hands for the people they're supposed to do it, and it's just learned. It's
mm.
not like everybody's like, oh, that's gross. It's not really gross. It's just
Gross.
what it is.
No, that's what I mean. When people don't understand culture, they just think with their own biases. You know, you have to remove what you think is right or wrong when you're looking at other people's culture, because there is no right or wrong. It's just the way that they do it. It's just is. You know,
Right.
ain't
Like
no one's better.
I learned different things about living in the United States and growing up there. It's a
Mm-hmm.
very, very a different thing. There's things I love about it. There's things I don't.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to tell you this, El Boogie. Here's why I love Latin America. Because I don't give a shit what you look like. When you are Latina, you are Latina. And
Mm-hmm.
everybody that.
Yeah.
All this little weird ass crap or like you look like this, you look like that, where you whatever, like all this shit where they're looking at bomb cherries and her photos with some weird ass woman, which I shouldn't say that because I don't even know anything about that woman. And they're like, oh, she did this and this ghetto gagger or whatever, all that stuff. That I mean, what the hell? And then I was like, really? Who would want that for another human being in your own country, in your own area? What the fuck?
Yeah. Well, because it just people have, you know, variety.
They're evil.
Variety in life, you know. Just shit that you just would never think of, some people would do.
Right, but I was like, damn, I'm so stupid. I'm a naive bitch.
Yeah.
I'm an old lady and I'm naive. I don't know shit.
Yeah. Well, it just ain't on your radar. You ain't supposed to know
I
about.
never in a million years would I thought that. When they said this, I was like, these people have to be like, I thought it was a joke.
Yeah.
And the other thing on Boogie was it's like, it's pretty anything about sex or talking about sex or anything to do with like intimacy with your spouse or whatever that is, that's pretty taboo. Like nobody talks about that shit. Um, it's very different. So one of the things that attracted me to Bon Cherry, just as general, was because she was pretty forthcoming. It wasn't like, she's this whatever you imagine in your mind. Like in my mind, I imagine it's like, here's this woman, she's doing these horrible things, she's probably a horrible person, but it wasn't anything. All Bon Cherry was doing was just like, hey, I'm very honest about sex. I'm very honest about how I make my money, which I respect. And that whole cam thing, it's just like the whole phone sex thing. When it first started, that was a big taboo. But I was like, hey, she made her money, whatever. I mean, I get all that, but I do like listening to her being very open about things because it's not something that is comfortable for me as a person.
Right. And I understand that, in our society, and which is weird because, in other societies, sexuality is open, but only here in the US. That's why we have a lot of issues. We have a lot of issues with um, sexual harassment, a lot of issues when it comes to sexuality and talk. We don't talk to our kids, so they end up getting molested. We don't even know about that. We end up with society full of people having children because we don't talk about sex, so we don't talk about birth control, how to stop, having children too early. It's a lot of things that comes from
Very
talking about
contradictory.
sex and sexuality.
It's very contradictory because sex sells, but yet it's still taboo. You
Right,
know, they still tell you,
Right.
oh no, have sex before marriage, but they still blasting you with sexual images. That's crazy.
right.
Well,
And porn is $1 billion industry, by the way.
it's
Right.
not, it's beyond $1 billion.
Yeah, it's up there. It's the highest thing.
Because
You know,
girl, when I was trying to figure out who owns that goddamn ghetto gaggers, I went through. I even said I was like, look, I went through so much stuff, and my husband freaked out. Freaked out. He was like, I don't understand why in the hell you were looking at that. We don't do that shit. He was like, girl, he flipped the hell out. And when I say flip the hell out, because he was like, never in a million years why would anyone condone you doing that to another person? Like he because girl, I tried like 500 things, and I'm not very good at the computer, and I was trying to figure it out. I was like, you have to figure out when that company was created and when the image was created.
so you were doing all kinds of research, huh?
He came downstairs and he woke up. I hadn't even come downstairs yet. He was woke up and he was sitting there with coffee, and he's like, "We got to talk."
Oh my God.
And he's like, "I don't know what y'all doing,
Oh shit.
but that shit ain't happening in my damn house."
Mm-mm. Tripping.
Oh my God.
He's doing too damn much now.
Man,
Girl,
like you,
and
he
he
said you.
told me, you said I was trying to get involved in business that ain't my damn business, and that was the damn.
Mm-mm.
And he
Mm-mm.
said, "I don't know what y'all doing, but there ain't shit happening in my goddamn house."
Mm-mm.
Lord,
Well, all you could do sometimes is go and make you a video, get the shit off your chest, And
Girl, I
that's
would never make a video.
well, even if
Not
you
with
don't
your
have
husband?
no, not that kind of video. I'm just saying if you got something you want to get off your chest, make a video and just move on from it. Don't
Yeah.
You wouldn't make a
like,
video
oh,
with your husband?
Like a sex video?
Yeah, with you and your husband and just see what it look like.
Hell no, Bomb Cherries.
It's okay if you don't want to tell us, but that's kind of hot to see you and your husband, together, and then y'all sit down and watch it. My husband don't watch porn, other women. He watch us.
No, well, I'll tell you this, Bomb Cherries. My husband thinks he's like, oh, she's so cute.
mm,
Yeah, pop it down, Bomb Cherry. Matter of fact, hey, you remember how you got those bread makers?
Yeah, I know I got them bread makers.
Well, I'm gonna send some holy water through that route.
Jack, you are horrible.
I need to get rid of these damn bread makers. As a matter of fact, they're sitting over there behind my goddamn couch, just sitting there.
So you can take a sip of some holy water during these moments.
But Jack, when you look at women, honestly, are you telling me that, Jack, I think me and you are about, I'm 48. How old are you, Jack?
53.
Okay, so we're about the same age, right? Would you agree or disagree?
I gotta disagree with that.
Yeah, we the same age. You and I the same age, eyes, and he's in our age range. Somebody disagree.
his range is 35.
Yeah.
But when you women at this point in your life, are you telling me that in your mind you really are looking at them about their hair, you don't want to have any more goddamn babies, like their youth, or what is it that is attracting you to women?
Now you have to look at the different stages of my life. Now, back in my 20s,
We talking about now, baby. We talking about now.
Okay, well, right now, no, I'm not into weave. I was into the weave for a very short period of time back in my early 20s. So what I look for now is companionship, common sense. Are they good with money? And do they bring value to my life, or do they take away value? That's what I look at.
But Jack, do you agree that you learn how to manage money?
Oh, I missed that part. What was that again?
Do you learn how to manage money in your life? Yes or no?
I started off being cheap in my teens, so I practiced being cheap all through my adult years.
Well,
is that a year?
I'm just saying, for me, there's some people now I can speak of my son's mother, I can speak of my ex-wife and a couple other people I've dated. They would never learn how to be smart with their money. It's just not in their DNA. Mine, because I was frugal in my teens, I just brought that and build upon it in my adult years.
Well, okay, so let me give you an example. Like, to me, I don't know, it's probably 3 years old now, but my Coach bag that was bought 3 years ago for Mother's Day, I still carry that Coach bag. And I carry it every day. It's not like it's gone away, or I only carry it sometimes, because the bag is practical and it's good quality. So I'll spend money for quality, but I don't buy shit all the time.
Right.
I mean, Bum, are you the same way or no?
Girl, let me tell you something. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. I'm not spending no $100 for no damn bag. Okay, I'll get me a fashionable bag that go with them. Now I will spend $100 on a pair of shoes, boots, and heels, but I'm real practical. And yes, you're right. Some quality is better. Like I have a purse that costs $3,500. Although I didn't buy it for me, it was a gift, and that purse lasts forever. Okay.
Now the only
Right.
reason
So
why
like,
only reason why I know about the Coach bag is because that's what my wife liked. She liked the Coach bag. She likes the Coach watches. So that was a pretty easy Christmas gift. So if I bought her a Coach saddlebag one year, I knew the next year to buy the matching watch. That made it easy on me. That's the only reason why I know about Coach.
Yeah.
girl, Bombtree, you know, like when my husband said, "What do you want?" I said, "I want that. What do they call that? Cuisinart." I said, "I just want this for cooking." Yes. I said, "I want to have that Fiesta wear." He said, "Done." But like, as far as like doing stuff for me personally, I could ask him for anything, and he might not have the money right away, but he
You
would.
get it.
But I learned a long time ago, you better be real careful because all that money, like you're doing, is going out of your household and your family. So, you know, when I told him, I was like, I don't need nothing. And he's like, I'm going to buy you flowers. Shit, flowers are 100 fucking bucks.
Yeah, I don't want no damn flowers. They died. But let me tell you, my husband he buy me the blenders. Like lately, I've been into like I'm in here now baking a cake. I'm mixing the cake mix. But when I want to bake my cookies and cakes, and he'll buy me that type of stuff. That's what I'm into now because it's for the family, right?
Yeah.
It's for the family. But yeah, he knows that I'm not into I won't. I do have a weakness with electronics like computers and the goddamn iPhone and iPads. But you know, those are things you just buy once every few years or whatever. But other than that, no, I have, like I said, I wanted a bread maker and people sent them to me.
Yes.
I ended up getting a stand mixer and you know, all those type of things.
Mom, you know what my husband said? He goes, I'll buy you a phone. Girl, you know I came home with the 99-cent phone. Because we went in to the Sprint store or whatever, and they're like, you can get this phone. It was 99 cents. And
That's a
he
deal.
looked at me and he said, why would you get that phone? And I was like, one, I don't give a shit. Two, all this shit changes rapidly. I'm not spending no money on no goddamn phone. We have a little kid. It's going to get dropped, thrown in the toilet, scratched, broke, or whatever. 99 cents looks good.
Yeah, it does. You're right.
And I'm a cheap when it comes to that kind of stuff. Any electronic, 99% of the time, the answer is no. Now, when my kids went to college, yeah, that's a different story. I got them some stuff. And my daughter, we bought her a nice phone, whatever. But now that I'm a grandma, hell no.
Oh,
She
you're a
ain't getting my
grandmother?
phone.
Would you have a grandson or daughter?
A grandson, JoJo.
Uh-oh. I can't wait to be a grandmother, man. I'm waiting. I'm thinking maybe when I become a grandmother, I'll calm down some. You know what I mean?
No, you don't calm
Please
down.
do. Please do.
Oh my God. You sound like
And, and that's what they said.
Go ahead.
Why would you let your daughter get married so young? Well, first of all, she wasn't that young. She was 21.
Mm-hmm.
Two, this is how we do it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I got married at 19. She got married at 21, and she had a child at 24.
Yeah.
Leave me the fuck alone. Like, this person.
Nobody should be questioning you about your daughter.
No, but it's like it's a whole thing about like I don't believe in women's rights and all this other fucking bullshit. I don't even understand what the hell you mean. Am I a humanitarian? Absolutely. I am a humanitarian for everyone. But they need to leave me the fuck alone when it comes to my goddamn kid. I mean, this is how we do it. This is how it's been done for over 100 some years that I know about. This is how everyone in my family acts. I don't know why people are like thinking like I'm some horrible mother, like I'm trying to sell my daughter off. Hell no.
Yeah. It must be that.
She's 20.
Go ahead.
Jack, how old is your son?
He's 25 right now. Oh, matter of fact, he'll be 26 in September 11th.
Okay, so Jack, which would you rather happen? Your son married young or your daughter?
It depends on the person. If they marry young, that I'll be fine, but it really depends on the other person they're marrying.
Well, okay, but Jack, you understand that like when we get married, it's a limited pool of who you're getting married to.
Now this also ties into womb imprint. So yes, I would like hold on, G. I think it's more beneficial for my children or child to get married early in life than it is to wait until they're 30 and 40 years old because of the womb imprint.
The womb what? The womb what? But y'all men talk about the craziest shit. Talk about
right, but I mean, like you had a baby and like you know where the placenta attaches into the uterus? That's a womb.
Well, when they say womb imprint, is actually the mental womb, not the actual body womb. It's the
so some of these men have wombs too, huh?
Mental womb. Where's that at?
Yeah, boy, they start making up shit, boy, as they go along. I'm just
no, actually, now here they call it womb imprint. I mean, I've been reading about this back in my late teens. It's called different other things, but when you look at the principles behind it, it's the same thing.
By man talking about that bullshit.
Oh my god!
Just because you read it don't mean it's real, you know.
I learned so much about.
But hold on for a second, Jack. They're saying that if you don't get married young, like you are gonna have something bad happen to your baby.
No. It has more to do with
woman sexuality.
No, it has more to do with pair bonding and being able to pair bond. So a lot of cultures, they prefer the women and the men to get married before they have a large number of sexual partners. So that's why I look at the young age. Now, there's also a separate side. Of course, when you're older, you know more about yourself. You've had a chance to go to school and you've had a chance to learn life. So it's one of those things. Getting married young has its plus and minuses, and getting married older. When I say older, I'm talking about late 20s, very early 30s. There's plus and minuses. None of them is perfect. So you try to find the one that best fits what you think should work on the long term.
Yeah.
So womb imprinting, let me tell you what they actually saying. It's some guy who created this bullshit. Even way back when they was trying to tell women what to do with their bodies. They don't want a woman who's been with multiple partners. And every guy who you sleep with, whether he mentally or physically, he imprints on your womb.
But what does that mean? I'm not getting it.
It don't mean much enough.
What?
It's men. It's men putting down women who might have sexual desires. That's what it is.
But how is having sex with somebody in your womb?
No,
they don't know.
No. It's not your biological womb. It's not your reproductive womb. It's your mental womb.
Oh, okay.
But we don't have. Jack. So let me tell you. Listen to what Bomb say. Okay, do not listen to what Jack is saying right now. What is a mental womb then? What that mean?
Fuck, I don't know. I mean, what the hell?
I'm asking Jack.
Where you're growing in like a baby.
Right. They don't know that though. See, they associate your womb with sex. And I'm not talking about Jack per se, but these men, they decided to, because they claim that women can't have sex like men because everything we have is and something about us creating the baby and holding the baby, and therefore we can't do certain things because, it's along those lines. And let me tell you, it's very silly. It doesn't make any sense. They don't understand what a womb is because the womb is only there to carry a baby. That's it. It's not even a part of your sexual organs. You know what I mean? It's just the area for the baby to sit. That's it. But these men don't know that though.
But Mom, you gotta remember, it's the mental womb. It's not the physical womb.
Right, I see what you're saying, mental womb, but what is a mental womb? Like when you say womb, what's that?
In your brain?
Yeah, I'm assuming that's what you're talking about.
Your brain.
Yeah. So why reference it as a womb then? Because that, sex also affects men. A man who's have sex with multiple women, it affects him mentally as well. So why refer to it as a womb?
Well, like in different cultures, what is described one way in the United States is described another way in Africa, which is described another way in Asia, and so on. So,
Right.
so the American, the modern American term is womb, a mental womb.
I did that research. See, I'm never mind. Okay, never mind. Even back in the day, they was incorrect with this. Woman being the secretary, the secondary person, and I remember there was a time where women couldn't wear pants because if she wore pants, she was thought to be a dyke, and men would rape her to put her in a place.
Right, but hold on, Jack. If that is a belief, and I'm not arguing anybody's belief. Well, if you believe that, how would you explain concealed ovulation or extended ovulation?
All right, now we're talking about the mental womb imprint. Now, if you're talking about the actual reproductive womb, I'm not touching that.
No. Extended ovulation and concealed ovulation have nothing to do with your womb.
Oh, you got the floor. Go ahead.
Okay, Bomb, you correct me because I think you were the one who made me look this up. But, and Jack, if I offend you, I apologize because, I'm talking about humans. Like when you're studying any other group of anything, like animals, all that stuff. So when I say this thing, it's not about like anything other than just humans.
Oh, you good. Only bomb cherries on my shit list. You good.
All right. Well, I don't want to be on anybody's shit list.
I'm messing. Go ahead.
So concealed ovulation, when they study that, concealed ovulation means that they're looking at why would, against any other group of animals or species or anything, Homo sapiens, versus anything else, why are women not showing overt signs? Like if you look at sheep or goats, when they go into estrus, it is very obvious. The males know that they're going into estrus, and they're ovulating and they are about business. But it is a 8-day cycle where they're doing this. Humans, there's a few other, when they say old world primates and insects have concealed ovulation, meaning you can't tell when they're going into estrus. The other part of that is extended ovulation, which means that you, as a male, are having sex because all other species, as soon as they're out of estrus, where like they could be impregnated, they leave them the fuck alone. Only certain groups would allow sexual access during that same time. Like you can't have, nobody would let you mount them, and that sounds gross, but excuse me, have sex or do any sexual thing if you are not in heat And humans have extended sex, which means that they will allow you to have sex with them all the time. So how is extended sex or extended ovulation fit into your category about this womb thing? Because that doesn't make sense. Because if that was the case, there would be no human beings.
On that, I am totally lost with what you were saying.
Okay, so remember I had mentioned that men, you usually don't know physically with your eyes when a woman is ovulating, right? But you can sense it.
Ovulation.
So when a woman is in heat, sometimes she don't even, she's ovulating. She might not even know why she's really horny, but it's really because she's ovulating. She might go to the club, and every single man in the club might have his eye on that one female. You know why? Because y'all sense that she's ovulating. Y'all just don't know that that's what it is.
Right.
So
yeah, that part I understand, but that has nothing to do with the pair bonding.
Well, what she was saying was that with animals, once a female get pregnant, humans, we can still have sex, but in animals, they don't have sex once she become, with pregnant. I guess call it that way. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like if you become impregnated, no other species will allow a male to mount her, do anything. They'll kick you off.
Right, but
So
we also
when you say, but pair bonding, when you talk about pair bonding, like if you look at monogamous things, swans, wolves, there's a few penguins. They're very monogamous and they will mate for life. So when you say pair bonding, are you talking about like once they've matched up, they leave everybody else alone?
That's correct.
Right. Well,
as long term as possible.
Well, yes, because wolf packs control who's having the baby, and you can only be the alpha. And see, that's the other shit. Then when they say you're a beta male,
Before we even go there, Dr. Merck admitted that he was incorrect with this study for the past 30 years. So you can't use the study of the wolves in comparison to humans. Dr. Merck,
well, no,
Dr. Merck said he was incorrect with that.
but you can compare them to pair bonding because that is a true statement. They pair bond.
That's correct. I'm still here.
Right. So
okay,
what was wrong was the alpha and beta thing, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Correct.
Right, because so what I'm saying is that in order for human beings to have survived past very like primitive situations, genes come into place. So when people go, I feel attracted to this or I feel attracted to that, and why people do certain stuff. So universal, regardless of what country you're from, the evenness for women are eyebrows. When I say hair, I'm talking about hair health. There's certain things that are like, do you become a healthy person to possibly procreate with? And all of that is primal. It is not like I think about, I'm looking at him. He might look fine as hell, but he might not look as a good mate for extended ovulation. So extended ovulation and monogamy are all about benefiting the male because otherwise human beings would die off. The top male would have all the girls and there would be nobody else. He'd run them all off. Extended ovulation is about looking at all of the primal things when it comes to partnering up scientifically. It's looking at what would be, they call it, the first would be the primary reason, and one would be the secondary, which they call decorative. Like decorative would be you like, for example, Jack, you like straight hair and I had curly hair. So a decorative thing would be that was what you feel attracted to because of social things. But overall, human beings are very simple when it comes to they're looking at skin tone because skin tone was a primal thing about health, hair on hair health. Do you have shiny hair? Is your hair dirty looking? Dirty, all of those things are primal things. All people do it. It doesn't matter what you say. I'm not judgmental or whatever. If you see somebody with greasy hair, you will find an aversion to it because if you didn't feel that, people would find people would die out because greasy hair is an aversion of poor health.
But you also have to take into account that our biological self goes back 200,000 years plus. So
right.
What the era that we're living in now is not the same
era
in which our brains operate. So
it's not when your brains operate. That's not true. So when you see these people and they're like, I don't know what the fuck.
Slow down. So what I'm trying to say is what was important dating back, we'll say 300 years. When you look at what was important in a male, what was important in a female, it's not quite the same now because a push of a button is what makes life easier. Not getting out there and actually having to chop down wood and provide physically for a family. So
well, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that primally, when you are talking about just sexual impulse or sexual thing, the impulse of what would attract someone to do something that doesn't make any sense. So when they say monogamy, which they call it semi-monogamy, is about human beings cohabitating together for a reason. Now, there's a reason why when they say human beings had a polygamy, or that is absolutely true. Polygamous things happen. But what ended up, and you can look it up yourself. I mean, I'll be glad to send you every single article I researched about this, Jack. And there's lots. But what it was saying is that human beings were looking at a couple of factors. And women being monogamous, they are looking for two things. So there's one part which is like a primal thing of it when you're an estrus, looking at gene quality for a potential mate. The other part of that is when they say you have extended ovulation, is about the male being able to have sexual access in exchange for resources. And I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about it because the same is for humans as it is for insects or birds, what they call copulating pairs, like doves, swans, all of that stuff. Extended access means that the male is invested enough in that group with that female that he does things like exchanging food, protection for that female. And humans are no different. That's what when they say extended ovulation means. Because otherwise, when people say males went and go screwed everything, that's not a true depiction on how it works if you look at other species. Because and goats, they can screw, you can have one goat or one sheep going with a bunch of girl sheep. He does not pick all of them. They're actually selective. If you watch chickens, they're selective. It's semi-monogamous. It might not be just one, but it's just a few. It's not just I randomly go stick my dick in anything that happens.
Right. Well, I guess it's all about who they attracted to it. I guess is what you're saying.
It's
But
about
also,
gene. It's looking at gene quality. If you look at everything, everyone is looking at gene quality. If you're talking about just primal instincts, primal, meaning like the very basic, not like, does he have money? Does he not have money? It's primal instincts. Those primal instincts kick in, and I don't care if you're male or female. So when everybody says it's males, it's in their DNA to go fuck as many things. Yes, it's the male's desire to go stick their dick in many things, but it's always the female that controls what's getting their dick stuck into. That's all I'm saying. So all these girls, I hope to God they're listening and just say no. Because what you feel on the outside, because it's a primal instinct, doesn't mean they're a good partner.
I agree. Especially these days. But women, our sexual desires are just like males. When people say that we're different, we really aren't. Men have for centuries tried to make it seem like, well, because the woman carries the baby, that means it's different. It's not.
No.
Like if that, like your example, if there were one male and a few chickens, right? One male hen or whatever, with the male is the chicken and the female is the hen, right? Or vice versa. If there was one male and a few females, yes, he would select the ones he would sleep with. But if there was more than one male and these females, they would not just pick the one guy. They would also select the various
they're
different
selective.
males. Right.
So
Right, but see,
the whole thing about procreation and extending it out, this whole thing about women would be submissive and they're going to have one partner and that would be it, the population would die out. It does not work that way. That is just talking about if you look at any other species on how there is procreation.
But wait a minute. You can't compare humans to animals.
Why not?
What do you mean you can't compare
Why
humans
you
to
can't?
animals?
Because each different animal requires its own separate way of reproducing. So humans
No.
have
How
their
about
reason.
mammals? Let's just go with mammals.
Even different. The whales, even though they are mammals, they have a different set of requirements for procreation as opposed to
Okay. Like what? What's the difference? What are you talking about?
Because and that's where religion starts coming into play.
Well, that's different. Now you're not talking about what she was talking about primal instincts, the chemistry, the physical. Now you're talking about society. So you know what I mean?
That's not what I'm talking about at all.
Right. That's social. So we're talking about. Go ahead, Eyes.
Jack, I'm talking about like the instincts that people have. So when a man says, I find this woman desirable, and whatever it is about her, their instincts to want to screw as many women as possible is probably a factual primal instinct.
Right. But then what does but in religion, what does religion say?
It depends on which religion. It depends on which religion, right?
For the most part, religions say one wife, one.
No, that's not true.
Now,
that's not true.
Whoa.
The oldest religion ever to exist is which religion?
Supposedly Muslim.
Buddhism.
Okay. And how many wives can you have?
Okay, are we talking about as time has developed or back in
now
that
you're
time?
talking back to society. Even talking about religion at its core.
Are we talking about?
You're not talking about what we were talking about. Now you want to talk about a group of men who set aside some rules, and the rules was against women.
Okay, are we talking about what was accepted back in?
We wasn't even talking about acceptance. She was talking about the primal instincts of human beings.
Okay.
No social, no religion. We were just saying if we had no rules There will be men having sex with sexual partners who he want to have sex with, who we find attractive, and so would there be women.
Okay, yes, but now if you do that, then what will happen to the quality of the children?
Right, but see, that's where I'm going to get you, Jack. Hold on for a second, because the quality of the children is based off of solely on genetics. So,
whoa, no, that's not, no. Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back. When I say the quality of the children, if you have a man that's just going around just sowing seeds all over the place and he's not taking care of his children, what happens to the quality of the children? That is the reason why.
Right, but see,
wait a minute, whoa, you. So that is the reason why religion basically came into play.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Because back then, first of all, in order to get the amount of people we have here, there was a lot of what you're saying, men just having babies with women. And society, if we came together, society, and said we're going to take care of children, it doesn't matter if the father is there in its life anyway, as long as there are people taking care of the youth, right?
Are we talking about during simpler times, 800 years ago?
We're talking about, it doesn't even matter if now in America we decide, look, we're going to take care of children. We're going to make sure that all children are taken care of from birth till a certain age. We're going to make sure they're fed, clothed. We're going to make sure they get the education that they need. They're parented, whether it's with the parent or not, and everything will be okay.
Mom, they have that.
What you mean they have that?
They have that.
What? No, we don't. You have you have kids parented by their mothers with no dads around, or they might not even be parented by their mothers. What are you talking about?
And then the government steps in and
provides. I'm sorry, the government don't step in and do nothing but provide some food stamps. They don't even make the parents feed the children. So
what you're admitting is it can be done, but it's not going to be perfect. There's going to be flaws.
No, I'm saying it could be done because it's been done for centuries. It's been done before there was a food stamps. It was done for centuries.
But then who did it? It was done by
society,
the
communities.
Right. So but see, once you allow the government to step in like it has.
How did we go from sex and
I'm not talking about. You're talking about social, and I'm talking about primal.
Right.
There's a difference.
Right, but see, here's the deal. Yes, men can fuck until the day that they die. Until the day that they die. That's true. But the thing is, religion steps in and says, yes, you can do that, but it's not right to do it. And this is the reason why it's not right.
Why it's not right?
But Jack, do you understand that human beings are still in a category of a species? Do you agree or disagree?
Okay, let's put it like this. The reason why I got a vasectomy in my mid-20s is because, yes, I love to fuck. I love to have sex. I love to be in the comfort of a beautiful woman in my eyes. But the thing is, I cannot afford to take care of 8, 9, 10, 12 different children.
Right, but Jack,
I realize but I realize that I cannot afford 12 children. So it's either one or two. Get a vasectomy and still enjoy sex, or don't get a vasectomy and struggle trying to pay for 12, 15, 20 children.
Right, but you're talking about social again. You keep going back to social.
Right, but the thing is, we can't argue that men like to have sex. That's a given.
And what about women though? That's my point. My point is, what about the women?
Women is that extended ovulation, the concept of that, which means that you have sexual access to a female all the time. They're willing to allow you to mount them, have sex with them. I'm trying not to be gross. I'm trying to think of this as scientific, but it sounds nasty.
Come on now. If you've done it with your husband, go ahead and say it.
Well, because I don't want people to think I'm some trying to say nasty stuff, because I'm not.
So it's late at night. We have an adult conversation, but you're not getting too nasty. Just go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So extended ovulation means that you, a female, is allowing a male to have sex with them after they have estrus, where they have gone into heat, and I hate that word because okay, you go into heat. The female goes into
The
heat.
chick is horny. Let's just put it like that. She horny.
Okay, she goes into heat. She ovulates. She either conceives or does not conceive. If you do not conceive during estrus, all other species will be like, kick rocks, motherfucker. Don't touch me. Try to mount me, and I'm going to give you two horns to the side, or whatever it is. There's only certain species that will allow male to enter their body, have sex with them outside of estrus. It's called extended ovulation. Now, extended ovulation, there is a part of where they're going, they're invested in this. Now, they did this study where they did with this group of baboons, 100 baboons. And they try to say, well, they will screw anybody, they do all this nasty stuff, but it's not true because they did the DNA test on them, and all of those male baboons knew exactly who their offspring was. And they came in and fought for them and did all of that because of extended ovulation. They were invested in the female baboon, providing food and protection for her and her offspring. It's semi-monogamous. It wasn't like monogamous, like it was only one-on-one, but it's semi-monogamous, meaning it had a group, and that male baboon knew exactly who his females were. And she provided sexual access at all times. That's extended ovulation. Look it up, Jack.
Now there's a culture, I think in India somewhere, like deep in the woods, they found these group of people, right? And when the young women become of age, because they do not allow no one to touch these young girls when they're girls. So when she becomes of age, which they consider about 19 or so, they have a party where all the young women get together and they get to have sex with all the young men, the men in their same age bracket. They're wanting the young girls to get pregnant, and they never know who the actual dad is.
Which is actually better for society. I hate to bust y'all little
right.
But Jack don't get it. What Bomb and what Firestorm is talking about is called core behavior. It's called primal, but it's called core behavior, meaning when you're hungry, you're gonna get something to eat. You're hungry, you want to fuck. That's basically what they're talking about. So he don't get it. He's talking about, well, society, if you're not there to raise kids, fuck that.
No.
Actually,
Jack,
getting a bunch of women. Can I finish? I'm trying to make sense.
No, Jack gets it. The problem is she's throwing in something that's totally different.
No, she's not.
She's talking about primal behavior and core behavior is the exact same thing. Having a bunch of kids with a bunch of different women, if this was primal, is actually better for society because you're spreading skill set around. You're actually gonna end up surviving better. You worried about child support and taking care of kids is not what they're talking about.
No, I did not say that. What I was saying was, yes, we can go around and we can have as many children that we can, but the way society is set up now, which is totally different than what it was 500, 600, 700 years ago, you have different type of responsibility. So yeah,
that's what she's talking about. She's not talking about responsibility. Is not going to make the species survive.
Right.
We don't need as many offsprings now as we did 500 years ago.
That's not.
But yes, Jack, they finding that the birth rate is low. Did y'all know that? Dangerously low.
Why do you think the baby boom happened after World War II?
That's right.
Wonderful.
A lot of people died in World War II, so they had to procreate.
So while black communities are on here talking about we have too many kids, we doing this, we doing that, the white people and everybody, scientists are saying, whoa, we might not be around if we don't increase these babies. We need babies to be born.
Imagine what people are going to look like in 20 million years. We're probably going to have wings or some shit. Imagine what we're going to look like.
Don't say that, Lord.
No, they need.
No, seriously. Seriously, imagine if one dinosaur species had died out 20 million years ago. We wouldn't be here.
Right.
The closest thing to a dinosaur is a bird. Most people don't know this shit. I had to tell my daughter this shit. So when they ask your grandkids what's the closest relatives of a dinosaur, it's the bird. Because that's what dinosaurs would have evolved into if they were to set big ass birds. So in 20 million years, imagine what we're gonna look like. We don't know.
You're right. We don't know. I heard we don't need feet no more. They're saying that, something about the big toe, that there was a need for the big toe that's not needed anymore. Something. I don't know.
Why do you think your skin wrinkles when you're underwater?
Your baby toe.
Uh-huh.
That's the one they're saying because of shoes will eventually fall off.
Probably, but that's why your skin wrinkles when you're underwater, so that you can grip onto like rocks and shit to climb out of the water. Your skin wrinkles and gets pitted. You can actually grip shit better when your skin is wrinkled.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's what that's for.
If you look at genetics, solely genetics, and trying to get the best possible gene pool, animal husbandry. Have you heard of that, Jack?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So being where I'm from and what we do, that is like it's a craft. So every time you're sending a male into a herd of females, cows, goats, sheep, bovines, there is a part of where you do a human selection, like saying, these are some traits we like, these are some traits we don't like. But you can't dictate all of that. And even when you send the first male in, he is selective and the female is also selective. There's it's standing heat, which means that you know exactly, for example, like my sheep, I know exactly when they're going into heat because I watch this stuff. I mark it on the calendar. And I know standing heat is 12 hours, which means he has to mount her and actually impregnate her for that 12 hours. Before that happens, he is smelling her, he pees, he licks the air. It's all pretty gross if you watch it. I mean, honestly, it's
sounds exciting to me.
I was about to say, you got the wrong person on there talking about something nasty. She probably did the same thing that sheep was doing, making the same noises too.
They go smell the vagina. They do stomping. All this, it's some weird stuff. But if she will not stand for him, it's done. You can't force her to do it. If you try to force them, yeah, sometimes they'll get impregnated, but most of the times they won't. They do not want him for whatever reason. He picked her. He's like, yeah, you're in heat, and I'm doing it. And she's not in standing heat. She is not allowing him to mount her for whatever
Some
reason.
animals die if they don't make.
Well, have you seen goats? I mean, you want to talk about nasty shit.
No, thank you.
But wait a minute. But here's the disconnect we're having here.
Okay.
We was discussing basically pair bonding. We was discussing pair bonding with humans and parental responsibility and stuff like that. You went
okay.
You went all whoa. You spent a considerable amount of time talking about sheeps.
We never mentioned any parental
and the whole nine. What we was talking about was just basically.
No, she went directly to extinctual, and I was talking about women wanting to have sex just as much as women. I mean men. So you were the only one who really was on something different, and you kept bringing in societal. She says instinctually what would happen, primal.
That's core behavior. He's talking about choice. That's what separates us from the rest of the animals. We put our own kind in cages, and we the only one who don't listen to our gut. Animals listen to their gut all the time.
But see what happens to us when we listen to our gut?
You don't get shot. You don't get hit by a car.
Yeah, lots of things
People
happen.
have a natural spidey sense. That's why the hair stands up on the back of your neck. That's what that is.
So wait a minute. Wait, if we listen to our gut, we don't get shot.
No,
We
you
don't
know
get
we
hit by
don't
No,
get.
cars.
we're talking about core primal behavior. It's as advanced as we are, we still have hair that sticks up on the back of our neck, or the hair sticks up on the back of your arm. That's your gut telling you that some shit ain't right. Some shit's about to happen. And as advanced as we are, we still got that primal function.
Right, but this whole thing was not about that. We was talking about
Okay.
the womb imprint and which ties into being responsible as parents. That's what we was
Yeah, that
talking
involves
about.
choice.
I don't remember that, but we was talking about when you started talking about womb imprint. I started talking about what that mean, because I know what you meant when y'all throw that out there. What you're trying to say about the woman and her controlling her body.
Right,
She's
You
a
know,
and
core
then that's when it
as
went
religion has
all.
made
And
it
that's
so
when it went.
bad. Wait, religion has made it so bad that it's believed that a woman can't have sexual desires and she can't do the same thing you men do. Like a young girl can go and sow her oats,
Well,
or like a young
religion.
all
boy.
can
Religion
you
is
all
all about controlling property and women.
you
That's exactly what religion is. You go to any religion, I don't care what religion it is, there's two things that's controlled: property and women.
No, the
Am I
thing is,
right?
the women can do exactly what men do for the most
Now,
part. But the thing is, mentally, you can't handle certain things the way that men
Why?
can,
Why? That doesn't make no sense. Why? Tell me why mentally I can't handle it.
because God put men on
Oh my
earth for a
God, here you
reason,
go with the
and
God. That's not true.
God put women on earth for a particular reason.
Right. True for
We
us to
call it,
make
no, for us
us
to exist, we have to have that balance. Women,
what balance?
when men have their advantages and disadvantages, women have their advantages and disadvantages. But
Right?
the way it's supposed to work is if we work together, those
Uh-huh.
advantages and disadvantages should balance itself out.
And working together
I
don't necessarily mean we have to marry each other and be just with each other. You know, it just means society, right? The
no, but I
group
could answer
should
this
come
question.
together.
I can actually answer both questions because, okay, let's say you put me and Jack on an island. We don't speak the same language, right? Both of us
Mhm.
hungry. But because we're two men, instinctively, we're going to work together, catch some food, get the fuck about the damn island. You and I, the storm, going to kill each other because y'all are women.
We're gonna do what?
Y'all going to probably kill each other.
Why would we
Yeah,
kill each other? Why wouldn't we survive? In
because
fact,
that's
we probably survive better than the men. What are you talking about?
no. We talking about core behavior, right?
Yes,
You
core
just gonna try
behavior.
to
What you
kill.
saying
You
a
just gonna
woman
try to
can't get
kill
out
each other.
there and cut down trees and make huts? Or you say, see, that's that belief that came from religion, where y'all said that women don't have the brains to understand mathematics and
No,
understand science.
it's not
So
about
two
brains.
men be just as successful as two men abandoned on an island. That's
It's
how
a
that we
territorial
wouldn't
thing. It's not
last. The
about.
society wouldn't last because, of course, we can't mate, we can't reproduce, but we would survive.
No, I'm just
Okay,
saying that
and that's
if you
that's that
take.
belief. Religion has screwed you men up in that
No, it's not about
those.
religion. It's like if you take two guys, they don't speak the same language, drop them on an island.
Why would two women fight?
Instinctively, huh?
Why would two? Why y'all assume that two women wouldn't get along? We would get along just as much as two men.
Um, Look at most animals.
Especially if we ain't got no man to fight over. Why wouldn't we?
Now,
Why
look,
wouldn't
Lord,
we get
But
along?
that would be the only thing that would make me and Jack kill each other if you put a female in between it. We'll probably kill each other
Right.
against that female.
Yeah,
But still,
y'all
we'll
end
try to
up
get some
killing each
peace.
other for her, probably. Yeah.
That's why y'all can
Unless,
control.
but you know, there's cultures that, like you said, both men, one woman. Nothing wrong with that. There, that happens. But y'all okay to hear about one man and multiple wives. But what about when a woman has multiple husbands?
right, and
And
that
it
does
It
exist also.
depends.
does exist, yes.
It does
If there's like
exist.
a if there's like an off balance, like if you
How is the
have,
off balance?
you know what I'm saying? Like let's say you have like a 3-to-2 ratio, 3 men to 2 women. If you're gonna survive, she's gonna have to have more than one husband. Because you can't have 3 men and 2 women and expect to survive. She's gonna have to have more than one husband.
What do you?
But
Huh?
Lord, that is what extended ovulation means. It means
That's what
that
I'm
the
saying.
male is providing resources to a female for
No, I'm saying
sexual.
that.
That's it.
No, I'm saying the
She,
world average, there's more women than men, right?
no, that's
But it's
not true. Only now.
now it's the case. There's more females than men. You're more likely
Right.
to have a female than a male child because you got
No.
two X chromosomes, and men we only have an X and a Y chromosome, so you're more likely going to have a female than a male. Saying that if you
No,
have something, yeah,
no, they may
No.
have areas where they have more male. Like when I was in the military, of course there was more men on a post than women because there were more men who joined the military than women.
no, I'm
But
just saying genetically, it's more likely to have a female child than a male child because y'all
no,
already have an X chromosome.
the male deciphers what the gender is going to be on the baby. But
I
no, that's
know,
not
but I'm
true.
saying it's more likely to be a female child than a male child because you already have one X chromosome. We just got to have one
Okay,
Y
but
chromosome.
Lord, if you look at females in procreating, and it doesn't matter what species, the most vulnerable point of time for any female after they become impregnated is giving birth. And even, I don't know, 100 years ago, 60%, and it might even been, I shouldn't say 100, it probably was a little bit more than that.
The mortality rate was about 60%. You're right.
60% of women died in
Mortality
childbirth.
rate. It was a health hazard
So
because if the
females,
child didn't kill her, she was going to die from infection.
right, but so if you were dying in childbirth, and I don't know how many experiences you've been with any other species giving birth,
Just women.
that is natural selection. So if
Right.
the female dies during birth, she's done. Those genes,
Right.
whatever she had, is done. So
Right.
the next group. So now you have a group of human beings where that's not happening. So when I go in and I say sheep and I'm like, oh my gosh, she's beautiful, she has great quality, her legs are short to the ground, she's resistant to parasites, whatever it is I believe, and I get her mated. As soon as she is not giving birth well, she's done.
Yeah.
If she doesn't die during childbirth but had a difficult childbirth, I shouldn't say child because they're not child, kid.
Same thing.
I don't want you to think humans, not humans.
Same thing.
They get cold.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pulling the herd means that you get rid of everything that is not the best genetics possible.
That's
Human
what
beings,
eugenics is.
right, but human beings are the only ones. They have cesarean births, all this other stuff. So all of these weird situations with the population being out of sorts is because of all of this human interference. Because
Well,
I
where
can
they-
show you a place
I believe
right
it.
down on the Amazon, and
ain't
there
going.
is not these problems. They give birth by the goddamn selves.
I had
We're
a
the
dog,
only.
right? My dog had litters, and
Yeah.
you know how we knew the ones that weren't right because the dog will kill the babies, to kill the puppies.
Or she
They
thinks
will
somebody
smother the
touched them.
puppy. Huh? No, that's
Or she
cats. I think he can't touch cats, but them puppies,
cancers.
she knew which ones was wrong because she would kill them. She would smother
Girl,
them
go
when they
see a
would.
chicken. Everyone thinks those little chickens are so cute. They are cannibals. They kill all kinds of stuff. They're disgusting.
Well, we're the only
Be-
species that needs help during childbirth.
That's we
It's,
don't
human
need
beings
it.
don't in childbirth.
We don't need it. Gravity does all the work, but
Well,
we end up going to doctors, letting them lay us on a goddamn table instead of letting gravity do the work.
you don't see cats going, help.
Oh, and Bob, you were right about that because I'm going to tell you, I've seen a lot of births. Not necessarily because that's something I want to be a part of, but you know, in Rome, you do as the Romans.
Well, I mean, like that's what I was saying earlier. It's like lot of guys say, well, if the balance is offset, where you have more females and men are gonna want to have more than one mate. But what if it's something to where it's where you have an offset of more men than women? That's why I say she's gonna have to have more than one husband.
Right.
If you're gonna survive, because then one guy's gonna be just stuck there with no wife, and if you're trying to make the species survive, that's not gonna be possible.
Okay, but so that would be considered a social thing because land resources, and again, that's kind of what Jack was saying is that when you take the primal out of it and you're doing a social thing. So like there's parts of Asia because land is not readily available. So for example, I have 5 sons.
Goddamn,
one woman will marry all 5 of my sons, regardless the oldest to the youngest. So if I have a 5-year-old and I also have a 30-year-old son, that woman marries all of them. I'm trying to remember exactly what the technical word is for. I'm trying to think. Hold on.
Greedy?
No, there's actually an anthropological term for it. Where the men, one woman marries a bunch of men, and it's not about sexual, it's about controlling the resources, which 90%.
And it's diversity too. They're not all going to have the same qualities because they have different fathers.
No, if you're all brothers and you marry one woman, how many different qualities do you think you're going to get?
No, I'm saying that if each one of those brothers impregnates that woman, then the children are going to have qualities based on that different father.
Right, but the whole point is that they don't know who is the father.
True. But you're going to have 5 different personality traits they're going to draw from.
Why? I mean, if they brothers and they all was raised in the same home, they have the same DNA, same mother, father.
Genetically, there's certain. No, I mean genetically, there's certain differences. Like I'm tall, my brother wasn't.
Yeah, but your son or daughter may look like your brother and not you.
Why you say that? Because my daughter's a spitting image of my mother. Spitting image.
So see what I'm talking
image.
about? So just because you have the child, it other but actually be yours.
Well, that's the running joke in the family. I had my mother's baby. We kind of laugh about that, but yeah, that's true.
So if you look at like socially on different groups of people, so like in New Guinea, for example, a couple will marry and procreate.
Do they wear clothes?
No, not really.
Okay. I'm not going there.
I don't think
See, we wouldn't be able to have this discussion in another person's area because we have men who I would get kicked out just for saying the scientific facts because some of y'all do not want to hear that.
Most people don't know that. Most people don't know what core behavior and primal behavior is. Most people don't know what that is.
Well, they need to look up extended ovulation and concealed ovulation.
They just know horny. That's all they know.
It just mean that we will allow it. We will continue to have sex with our mates or whomever.
Right. Well, except dolphins. Dolphins do that too. Dolphins have sex for fun too.
Mammals, right?
No, it's us and dolphins, the only 2 animals that do it just because.
But female humans are not doing it just because. Extended ovulation is getting someone to be invested in you to procreate life, to get it to the best chance of survival. Because back in the day, with no whatever monetary, whatever it is, if me and you are in the woods, Lord, at some point,
it's on and popping.
What?
It's on and popping.
I'm trying to be not gross.
That's not being gross. I said on and popping. Period. There's a period behind it. There's nothing else behind it but period.
Okay, so I become impregnated and me and you are in the woods, at some point I will be not capable of going and doing things for myself to create enough food and resources for me to survive. So
Right. So
my
this part
investment,
where you tell me you quitting your job.
what the hell? There's no job.
No, you know
No,
he's
that's it. It
he's
means
about
the exact same thing. You're not capable of climbing trees to get berries anymore, right?
right.
Right?
So you're quitting your
Yes.
job, basically.
I can't do the
Yes.
job. Yeah.
Same thing.
And you are invested enough because you have sexual access to me that you are like, I'm going to go ahead and get berries for this fat woman. And you have invested thing because we've procreated a child and you're like, I'm going to get berries for that child because there is a genetic part of you that's like, that's my child. And
Well,
I
that
want to give them berries.
well, there's that, and the fact that I don't have a choice. It's either I climb the tree and get them berries or starve. Because now I have to get twice as many berries because you can't climb that goddamn tree.
That's right.
So I
I
have to
can't.
climb up there and get twice as many berries because shit, now I gotta feed her. Oh shit, I gotta feed her and the goddamn baby.
Right. So a male that is capable of climbing the tree and getting berries.
You ain't finna get a motherfucker who can't climb. If you get pregnant by somebody who can't climb, you're gonna be a astronaut.
Okay, but no.
She got pregnant by somebody who can't climb. If you
Okay,
want to put it in those terms.
let me say this before we continue. Bentley is stuck on the religion thing, and I'm okay. I
It's not
understand.
about religion.
Right, but let me explain this to Bentley. Bentley, I understand that you're religious, and I'm not the same religion as you, and I would tear your religion apart in no
Me
time.
too. Me
Okay,
too.
your religion, that bullshit that you believe in, baby. I'm swear to God, I was tear that apart like that. So
It's very simple. It's biology is stronger than religion. I don't care who the fuck you is. 10 times stronger. You can't help that. Religion is just put there to control biology.
right.
It's like, no, you just gonna get married to me because God said so. No, because you said so.
Yeah, Bentley, what religion are you? Christian?
Oh God.
Let me just break this down real quick. It's gonna be so simple. Christianity haven't been around that long, right? The longest religion, there are many religions that were around before Christianity.
It's only been around
And
about
all
1,500
of
years.
those, yeah, all those religions, the oldest one is Buddhism. The oldest
Uh-huh.
religion to exist is Buddhism. And they didn't have one God, baby. There was many. And some of them were women. Right? You're a Christian, yeah. So that's what I'm saying.
Kali.
They
Kali
had
was a
they had
female. God, she was the female
many.
God.
There was a God for everything. If you needed water, you would pray to the God that gave you water. If you needed wind, if you needed fire, if you needed this wealth, this and that, if you were sick and you needed help, there was different gods. But not until one king came about that turned that around. When he decided that he wanted there to be one God. And
The
he guess
Egyptians did
which
that
one?
too.
Guess what God that was? The sun. The actual sun in the sky.
Bet you don't know his
And
name.
what was his name? You know what his name was?
Akhenaten.
And when he wanted the sun, right? The actual sun, now you as Christians, you believe in what? The Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost.
Actually, he wasn't very popular for that. That was King Tut's
Wasn't
father.
popular at all. They killed him, didn't they? Oh, he was
No,
young.
they couldn't wait for him to die.
Oh,
And then
okay,
when
yeah.
his son, because Tutankhamun's name used to be Tutankhamun, and then he was 9, he didn't know no damn better. So the priest was like, "Hey, you want to go back to all them different gods, right? Yeah, okay." He didn't know no damn better, and they pretty much tried to erase everything his dad did.
Exactly.
So that's why
They
when he
buried everything.
right, so when he died at 18, they pretty much erased him. That's why nobody found him.
Yep, they didn't even know he exists. So actually, the God that you believe in doesn't exist. So you wonder why one God supposed to help everybody on earth. Think about that. You praying to one God and you wonder why you can't get what you might need. Anyway,
He's
think
busy.
about that.
Hold
He's
up, Hunter. How was Bentley? If we offended you, I apologize. I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking
You
about
gotta
just
listen. You just telling the truth.
No, yeah. No, he was talking about religion. We weren't, but yeah, he. I understand you believe in that book that was pushed on us from children. Think about that. You probably didn't even choose your religion. You know, when I was a kid, I used to go to church. I had to go to Sunday school and all of that stuff. I didn't choose my religion. It was
You know
given
what's
to
really
me.
bad about that? You've got it took them 400 years to put all those books in the one book. 400 years after Jesus, they finally got sat around and made that. And as far as him being divine, the church made that decision.
Right.
They also made the decision to make Mary Magdalene a prostitute. You don't know what she was.
Ain't
And
that
then you
something?
got then you got the 60 books that wasn't in the Bible. Why didn't they
Yep.
include those 60 books in there? What's in them
Exactly.
that they don't want you to know about?
Exactly.
Yeah,
You know
but
how
see,
fucking mad they was when they found them Dead Sea Scrolls? They was panicking because they didn't want people to read that shit.
right, but see, one thing we
See what this
can't
ass
argue.
book?
One thing we can't argue. Doesn't matter the religion. The whole purpose was to develop some type of code of conduct and conformity. We can all agree with that.
Yeah, we
Ain't
can
well,
agree
fucking
with
in
right.
that.
but Jack, every group of species, every group of humans has a religion, which is a code of conduct.
Right.
For example, I have been in areas where the code of conduct is a woman and men procreate, and that woman never goes to be with her husband. She always stays with her own family, her brothers. Her brother raises her child.
And
It's
I gotta
just
get them
different.
goddamn berries.
Well, shit. Look, everybody's got to go get those goddamn berries.
Why can't we be on an
And you know,
island with
here's
fish?
what.
Why can't I go fish? Why I gotta climb trees? Why
Okay,
can't I go
so
fish?
my question is this: we have all these different countries,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
all of them have a different type of main language and sub language. Am I correct?
Yep.
Which
Well, there's sub
country
languages. Uh huh.
which country has the perfect language?
None.
Who has the most
None.
weapons?
So none of the religions are perfect. Each one works for whatever region is being practiced in.
And if you look at it, they're all pretty much the same. Every religion got a flood story. Every religion got a creation story. So,
But okay, Jack, I hear what you're saying, but you have to take every group. And again, I come from a very religious family, and I'm just going to say that. I don't joke about anybody's religion or faith at all. I would never say anybody nasty about anybody's religion or faith ever in my life. Now, if you look at this just like studying sociology, anthropology, and not getting into these dynamics about other things, there's certain things that happen with religion. Why is that religion and that practice? Why are they doing it? What would be the benefit for the people? Not spreading religion where you're saying, now I see people being Muslims over in Russia. What
mass
was the
conformity.
benefit for the people right there? And that's where you have to study. It's studying the root. It's not studying the arms. It's studying the core.
He
That's
just
all
he
I'm
just he
saying.
just he just said it. Mass conformity.
What's the
Bentley,
first thing Columbus did when he set foot on Haiti? What's the first thing he did? Set up a damn church. Why?
Bentley said this: Christianity is the only religion backed up by science and
Boy,
confirmed by.
stop.
I know, and confirmed
Do
by
you know how?
scientific
Do you know how many people was burned for religion? What do you think the Salem witch trials was about? When
burning women
Galileo
claiming they
said
was
that the damn
witches and
earth,
shit.
right? But when Galileo said that the earth went around the sun, the church is the one who threw him in jail.
Right. It's not any different when
That
they
got to be the
said
dumbest shit he could have said.
the land.
He
According
must
to
be very
Christianity, the earth
young.
is no. According to the earth, according to Christianity, the earth's only 5,000 years old. Where
We
did
know that's
dinosaur
not
bones
true.
come from?
And I
Well,
still
and
believe,
again,
I still believe
there is
Eve tricked Adam into eating that damn fruit.
A lot longer than 5,000 years ago.
Yeah, we know that didn't happen.
Right. And then wherever that she ate the fruit at, it was in Africa.
Well,
Sorry,
God
people.
damn it,
It was in
boy, you
Africa.
better pick some different
Right.
berries.
God damn
And
it.
they
Fuck, that's where you got the
chocolate
goddamn
and-
berries from. I shouldn't have said that shit. I should have kept my
Hell
goddamn mouth shut
no.
while I was trying to be right.
Adam was minding his damn business, and here come damn Eve with some damn
No, Adam's name was Fufu.
trick ass game, trick ass Eve game.
Goddamn right.
Trick that man and eating that damn apple, and we're all fucked up because of that.
This
Thank
tree
you,
been
Eve.
up for 8 hours. I did not know that.
And you know what's fucked up, Jack? When God came around and looked at Adam, God was like, Adam, what the fuck happened? Eve sat there and said a goddamn thing.
Nope, didn't say a damn thing.
And Adam like, speak, woman.
And we know when God told both of them, he said, look, y'all punk ass to stay away from that tree right there. First thing that went in Eve's mind was, I'm going to that tree right there for
Ain't nobody make you eat that apple.
Away from there for a reason.
I make you eat that apple. Yes, you did, because Adam liked pussy. That's why.
I need to go over there and see what that tree is all about. He can't tell me what I can't go.
That's exactly what happened. Yep.
Yep, they blamed it. Y'all blamed it on the woman, so y'all could then say.
I just told you what happened. The guy popped up and said, "Who ate that damn apple?" Eve sat there and looking like, "What apple?"
Y'all know that man told that woman to go get that goddamn apple.
Man, please.
She didn't want to do it.
I ain't tell you to do that.
Y'all been trying to curse women ever since. Talking about she the one that got that, but who ate that apple though?
Especially if Eve was like either one of y'all. Y'all would have took blame for that shit.
Eve was strong and independent. She should have known not to go over there by that tree.
Team independent, nigga. I ain't tell you to eat that shit.
Nah, Adam with the backbone. He was the one who was like, woman, go over there and get that apple.
So that's what you said when y'all was out there naked?
You know I'm always liking to be naked, so hey.
So it was your damn fault. They always saying you old as hell. That's probably what happened. Ain't that a bitch?
That backbone story was just like a man buying his wife a car. When she gets the key and drive away, that ain't his car. That's her car. It doesn't matter who name is on the paper. That is her car.
That's true.
That's her house.
Hell no.
My husband he bought me a car. It's in his name, everything. It's mine.
See what you say?
She need your ass. You taking that car?
Bentley, I'm not. You know, you can have whatever religion you want, baby. I'm just saying. You can't bring religion into a factual conversation when we're dealing with facts and science.
Especially with some free thinkers who will tear your ass apart.
Right.
Right.
Because Lord Geller, we need to talk more. You know. I know you're a historian. I didn't know you went that far back, baby. Though.
I say though, you might not want to say that shit, because you might get your feelings hurt, dude. Like, we were here a little bit longer than 5,000 years. A lot longer. The Sphinx is older than 5,000 years. I mean, what the fuck?
Right, because there's carbon testing. So if you look at like the Aztecs and all the way back to the Aztecs and finding their carbon data.
Well, it's not only that. Why is it that you got pyramids in South America that are identical to pyramids in Egypt? Explain that shit.
The Chinese.
They ain't had no boats.
I don't think it was the Chinese. It was the what they call those black men.
No, I'm saying that you got pyramids in South America that are identical to pyramids in Egypt, and nobody had boats back then. So explain that shit. I don't know.
The Chinese.
No, it was
this was before boats.
Black men. Those black, they say they traveled all over. You know, that there were black people here in the U.S. You know, before it was called the U.S. Way before slavery. How did they get here?
It wasn't actually the Chinese were here first. Sorry.
Oh, I was just joking about that Chinese thing. I was just talking about back engineering by the Chinese. That's all I was talking about.
I'm saying, but there were no boats back then. So how are the pyramids identical if they were built on different sides of work?
The people who created mathematics and what did they call those black men again? They the black men here on YouTube always mention
Hoteps. I'm
Not the
messing.
hotels,
I'm
but
Them
messing.
niggas think they
I'm
was here
messing.
back
like
then.
that.
I'm messing.
No, but
No.
no, you on the right track though. I forget what they call them.
Don't take me serious. I'm just messing.
No, but you're on the right track. That's what I'm saying. You are on. They Africans, African male.
It's
They,
not the Moors. You think that's not
yeah,
them?
the Moors. That's who.
No, they were. No, they were Spanish Muslims. That's no. The
No, no,
Moors
no,
has
no,
only been here
no.
about 1,000
What
years.
the Moors? Oh, okay. So who they you know that? What's the
The only
name of
thing
that?
is they don't know. They don't know
Colors.
why their pyramids are identical.
Remember
But
in
they
Hidden
did.
Colors one. I
Huh?
thought he spoke on that. In Hidden Colors one. Did you see Hidden Colors yet?
That shit was so damn fake. No, no.
What
They
was
no.
fake?
They found
Those was real. Which come that did scientific and archaeologists who had in that goddamn which come
no.
that
They
shit
just
wasn't fake.
no. They found the oldest skeleton in Africa, and the poor little white man who discovered that shit went missing. So you know they didn't like that shit. Like motherfucker, did we tell your ass
Did y'all
not to
see
put this
Queen
shit up?
Nefertiti? Queen Nefertiti bust. They made it a white woman.
Well, especially
Wasn't
when
that
they
last
found
year that
out.
happened? But they
Well,
showed
you
us a
know they
picture of the original man, and it was a black man.
well, the oldest living skeleton was found in Africa. You can't dispute that shit. Sorry, but no, they actually went back. You know, Cleopatra was not black, and she was not attractive either, because they actually found the bust of her, and she was not the most. Nah.
Well, she wasn't what we consider attractive, as according to the
I don't know
person
what
they
Julius
showed
Caesar was
us.
thinking.
But you know, because they made her a white woman. Of course, I mean,
She
but
was
who
white.
knows? Who? Which one you talking about?
Cleopatra was.
Oh, Cleopatra. Oh, I don't know
Her
much about
family
her.
was Greek. She just ruled a bunch of Africans, but her family was Greek, and they was all inbred.
Oh, yeah, you know that's how they did everything, right? They kept everything in the family, even the children. They had children with brothers and sisters and shit.
Where do you
That's
think
right.
hemophilia came from?
Right.
That's a
That's
genetic disease caused from inbreeding. So all the
right.
basically Queen Victoria's ass in England, she basically poisoned the whole continent of Europe because she sent all her kids off to marry everybody.
Yeah.
You know, there was a Russian
Hidden
family that got
colors.
murdered. Huh?
Yeah. Hidden colors is not BS. Somebody say hidden colors is BS. Bit&hes. And how you say they actually have scientists. They found the first civilization happened to come from Africa, where there was actual roads, bricks, and homes.
I don't know about
Plumbing.
civilization, but they found a 5,000-year-old nigga dead. No, he
Yeah,
was
but
about 20,000 years old.
they found the civilization is weird because the homes actually were underground. They just recently found this shit like 2 years ago. The homes, the homes were like underground, right? Like our
This the
streets
thing.
now, where our houses stand up, where the streets will be on top of the home. So the streets will be over the house, and you would go down and then go into a house. They found homes.
Well, that comes from earthquakes. You know, you just stuff get buried, you build on top of it, and that shit get buried and build on top of that. But you actually had two species of humans. You had the Neanderthals, which was cavemen, and us. Most people
Right.
don't know that shit.
Yeah, well, you know
They
they don't
didn't
know.
make it.
Yeah, but they was
They
on the
died
other
out.
side over there with the snow and shit. We was in the
No, they
Africa.
was on the same. No, they was. We was both on. We was both in Africa. They just didn't make it.
Oh, what you mean they didn't make it? What, like what?
We were
They did.
smarter than them. When they moved out of Africa, they didn't know how to adapt because they weren't smart enough.
Charlie
So I
Angel,
tell
the
you,
docs by Tariq Nasheed. He, how you say it? He produced the film, but he wasn't the professional in the film. He just produced it, which meant he
cavemen
put the
and
money
humans are
together.
two different things. So don't
Yeah,
let them trick you.
yeah. He produced. He came up with the money and came up with making it, but he had professional archaeologists, historians, and he had proof in his thing. So
Well, I mean, you can. That's why archaeologists dig because because you know the Sahara Desert used to have grass on it, so it wasn't always just like Antarctica wasn't always a damn ice block. So
Right, because it's Pangea.
well, it was, but shit
Right.
moved, so it's like there's no telling what's under the damn ice.
you right. They say
You might find some more
civilization.
niggas under there.
It might. I think that civilization, like you said, under the ground, deep, 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 right? Probably
Well,
in our
you
area.
Well, that's because you have shit change. Like, you know how North America, we had the whole ice age, and you find
Yeah.
that woolly mammoths on the ground. That's because they froze. Shit's not always gonna survive. You either adapt or you die. We
Or
were just
tar.
smarter than the cavemen. So, you know.
So when tell me about these cavemen, because
No,
I
there
be
was.
wanting to
This is what
listen to
people
the
don't get.
men, but
The Flintstones cartoon. Okay, you got Fred Flintstone and you got us. Two completely like the ones with the big ass forehead and shit and the spear.
uh-huh.
That wasn't us. Them the motherfuckers. I mean, they were bigger than us. They were stronger than us, but we were smarter than them. So, like, let's say you got like a lion chasing us. They'll stand there and fight it. We smart enough to climb a goddamn tree. So, don't let them tell
Well,
you, oh, it came in.
the
No,
thing with it,
is
they study the
not.
teeth, Lord.
Huh?
It's something to do with the teeth.
No, it's two different. It's two different
Right,
species.
but
That's
there
what
was
the whole missing link is. You got a caveman, and you got something in the middle. You got us. They're saying we
right, but
came
there
from
was
monkeys. They came from monkeys.
no. Okay, let's not get into that because we're not gonna. Religious people will
I'm
freak
just
out.
saying.
And
Yeah,
she said
let's
religious
not let's
people
not
freak
let's
out.
not
They can go about their business. You know, I'm because it's factual.
Yeah, let's
Like
No,
not
I'm just
offend the
saying that we're
monkeys.
not the same as a damn caveman. We were smarter than them. Yeah, they were stronger. They could throw a rock at us, but we had damn dodge that goddamn rock.
Right,
and we were
but
fast.
there
Were
was
we faster?
Cause they had that big ass forehead, but an itty bitty ass brain. We're the ones with the big ass brain. We
right, but there
outsmarted
was
them. We
something
got
to do with how their teeth were. There was something to do with the teeth.
well. That's anybody. You could. That's how they could tell what region the person is from by their teeth. They could tell what the type of food they ate.
And you know what else? My husband told me this, and I didn't know this, but y'all know that we weren't meant to eat meat, right? Did y'all know that? And you
We've
could tell
always
by
eaten meat.
you could tell by our teeth. Our teeth
all that.
aren't meant to even cut and chew through meat.
I
Yes,
don't
they
know.
are, because you got canines. That's what your
Right.
canine teeth are for.
The two you talking about the two right
Well,
here?
again, that's the two sharp teeth, but that's what made us smarter. Then your back teeth are for the berries that out of storm is gonna have me climb the tree to get her pregnant ass. Um,
Oh
and
my
your
God.
canine teeth is for tearing meat.
Right. Oh, so those two that we have is for me?
That's for tearing meat.
Okay, because you know that's what they said. My husband told me the certain animals have when their teeth are pointed, that means they are meant to eat meat.
No,
Right, but you have
you're meant to eat meat too. Yours are sharper, but theirs is for tearing in the raw shit. We're meant to cook our shit.
Right, but remember we didn't
Animals,
always cook it, did we? All like I'm
no.
just yeah, we didn't
You're
always.
talking thousands of years of evolution.
right?
Oh, I see.
The
Yeah.
teeth aren't as sharp as they would have been because you started cooking your food. If you had cooking your food, your shit would have been a lot sharper. That's why you ever notice how people we got eyes in the front and a little bunny rabbit got eyes on the side? That's
Yeah.
because they're used to getting eaten. Predators got eyes in the front. No, really. Look at a fish. That's why fish eyes on the side because everything's always trying to eat it. But look at a shark. Shark eyes is in the front.
Mm-hmm.
Shark is trying to get the goddamn fish.
Right.
So if you see an animal with eyes on the side, I mean that motherfucker used to running and getting ate. You ever notice how Buddy Rabbit always looking nervous and shit? Because something
Yeah.
always trying to eat his ass.
Evolution is
Yeah.
funny though, right?
Think about it, you got eyes in the front because you used to catching shit.
Uh-huh.
Right. And
That's why.
usually the lower end on the food chain produce more babies.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
fish,
because
just
you might not
lots of
make it.
babies. Right, 1,000
Well,
little
it's
babies.
because I'm
You
gonna
pick
just
your
tell
head up that
you.
hole, you might not come back in that motherfucker.
Well, for example, where we are, there is numerous cats. Okay, so you can kiss off any kind of animal control and all that crap, and that shit does not exist over here.
That's population
None.
control too. The cats are there to keep the
Well,
damn field mice in line.
it's not the field mice I'm worried about, it's the goddamn lizards. But
Well, that too.
So what happens is that those cats mate and have babies. I swear to God, if I get some nasty email about PETA,
I'm a cat person, so watch what you say.
okay, but cats are on the low end of the hierarchy of food.
Not necessarily. Cats are some of the
No,
best
they
predators
are.
out there.
Well, they are a predator, and they're
Right.
very good. And in the United States, they don't have any competition. But what
Why do
I'm
you think
telling you is, oh,
cats and us are so unchanged in 10,000 years?
Well, you know,
Because we're
some
good at
people
what we
eat
do.
cats. You see, you know, only in the states they don't eat cats, but in other places they eat cats.
They better let
well,
me
I've
find
seen
them.
people eat cats and all kinds of stuff. So, but what I'm saying is that the species that are eating those babies, the kittens,
Mm-hmm.
are numerous.
Bastards. They
Birds,
better let me find them.
snakes, lizards.
Motherfucker.
So there's a period of time when the cats are very vulnerable.
Oh, I ain't saying that just because you're a predator doesn't mean that you don't taste good to something else. I'm just saying
Well,
the way your anatomy is determines the type of animal you are. You got shit in the front.
well, it's not just that. But so, like, if you think about birds and like they don't want to eat those little kittens, and I'm not talking about like birds of prey. I'm talking like pigeons.
Well, I'm about to say birds of prey. Look at owls. Owls got two big ass eyes in the front, and like an eagle
Okay,
will
but
see
I'm
your
talking
ass from
about
space.
pigeons and crows. They will screw up some baby kittens. It's
Yeah,
very disgusting.
but what is a crow? A crow's a bird of prey. A
All
crow
I
will see
have to
your
say is,
ass from
Lord,
200 feet in the air.
no, I'm gonna have to send you some pictures so you can see that shit, and you'll probably hate me for
Just send me pictures of some berries.
Well, first, let me just say this because this stream is going to be ending pretty soon. It told me 5 minutes, maybe about 4 minutes ago. So I want to thank everybody out there who watched. This is 8 hours. I can't believe it. I was gone for what, maybe just 2.
You was going for a good 3 hours, getting
Just stay out of my business, Jack.
convincing your husband that he needs to get on his job and get that barbecue done.
Oh Lord. Anyway, so this is a great this is what I like, having this type of conversations too. You know what we could talk about? Because
I got on.
Yeah, you got on and made it hot though. See, you actually got the topic popping though. Even though you tried to